Hello, everybody. Welcome to a very special, whatever this is, big top five movie discussion. A little bit of history for people that have been watching and listening. Basically, over the pandemic, we got together and have been watching a lot of movies together. And we're all cinephiles here. And I forget whose idea it was. Was it Justin or Dan? I don't know who to blame for this. Was it me? I forget.
Okay, you said this on the Justin video, I
I
think.
keep forgetting.
Okay, you all blame me for it, which is fine. I'll take it. But
Okay.
it started out as let's just talk about our favorite movies. I think that was a
Yes.
joke
Just a
comment.
general, I'm curious what your favorite
Yes.
movies are. That
Yeah.
was it.
And then Justin all of a
Yeah.
sudden said something about preparing for the video of it. And I was
Because I
like,
make a video about
okay.
everything. Yeah.
And that was news to everyone. So then that bore out of that.
Okay. So, and it is fair because, I often make videos of all these discussions anyway. So, not a big stretch. But so Justin probably just made that assumption and now it's happening. So it fits. But yeah, we've basically gone and done everybody's top 50 movies up to their sixth one. So, from 50 to six, I got together and talked with everybody. I did one myself because I don't know, just want to do one myself. Had enough to talk about because that's pretty easy. But please go back and watch those discussions. They're interesting to kind of see what favorite movies we all kind of have come across that we all like for different personal reasons, personal connections we have to it, or impacts we've made. So it's been really fun and interesting. And I've had some commonalities and a lot of surprises from everybody. So what we're going to do in this one is finally we're getting together. We're all going to talk about our top five movies. We're going to go from our fifth movie, work our way around, and until we get to our number ones. But before we do that, Tim is the stat master who's been noting all our commonalities, and it's going to be interesting to see what information you brought up. So, Tim, you take it away, man.
Yeah, so I got everybody to send me the list because I was trying to do it from memory. But so a lot of people have links to other people. I have the most links to everybody. So I have
your list, my list, Tim.
Yeah.
So
this is from 50 to 6. Me and Dan currently have 10 links together. I have 4 with Brittany, 3 with Peter, 3 with Justin, 3 with Joe. Dan has 4 with Brittany, 2 with Peter, and 1 with Justin and Joe. Britt and Peter actually currently have 0, but I think there's one going to come up and give them a link.
Yeah.
Britt has 1 with Justin, 2 with Joe, and then Peter has 3 with Justin, Joe, and then Joe and Joe have 0 right now as well.
wow.
So I think I was the top link with everyone or tied. So me and Brittany and Dan and Brittany had 4. So we were the top 4, top in Brittany's. For Peter, me, Dan, and Justin all had 3. For Justin, me and Peter had 3. And then I was top with Joe at 3, top with Dan at 10. So I had a lot of common ones with other people. For actors, I have 2 actors that are currently on everyone's list. Surprisingly, that is Tim Allen. He does the voice of Buzz Lightyear. And then Joe does not have any Toy Story, so that's why Tom Hanks is not on everybody's list. And he has Galaxy Quest, which was the Tim Allen connection. And then the other connection between everybody is Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson is also the most popular actor. He is in 12 movies right now on people's lists. I think a good 6 of them are from Joe's list. And then Tom Hanks is at 10 right now. Bill Murray is also at 10. And Michael Keaton is at 7.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Tim. That's not 7 completely different movies, though.
No,
No.
That's just appearances on the list. So if 2 people have Beetlejuice, that's 2. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So Toy Story is on 3 people's list right now. Toy Story 3 is on 3 people's list. So right there is 6 of the Tom Hankses. 3 people have Jurassic Park. 3 people have Groundhog Day. 3 people surprisingly have Clerks. I did not think that was going to be on a lot of people's lists.
That's our one.
Clerks one. There was also
Oh, you have Clerks too.
Clerks 2.
Ah,
Yeah.
And Ghost, the first one was on 2 people's, and then Ghostbusters 2016 was on another person's list. Spielberg was on everybody's list. He's the most popular director. He's at 10. And then Burton's at 7. Tarantino's at 4. Kevin Smith is at well, and I didn't really go through that many other directors because I couldn't see any more commonalities. Yeah, so that's what I have so far.
wonderful.
Tim, who was the woman? You said there was one woman that was on.
Yeah.
The most popular woman is 4 people's lists.
Right now it's 3, but I know that she's going to be on at least 5, and that is Charlize Theron.
Okay.
Because I have her for That Thing You Do, and I think that's going to be on someone else's list. Then Joe had her for Kubo and the Two Strings. She does voice. And then Brittany has her in Mad Max Fury Road, which I also is going to be on another person's list. So I think she's on 5 at least. I don't know another person's top 5 or can't imagine what it's going to be.
So maybe not on the Charlize Theron lovers list.
Oh,
Yeah, person.
Wow.
So Bill Murray and Michael Keaton are on 4 people's lists.
confirmed.
The holdout and Tom. I know 5 people's lists. So Tom Hanks, Bill Murray, and Michael Keaton are all on 5 people's lists. The Keaton holdout right now is Justin. I don't think you have a Keaton. And Joe, you are the Tom Hanks and Bill Murray holdout. So
Well, the truth comes out. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Murray hater.
Yeah.
No, not Murray Hater. Just I guess not as quite as much love as with other people. But who knows? These top 5s might be more revealing. Though I feel like I don't know. I feel like a lot of people feel like they know everybody's top 5s, but other people seem like they're actually more uncertain. I've heard. I don't know. We'll see.
I definitely don't know anything on at least 2 people's top 5.
Huh.
I'd echo that.
I think most people know at least most of my top 5 for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, with that, we can get started because I think it's going to be a long conversation. We're going to try to go roughly with recording release. So I believe, Dan, you were the first one with me. So what is your number 5 favorite movie of all time?
Well, it's a movie we've already talked about today. And that is, it features several people we've talked about. Tom Hanks and a cameo from Charlize Theron, unless you get the director's edition, which she appears in longer. And in fact, is even on the back of the box here.
Come on.
It is That Thing You Do. This appeared on Tim's list earlier in, I think, maybe the 30s or something. But that is my number 5. And you want me to talk about it, or are we going to move on to another 5?
No. This is your time. We got to talk about it a little bit. And
Gab
then we'll
hour.
give
Okay.
comments and stuff. Yeah.
So, well, the first thing I want to say is both versions of this film are excellent. The directors, Tom Hanks wrote and directed this movie. And the director's cut is about 40 minutes longer, and yet it doesn't detract anything from the movie. It actually fleshes some things out, but not things that if you didn't have the director's cut, you'd be confused about. I think it works great as the 100-minute feature or whatever, but it also works great as the director's cut. So this is, I believe, the first movie Hanks ever directed or wrote. Yeah. Brittany's nodding, so she agrees. Look, the music, I'm a music guy, and the music for this, the fact that they picked the song that they did for the title track, because it's a song that you hear in part or in whole probably through at least a third of the movie, I would have to say.
Easily.
And Adam Schlesinger, one of the first, big COVID casualties, he passed last year, but he wrote the song That Thing You Do. He was nominated for probably a Grammy, but an Oscar for it. And it's a great infectious tune, and it really sums up this movie because I think the movie is infectious. It's fun. It's rated PG. There's nothing, bawdy about it. It takes place in the 60s. where, this group who thinks they're going to be the next big thing, they think they're going to be the next big Beatles, ends up with this huge one hit. And then through some infighting and some management issues and other things with the record label, ends up disbanding after really just the one hit. Everybody is great here. It's the first time I saw a lot of these actors. Tom Everett Scott, I had never seen before. I'm not even sure if I'd seen Liv Tyler before, other than the Aerosmith videos. And so a lot of these people were new to me. Giovanni Ribisi is in it. I think it's the first time I ever saw him. Everything comes together so well. You feel the infectious nature of this movie, but it's also got a bit of a dark edge to it as we sort of learn, the seedy underbelly of the industry and how, you think, oh, I have this great song that I wrote. I'm going to have control over my music, X, Y, and Z. That never happens to these people. And, through a lot of circumstances, they end up being these one-hit wonders. The script is perfect. I don't know how Hanks knocked it out of the park, because his second written movie, Larry Crown, is a running joke with Justin and I here, bad movie. So I don't know how he whiffed so bad with that one. But for me, That Thing You Do is one of the great music movies of all time.
Wow. Well, I'll just go first here with my comment. I knew this one was coming, Dan. I think we all kind of might have guessed this one. I remember you showed it to us, I think, for Film Fanatics a couple of years back. Which version did we watch, Dan? I forget.
I believe Justin has a better memory than me, I think, in these matters, but I think we watched the director's cut.
Nope.
No? Okay. All right. So we watched the cut that I saw in theaters originally. I guess that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, we watched the shorter version.
All right. That's what I thought. I thought it was theatrical because I didn't think it felt that long, but just based on my memory watching it, I thought it was quite a good movie. I definitely didn't love it as much as you did, but just knowing you and the type of movies you like, I think it definitely seems like a very you movie, and it's kind of got this wholesome appeal to it, but it has a good story with good performances, that it has a certain accessibility. Like I feel like pretty much anybody could watch it and get something out of it. And that just seems very reflective of the type of movies you like and what you look for. So that it seems very you. That's my comment.
Yes. And Tim, you had this on your list, fan, of course.
Yeah. And for me, I'm not a music person. So for some reason, it's still engaging for me as someone who doesn't really love music all that much, but it's just the cast is amazing. You have Steve Zahn in there as well. You have Ethan Embry. So I mean,
but that in itself speaks to the infectiousness of the film.
That's why of course you have Captain Geach in the Shrimp Shack Shooters.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Oneaters, and there's many quotable lines in this movie, I feel like.
Yes. Yeah, this was one that almost made my list and didn't quite. It probably would have been like 52.
Right.
It's one that I recorded off of TV when I was younger, just so I could watch it over and over again. I think I recorded it off of VH1 when they were doing all those music movies and things.
Yes.
Yes.
Love it. All right. Any other comments?
I want everybody to say something about every movie. So Peter and Justin have to chime in before we move on. Yes, that's how it's going to work. Yes.
I have never seen this movie all the way through.
What?
Really?
Oh, now it gets controversial. Brittany, how did this happen? Wow.
Wow.
Talk about that, Peter.
Yeah, good way to watch it. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I have seen a good hour of it, but I have not seen the whole thing.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great theater. Check it out for sure.
It's
good.
classic,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm kind of with Brittany on this one. Like, it's one of those movies that if we were doing, I don't think it would be 52 for me, but it would definitely be, if we were probably doing top 100, it would probably be on that.
Ooh.
But it's just one of those things that I think thrives on just simply being what it is and knowing what it wants to do.
Mhm.
And I think that's kind of the difference between this and Larry Crown, which kind of like dives into the much more schmaltziness. Interestingly enough, just kind of play devil's advocate for Peter, I have never seen the extended cut of this movie for as much as I talk about director's cuts.
Oh. Wow.
It's been on my to-do list.
Should watch, Justin.
Yeah, you've definitely told me before it's worth my time.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. I
The Hanks character turns out to be gay. We don't know that at all from that.
Spoilers.
I was gonna say,
But there's
Wow.
there's it's still a PG movie, but yeah, he pulls up with Howie Long, the football player, actually plays him, but that's supposed to be like his husband or whatever, yeah, or lover.
Wow.
I didn't know there was a director's cut.
All right. Well, there's more to explore with that for sure. All right. Well, moving right along, Tim, it's your time. Number 5.
Number 5, I have Rear Window.
Oh.
nice.
Oh,
It is my favorite Hitchcock movie. You have Jimmy Stewart doing, I think, his best performance. It's not all shucksy Jimmy.
Oh, sure.
I thought Joe was
Yeah.
gonna do the
I was trying to hold on. I wasn't going to make the joke till he said it.
And then you have Grace Kelly as the lead actress, and she's amazing. I wish she had done more movies instead of becoming a famous princess somewhere or duchess or something. And then it has like this trapped feeling that I think everybody can kind of relate to, of like just being like trapped and being bored and not knowing what to do. And everybody has always looked out the window and kind of just like people watched. Then like, how far do you take that? And then also not being believed. I think I could relate to that as well. It's kind of like the whole Boy Who Cried Wolf type of thing, but it's not crying wolf. Or is it? Like, for a while, you don't know which way it is going. You're like, is Jimmy Stewart seeing stuff, or is he actually really on point of this? So I liked all those aspects. I liked the fact that Hitchcock just built this big apartment complex and just filmed there. Like, people were just staying in their apartments and staying the night and things like that. I thought that was very interesting.
Wow.
Classic Hitchcock with all the details, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know he built an apartment for that.
No.
The whole set, he built like a kind of a working apartment, like in a studio. And I think a couple of the extras just were, okay, well, I'm just going to stay here type of thing.
Wow.
No, that's really awesome. I think that's a great pick. Now, I feel like there's more Hitchcock I still need to catch up on. I actually watched Rope recently for the first time, which was excellent. I mean, it's one of those things like you could just kind of gush about Hitchcock and his just meticulous detail. But Rear Window, I need to rewatch it again, but I remember when I saw it a long time ago, I like what you brought up about that feeling of kind of being stuck in one place, but also being paranoid about what you're seeing and not being believed when you think something bad going on. It's a really interesting idea that I think we can all relate to. And just, Hitchcock's just so good at really making things so suspenseful. And he isn't quite doing the shawl shucksy, is there something going on? You're right, which there is definitely more for Jimmy Stewart there. But no, I think that's an awesome pick. But it is hard to go wrong with. I feel like it's almost like, actually, I have an additional question for you, Tim. Is that just one that you kind of stuck out a little more to you? Because for me, I feel like there's just a couple Hitchcocks that's hard to pick from. So what separated that for you compared to the others?
Well, I mean, I went on like a Hitchcock like kick at one point and watched a bunch of his. I don't know if I've watched all of his, but I definitely have seen obviously I've seen Psycho and Vertigo and like the big ones, but I went and saw a lot of his other ones. I have another one that almost made my top 50, which is one of his few comedies that he did, which is The Trouble with Harry, which I think is a great movie. But I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit more relatable because of like everybody knows like being trapped in a situation, not being able to get out of it, not being believed, those type of things. I feel like it's a little bit more relatable. And then like the story, I feel like of the Rear Window type of thing has been used many times since this because it's a great plot. So, I mean, you have Disturbia, you have the recent Amy Adams one, which was that one? What was that, Dan?
The Woman in the Window.
Oh,
Woman in the Window.
Yeah. And The Voyeurs on Amazon that just came out like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So it's a common thing that a lot of people can relate to, and then because of that, it's been used and used again.
nice.
Not even just the feeling of being trapped, but just the feeling of being bored and letting your imagination run wild, I think is a very common sentiment, right? I think that is something also that we can all relate to. But I agree with you. I love the suspense of this movie, and the claustrophobia of it, right? This is one I think we saw on the big screen at some point.
Yeah, we did see it in one of the Fathom events or something like that.
And it's so good on the big screen.
This is one of those that I'm not sure I've ever seen all the way through. There's a handful of Hitchcock movies that like were on when I was a kid because my parents are big fans. It's like this, Vertigo. There's a few real big ones that I'm like, I'm not sure if I've ever watched all of it. I feel like I have, but I couldn't say for sure. But this is certainly one of the ones, like Tim said, that's sort of the themes are overused again and again in different movies. Simpsons did a great Flanders parody on it. I think probably most of the movies in everybody's top 5 are going to have Simpsons parodies at some point down the line.
Probably.
But, they did a good one here. But yeah, I mean, Brittany said about being, bored and sort of confined and trapped. And how relatable is that in 2020 with COVID and everything? It sort of gives the movie a whole different meaning too.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is certainly one of the most classic Hitchcock. So, and Hitchcock is one of those directors that you could ask 10 different people what their favorite movie is of his, and you might get 9 or 10 different answers.
Yeah, I think the idea of the fact that it's been done so many times was kind of the reason I avoided it for a long, long time, because I was worried that because of the parodies, the homages, Disturbia being a thing, to the point there was even a lawsuit. I just felt like, okay, the entire impact of this movie wouldn't hit. But no, I'm glad eventually I decided to sit down and watch it, because it is a phenomenal Hitchcock movie. I think alongside that, the idea that you could get 10 different answers, all of them will be valid. There's so many like A+ entries in Hitchcock's repertoire.
I mean, I think mine is Rope.
There you go.
And I mean,
me, so.
yeah, it's but it's not the one a lot of people go to.
Right.
No.
I think too, getting back to the point that it's been parodied so much, it's one of the ones like everyone knows the twist in Sixth Sense, everyone knows the twist in Empire Strikes Back. This is one that everyone knows the story, but it's not one we often think about that when we talk about like, oh, the twist, the story. This is one we all know, but we just don't think of it, I think, as often for some reason.
Well, I think it's done well enough that even knowing like, oh yeah, witness is a murder, it's done well enough that there is that figment of doubt of, is he just imagining things? Is he just that heat and boredom and all those things, the sheer dullness? Is he does he want that to be there more than it is?
Make it interesting.
And I agree, it's a great Jimmy Stewart performance. I do have an Aw Shucks Jimmy Stewart in my top 50 now. This is probably my favorite Hitchcock as well. So
nice. I think everybody went.
Yeah.
So very good. Thank you for contributing to the discussion. We're moving right along. And I think if my order is correct, Peter, are you up next?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Top 5 time.
So my number 5 is the best superhero ever made. It is 1992's Batman Returns, also on Joe's list.
Yes. Good choice, Peter.
This is the film that I think understands Batman often better than any other media. People often argue it has too many villains. But it works because they're all reflections of his character, the paths not taken, who Bruce Wayne could have been if he wasn't Batman, and understands, the introduction of him in that movie is him sitting in his study waiting for the bat signal, because that is there's just all sorts of great lines and visual references. The Penguin is strange and memorable,
so good
and delightful, and the Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman is very memorable.
I love that phrase. Very memorable.
A little bit of a pause there.
To the point that Christopher Walken kind of gets forgotten and overlooked within the film, even though he is the sort of third villain.
Mhm.
but he's Bruce Wayne's villain. He's not Batman's villain. He's more engaged in the business side of things, and you end up with these different combinations and aspects playing off against each other, creating just a moody, strange, wonderful. I think it's the best version of that Gotham, that sort of dark and gothic. And the Danny Elfman score is just amazing. Setting it at Christmas has its own. There's a nice undercurrent to that, and I think that does deserve to be in contention as the best Christmas film.
I like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one that I've seen it many times. You're never going to beat Avengers Endgame in the theater with that crowd, but this is the one I come back to. This is the movie that superhero movie I've probably seen the most, and as much as I enjoy the Marvel movies, Batman Returns is the one that still sticks with me and still I remember and think will continue to kind of stick it out even as the Marvel films fade into the background.
Well, I think that there's no surprise that I'm definitely going to be the first person to say something here. And Peter, I just want to say, I want to have a two-part thing before I go off on this diatribe. But first of all, I just want to say that I was holding out, trying to do something. I had a few little comments as you were saying something because it was music to my ears, and it's very much like this wonderful thing, this communal thing about film among many of the arts, bring us together with the commonalities. And you and I had a little funny bonding movement about both instantly being asked what the Batman movie was that was the best, and we said that in unison. So I really will always like that moment, Peter, and it's music to my ears, and I really like that. And I was holding back on doing something that Justin and Dan will appreciate, because sometimes there's some surprises for top lists, and there was a movie, Calvary, that I couldn't hold back my love for, and so I'm just going to say it now. Yeah, that just felt so good, Peter, to hear you say it. It felt really good. Hearing, I agree with everything you said, and it's interesting too. I think that it's an interesting one because it's not a universally loved thing. There's plenty of other people that prefer other Batman, and that's fine. But there is something that I think speaks to a lot of people about this particular version, that Batman Returns, of course, in some ways is kind of a deviation from the traditional Batman character as he's often portrayed. Like, obviously, the Batman animated series, I would argue, is the most balanced version of kind of all Batman. But there is something about the exploration here of Tim Burton's Batman with Michael Keaton exploring the darkness and creepiness and weirdness of the character, but also still being a little fun and weird. And everything you said about, Catwoman and Penguin, and honestly, Christopher Walken's Max Schreck is also a great antithesis to Bruce Wayne. He's a great villain too. Like this movie is good for me because it's I've talked about it a little bit on my list, but it's really fun and out there. But I love the atmosphere of it, and I agree. I think it's one of the great Christmas movies too. So obviously, I love that pick. I think it might be my favorite superhero movie ranked on my list, if I remember correctly too. So I agree. The Marvel movies are kind of exhaustive in a way. Like, they are fun, but for me, that is still kind of my superhero movie. So I'll shut up.
I think one of the things to sort of connect what you guys are saying is I think a lot of modern superhero movies have a forgettable villain problem.
Oh yeah.
But so many people remember the Tim Burton Penguin and the Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman. They're endlessly memorable, even if you maybe haven't seen the movie, you probably know those images, right? For me, my favorite Batman is the 60s Batman, because I love the ridiculous camp of
That's
it.
valid too.
But I think the Tim Burton gets the balance just right between the weird camp and the sort of dark and gritty seriousness of it. The Penguin's villains shooting out of the presents and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And the Penguin riding on the big giant duck thing. It gets the balance, I think, just right.
And the duck.
Yes. And the aesthetics of it just blow me away every time. That weird mix of like Gothic and like German modernism is just like it's awesome. I think it's very visually cool as well. Yeah.
Well, and I think going to part of your point about the 60s, those had memorable villains.
They
Yeah,
did.
people remember those.
Yeah.
That's true.
You know, Frank
Yeah.
Ocean's Riddler is still
Yes.
pretty much the definitive Riddler. And
Oh, we haven't gotten a
Burgess
really
Meredith
good- yeah.
and as
Wah, wah,
Penguin
wah.
and 3 different Catwoman, but they're all different enough that you're,
The kid.
Eartha Kitt, baby.
Eartha Kitt
Yeah,
is still one of the
Oh,
great.
wow.
she's great. Yes.
And then they chime in and say, "Man, that movie sucked."
Oh.
I hear the silence.
No, no, no.
yeah.
I
I
went
saw-
before.
I-
I went before Tim and Justin on the first couple. so
Try to
I-
hold
I'm
back
gonna
his
let them
comments. Okay,
go.
go ahead. I felt like Tim was like clustering. Like, oh man, I have to admit, I hate the movie.
Say it.
So, I saw this in theaters. I loved it as a kid. I was really excited for it after watching the first Batman. I believe I had Batman Returns trading cards at one point.
Oh, Dan, you got me some of those. Remember?
And
That's
then-
right. That was one of your birthday gifts. I got you the whole series, the Batman Returns trading cards.
Yep, still
I
got
don't
them.
the whole series. I tried to get them all, but I didn't have them all. I really like the henchmen of the Penguin.
Hmm.
I like the whole reject circus type of vibe that they had. It was very Burton-esque. I feel like this is where he kind of got that Burton-esque type of thing. I know, like, he kind of built on this from like his previous movies, and it was like, okay, now he has this whole kind of
As an aesthetic.
the aesthetic and template that he does. Because I don't think that was as obvious as in the first Batman movie. I don't think it was there quite as much, but it was there like for Beetlejuice. Wasn't quite there for Pee-wee's Big Adventure, which is another Burton on the list. But I enjoyed the movie. I do think that maybe I don't have it highly remembered in my brain of thinking of movies because it gets tainted kind of because of where the Batman series goes after this. With Batman Forever and then Batman Robin. Because the same shared universe. It's even though you have 3 different Batman there, it's supposed to be the same series.
Well, and those are great examples of hewing too close to the 60s camp. That's when you get too much camp.
Yeah.
You go too deep into that and end up with
Too silly.
But you don't understand how to.
yeah.
You don't understand the camp. Yes.
But
Yeah.
because it tainted because of that, because I was like, after seeing this one, I was super excited to go see Batman Forever, and I was like, that I don't think I've gone back and watched Batman
But-
Return
But
or
Tim,
the first Batman.
that's Batman Forever's fault, though.
I know. But I'm saying that because it got tainted a little bit of the series, that I haven't gone back and watched this. So
Okay.
I remember liking it as a bunch as a kid, but I don't think I've seen it since whenever it came out.
Justin.
Dan's gonna go last.
No.
I just,
Okay.
No, it was the pause was not so much that I didn't have anything to contribute so much as Joe, we've got you as our big Batman guy pretty much since Film Fanatics started, and Peter,
I'm always like,
you literally taught an entire course on comics. So, but no, I think a really big factor of this movie for me is not only the deconstructiveness, but also just the impact it has upon rewatch. Like the little nuances really do give it an entirely different experience each time. You find more to unpack after each viewing. And I say this because I watched it a couple months ago, actually, with somebody who had never seen it before and just thought, wow, this is like a whole new thing, and getting whole new observations and things to look at. And what I think struck me the most about this, alongside the idea that, like, okay, there's the camp, there's the aspects of what Bruce Wayne could have been. There's also that sense of there's almost a sympathetic aspect to at least 2 out of the 3 villains. Like the idea that, okay, this was a person that was exploited. This was someone who was wrong. This was someone that was being taken advantage of in the workplace. So that's something that the MCU has never really tapped into that heavily.
Mhm.
and something that I think the DC universe as a whole has really thrived upon when it's at its best.
Well, I didn't even say that Max Shrek essentially sacrifices himself to save his son.
For his son, yeah.
So there even is that. But all the villains get a little bit of some sort of shading in sense of sympathy, maybe some more than others. But I agree that that's an issue with many of our modern, but not all modern superhero films.
And I don't want to go off too much about it, but I want to say to your point about the villains, one reason why maybe they stick out so much for people is as just despicable and weird and kooky as they are, they do have that contrast of that very sympathetic humanity. Even Christopher Walken's character has some of that because he does care about his son. So it's like they're not completely one-dimensional villains ever. So that might help too.
Yeah.
Well, I only saw this one the one time. Joe, you had shown me actually the first two of these, the Burton Batmans. You showed me, and this was after all the Batmans that we have now had come out until Affleck. I don't think Affleck was out yet.
No.
But to that point, Keaton instantly became my favorite Batman of all time. Now I'm a Keaton fan. We all know this.
True.
But and I think Affleck is also great. I think we could discuss who gives who a run for their money, but I think Keaton might remain the best. And I think a lot of the reason is that actors don't seem to get right one of the two parts. They're either a great Batman or they're a great what's his face?
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
And Keaton and Affleck, I think, do a great job at dovetailing the two great. And I don't think anyone else has really even come that close, to be honest. Now, I'll admit, Brittany, the camp of the 60s, I think they were going for a different aesthetic. So that's sort of in a camp, all its own. But, but look, this is the movie that sort of gave us the, too many villains or overstuffed, but yet this one doesn't feel overstuffed. You compare this to any of the movies that have 2+ villains from the last 20 years, and this one just doesn't feel that way at all. The biggest example, of course, is Spider-Man 3, horrible. But I don't know if this is sort of the template they were using, but boy, that missed the mark. Some of the subsequent Batman films we've had in the Nolan universe have missed the mark in the same regard. And I do think Michelle Pfeiffer is the best Catwoman there's ever been. Nothing on Earth the Kit, but for me, Joe, you remember watching it with me and Justin too. When she was on the screen, it was just like mesmerizing. And of course, we all know the biggest faux pas of this movie is no Prince.
Sorry.
That's
everything.
It's fine.
Yeah, I need to take it off my list. I forgot
Actually, it's bottom 50 now.
That may be one thing that the first Batman Keaton film has over the second, but that might be the only thing. And the first Batman is also excellent, but I do agree that I think Returns is the better made film.
Wow. Nice. Wow. That a lot of gushing on Batman Returns. That always makes me happy. All right. If my order is correct,
Justin.
Yep, here we go.
guys, we got Justin next. So top 5, number 5, man. Let's go.
All right. My number 5 is also a James Stewart. Fortunately, it is not Rear Window or Vertigo. It is Harvey.
Oh, yeah.
I knew this had to be coming.
Harvey is just one of those movies that I knew of it when I watched it originally. I knew it was a comedy. I knew it was a classic comedy. I knew it was Jimmy Stewart. I knew it was about a giant rabbit, but really I didn't have a whole lot of idea of what I was getting myself into. The first time around, I just remember being so absorbed into it and really just enjoying the humor, enjoying the dramatic emphasis, enjoying just the overall atmosphere of the story. And then it's just one of those movies that really stuck with me as I got older, when I showed it on Film Fanatics, when I sometimes I'm thinking about sort of the things I've gone through in my own life. And I think it's largely kind of in the same way that Tim was talking about with Rear Window. Jimmy Stewart kind of plays against type here. He's still He's still kind of got the Shuckster thing going on, but it's a much, much different edge. And it has this kind of, you should feel sorry for me, but at the same time, I don't feel sorry for myself. And I really like that. It's one of those things that it really shows just how good of an actor Jimmy Stewart was. If it was given to somebody else, it probably could have easily ended up in a dramatic, a much more intense, probably even a more thriller angle. But I think one of the things that really strikes me the most about it is it's one of those films that really tackles on real things in life, but doesn't sacrifice the tone. Still keeps it quirky, but also really keeps it grounded and exploring the quirkiness, but also maintaining that heart. That's something that I think a lot of contemporary comedies don't manage to succeed at. And it's something I really do miss when it's not really shying away from some of the real world things that are going on, some of the not necessarily as funny things that are going on, but still finding heartfelt moments in those to really lead to a poignant message about being true to yourself and finding your own kind of way in the world.
Oddly enough, Joe, I don't know if you want to respond first to everybody's, but
I was just going to take a lead so that wasn't awkward, but go ahead, man, take it away.
Yeah, because that sort of reminded me of something, because as Justin was saying that, I was thinking, okay, what are some sort of contemporary films that are like this, where there's some emotional resonance and an interesting message. And actually, one of the movies on Tim's list, I think it's maybe a little bit darker in tone, but in some aspects maybe not, and that's 50-50. I think that has a lot of really funny moments in it, and that's one that just narrowly missed for me as well on my list. But somewhere along the way, they got this idea, maybe it was sort of the Animal House effect or something, but where a comedy had to just sort of go for broke and let's all be The Hangover and Super Bad and this and that. And I think it's one of the reasons Bridesmaid ended up on my list, because that has a really good emotional kind of center to it as well. And I don't think there are a lot of movies that sort of strike that kind of balance, Justin.
No,
I think you're right about that. So yeah, that is something that this movie definitely has going for it. It's one that I can't remember. I feel like maybe I had heard of it when you showed it. But maybe even not. But you showed it, and it was one of the first movies I think you brought to Film Fanatics for Joe and I to watch. And yeah, I mean, I think at that point I had only maybe seen Hitchcock movies with Stewart, because I hadn't even seen It's a Wonderful Life yet by that point. And so this was my first sort of non-Hitchcock role of his. And yeah, I think at this point in his career, at this point, with his age and his fame, I think he is one of probably the only people that could have pulled that off. We think a lot about like, oh, well, they were going after so-and-so for this movie. Well, that would have been a completely different movie. And not that I know a ton of like his contemporaries, but everyone I do know, I think of, and I'm like, well, it just wouldn't have been, it would have been a completely different movie with somebody else.
Absolutely. Even straight down to Jim Parsons on Broadway doing it.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, wow. No, I agree. Sorry, Tim, I saw your hand
Tim
up.
wants
You
to
want
stay
to go
about
first, Tim?
Tim wants to stay all about
All
it.
right, Tim, go ahead. Go ahead.
Never seen this movie. That's my comment. I'll put it on my.
Well, it's okay. There'll be a couple of those.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, you can have a comment about what you think about it at the end, Tim. What's it drawing you in? Get a lot of love. But no, I'm almost with Tim in the sense that I did watch it, but it was one of the early ones that we watched, which was like, I don't know, geez, might be like
2013, I believe.
7-8 years ago at this point. So like, I will admit that some of the details escape me, but I do agree. One of the things that sometimes Dan and I talk about, I know he's more of an expert on comedy, so I'm glad he chimed up first, but that's interesting. We often talk about one thing that Dan's mad about is how there aren't really any good clean comedies that are balanced for families, that like they all have to be gross out. They all have to be a lot of cursing. And that's one thing we look for, but also kind of, that is something that's very unique about Harvey, is it's kind of like in that 50-50 sort of camp where it is very funny and it is a comedy first, but it does skate the line of still dealing with some heavier subject matter in a way that still works really well and is balanced. So it's kind of unique. And for me, Harvey, I think it's an interesting one for you, Justin, which you can elaborate a little more on if you want. But I think you did kind of answer it. For me, it's like when I remembered it, kind of brought me back to those ideas about, growing up, we kind of have the concept of the imaginary friend, and everybody can relate kind of to that idea, at least at a certain point, and also kind of letting our imagination console us, and kind of being in the best relationship with ourselves. So it explores some interesting ideas there, along with the idea of the giant bunny. Like when you described it, you didn't say much about it. I had a completely different idea of what the movie was going to be. So it really stuck out to me as being very unique. And it was a very good movie, and very wholesome. And it's one that it's been a long time since I watched it, but I remember feeling like it was very good, and I definitely want to check it out again. It's a unique choice, and I appreciated that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really like this movie as well. It is one of the more interesting explorations of disability, even on in popular film, I think, because it plays with the idea that maybe the rabbit isn't there. Maybe it is. And even at the end, even after everything that happens, there is explanations as to why everything happened, that maybe there wasn't really a rabbit. Maybe it was just a mass delusion, or something else happened that we didn't quite see. So it has one of the, it's a lovely, fun movie. I love Jimmy Stewart, and this is a little more on that aw shucks, but not quite. It is like 1 degree removed from sort of that what we maybe think of Jimmy Stewart as, because he is an actor that really contains multitudes.
Oh, Peter, before you consider, I just want to interject briefly. I feel like already on this video celebrating film, we've been riffing on Jimmy Stewart a little bit, and we all often joke about how he's just kind of either the serious Hitchcock guy or the all shucks guy. But I think that's why it's a good choice too, Justin, because Harvey is, as we've all been saying, kind of proof that he does have range and he can go beyond it, because this is a good balance. So continue, Peter, if you want. Or not.
And sadly, this is another one that I have not seen. So
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get a few of those, but
that's okay. That's
I
good.
think there might be a couple on people's lists I haven't seen either.
These are very personal, so that makes sense. Very unique. So let's go for that. That's fine.
All right.
All right. Well, if we're all okay with that one, then moving on. I think it's actually Brittany time for number 4.
All right. Mine might actually be one that not very many people have seen.
Okay.
I hope not, because I really like it. It's 1960s The Apartment.
Oh,
Yes.
luckily, because of film
Hold
fanatics, I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Ooh,
Yeah.
got
In
lucky.
fact, Brittany, not only do I have this, I just got a Billy Wilder box set not long ago.
Yes, Billy Wilder, one of my favorite directors. So many classic films. I love me a good workplace satire. And I think this is absolutely one of the best. There is Fred McMurray playing against type, talking about playing against type. Sort of the sleazeball boss, right? And Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine have crackling chemistry.
So good.
It's so good. It's at once hilarious. It's an amazing workplace satire, like I said. The sort of memorable image of the rows and rows of desks, right? He's just a cog in the machine. Against the incredibly dark middle section. It's got to be one of the very few rom-coms to win a Best Picture Oscar. There's so much good about this film. Jack Lemmon, hilarious as sort of the poor schlub, right? I don't know. The ending just gets me every time. It's so, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. I love this movie. It's hilarious, and really dark, not just in the obvious ways, but in subtle ways. The premise, of course, is that Jack Lemmon rents out his apartment, or not rents, is forced to use his apartment for his bosses to have extramarital affairs. right? But he's secretly in love with the elevator operator at work, who is secretly having an affair with their boss, right? Just so funny. Yeah.
Tim, now how many is that for the Fred McMurray count? How many people have him?
One.
Just the one.
for
Okay.
Fred.
All right.
man.
Just the one. Shaggy Dog missed for me, unfortunately. No.
Dog or After My Professor prior to this, but they probably wouldn't be making my top
No,
50.
we both missed that one.
Or Double Indemnity. He's another one where he
But no,
plays against
listen.
type.
Brittany, this is a great choice.
Yeah.
This is my parents' favorite movie. So this was on sort of all the time growing up. They had the tape of it. We watched it actually for Film Fanatics when we were going through the Oscar A to Z,
Okay.
like you mentioned, it won Best Picture. So we watched it there. And I had a rule from my own list that I had to see a movie, in full 3 times before I put it on. I think I've only seen this in full twice, believe it or not.
Okay.
But I've seen so many, parts of it multiple times.
Right.
But yeah, this is a fantastic movie. And it's a lot of the reason I think Silver Linings Playbook is in such high regard for me. That was one of my top 50 because it is so left of center of every rom-com, that's out there. And I think The Apartment is just a template for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Everybody's great here. Like you said, Shirley MacLaine, I mean, just amazing. I don't think she won Best Actress, but I think she was nominated. I mean, this is just everything you said is so true about this movie. It catches you off guard with some of the darker moments, but it's got this great commentary on, a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And the fact that it is so old and they were sort of, skewering certain things that I was surprised were talked about so blatantly in film in the early 60s.
The ending, I think, is great too because it plays against type, right?
Yeah.
The gender roles are sort of reversed at the end, which I think is one of the reasons I love it. Right? He gives this big declarative speech to her, and she's like, "Just, shut up and deal. Where you're just gonna play cards," and it's so great.
It's a great.
I mean, I'll add in real quick here. Much like Harvey, Brittany, this is another one that for Film Fanatics I saw years ago because it was in the A's, and pretty much the things that stick out the most to me from only watching it one time was that I get that when I think of The Apartment, oddly enough, I don't think of the image of The Apartment. I think of the office grind and how that was probably such a big commentary of the time of feeling like an office drone and in getting stuck in that mentality and having done some of that myself. I felt like I could relate to it. And it's something that I feel like as a commentary, a lot of people can relate to just many, many decades later. But I did like
I think it's intentional that it's called The Apartment, but the memorable images are not of the apartment.
Yeah.
I think that is absolutely intentional. Yeah.
That could very well be. It would make sense. And I also, of course, I think that the romance is great. And it's interesting too. I'm glad I saw it because I really like Shirley MacLaine and Jack Lemmon, but literally if there's this movie and then I saw all their stuff when they were much older. So it's like I grew up with them and some of their older roles. So it was good to kind of see them really, I don't know if it's in their prime, but much younger and still being so talented. So it was good to see the gamut there. It's good. I liked them both.
Yeah. Billy, sorry. Go ahead, Peter. I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, this is one that I knew it as one of the great comedies and did not expect the middle section going into it, where I was like, oh, okay, this is it was on Turner Classic Movies or something, and it's puts you through a ringer emotionally in a way that not a lot of other comedies can. It was
again getting back to that idea of comedies also being balancing drama a little bit, right? I think we've talked about not seeing so much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's something I always really liked about Billy Wilder as a filmmaker. He really looked into kind of the things that were timely and relatable and found unique ways to explore them. Well, being able to sort of like throw a punchline at it, but also really look at the seriousness of so many of the issues. I mean, the one monologue from Shirley MacLaine in the middle section is downright heartbreaking.
Mhm.
And I mean, just it's one of those things that finds a way to still resonate so many years later, even if it's not necessarily the same office situation or the same perspective. It's still things that people can relate to and still has had the legacy that it has.
Tim, you've seen this one? Probably not.
No, this is another one.
Really?
Oh,
But I can make a comment that I do know of one other rom-com that's won Best Picture, and that is It Happened One Night, which is another older movie.
oh, that's a great
Oh,
That's
movie.
right.
Annie Hall as well. Annie Hall as
well.
well.
So
Okay.
three
Annie Hall as
three
well.
rom-coms.
Not very many though.
No, not nearly enough. Oh.
Yes.
This is this is an A+, 5-star, whatever
Absolutely. I
film.
love this
Great
movie.
choice.
Love me
Wow.
a good dark comedy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
But,
for everyone here, I guess that when there's those gaps, it's like, okay, we got the list. Probably should check that out if they like them that much. So Tim's like, I'm working on it. He's getting
Yep.
it.
Making a list.
That's good. Not a bad thing. It's good to be surprised. That's cool.
And because of the Dan Does Disney videos, Tim is now well versed in Fred McMurray.
So you can probably have a different perspective artistically now. You know the pinnacle.
I know Fred McMurray from some early stuff, so this would work. And I know Jack Lemmon from like Joe from his later work, like Grumpy Old Men and that type of
Field
thing.
man. Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm always thinking Glengarry again, Ross.
Ooh.
But
Yep.
going through the list here, I realized, oh yeah, there's somebody else here. It's Joe. Who's that guy? I guess it's his turn. Yeah. Well, let's see. My number 5 is maybe a little bit of a twist, perhaps because of maybe a placement, but it is the original 2003 Old Boy. Which is a film that I did a video about. I've been doing the Little Joe Loves Movies retrospectives the last couple of years, just taking a deep dive into some of my favorite movies and why I love them. And much like we're talking about here, I mean, I guess we try to make some personal connection, but sometimes there's and some of the movies I talked about early in the list that is just like, I just love the craft of the film. And there's just, as an artistic piece, I'm just thinking, this is so beautifully conceived that I'm just like, it's just one of those movies that really gets me. So it's like, I'm saying, do I personally relate to the character? Maybe in some ways, but basically, let's see. I mean, I really think that this movie is very me in the sense that it's so meticulously well done. I love the editing. I mentioned how I love the intro, how there's just the hook of, you've got the guy holding somebody over the edge of a building, you got the dun dun dun, dun like music coming up, and you have no idea what's going on, and it just intrigues you immediately, like what's going on with the situation. And then we have that hard cut to this person being so different that he seems like a completely different person, and he really has undergone a transformation. And I really like how the film obviously deals with a lot of heavy subject matter, and isn't afraid to kind of tackle some dark concepts, really just kind of about like, how much do you lose yourself through time and being put under duress. But I've also, if you look through some of my movies, I noticed I love the catharsis of a revenge thriller. So I don't know if that has something to do with me, but there's just something really interesting, like, because I love that where the guy that you want to see the underdog strive, but Odaisu is not a perfect person by any means, but I think that's what makes him really human. And I think it's one of those films that sort of captures the beauty even in the darkest of places. It has one of my favorite film villains of all time. Also, man, really dark and deprived, but like, wow, I kind of get his perspective too. So it's difficult, and I like movies that challenge you. But man, and I said it in my video, check it out. There's a plug, but really the editing, the cinematography, the music, performances. I admit I'm not as well versed in Korean films as I should be, but Parasite is really good. They pump out some excellent films, but this is just like the cream of the crop. And I know Dan doesn't get it, but look, the remake was fine, but like, dude, this maybe it's like some other films where I'm a little too hard on it, but I'm too close to it. I'm like, in so many ways it's a travesty, and I don't want to go too off on it, but I'm curious what people have to say. I could talk about this one for a long time. Had a video.
Oh wait, since you threw me in, I got first. Like what?
I know.
Hold on. It's not that I don't.
You were all like, oh yeah, that Josh Brolin one was fine.
It's
I'm
just
like,
that I've not. It's just that I've not seen it. I've only seen the Spike Lee version.
Okay, Dan,
I don't want people to think like I get it means I saw it and I think it was a piece of garbage.
No, sorry. I didn't mean to throw you on the bus. I just want to say, Dan, that I will say this.
Yeah.
I know you might think that you get it. They changed some things about the plot, so it's not even really spoilery. So it's
look, and look, the other one was fine. I think I gave it a B or something. It was Sam Jackson, Josh Brolin. It was fine. It was Spike Lee. But yes, I can't comment, but I am surprised actually it is so low. I thought it would be 1 or 2 for you.
Yes, I'll explain that briefly. This is a movie that the little bit of story about it was back when I was in high school, and I was really starting to try and get into film, more like studying it and going through the lists of like greatest films. And there was actually a friend of mine that just one of my best friends who said, Joe, there's this movie called Old Boy that I just think you'd really like. And for a long time, it was one of my favorite movies. But as we went along, it's considering a lot of rewatchability. It is one that I come back to when I watch it. I still love it. But like in terms of like, things that I might love a little bit more, I gravitated to more. So I've changed a little bit, but it's still really high up there for me. So that's why I changed placement a little.
I'm in the Dan camp of I've never seen the original. I just saw the remake. Was that 2013? Did that come out 2013?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's probably the only reason I saw it is because that was the year I was seeing as many movies as possible. Because I don't know if the trailers were really gripping me to go see it. I did see it and I thought it was fun and it was okay. I thought maybe it was a little too long, and that's one of the things that I have problems with movies, if it's too long for too long's sake. But I did think that some of the fight scenes were really cool, and there was like a really long one take fight scene, and that was in the original as well.
Done better.
Well, done better, but
Yeah.
so I mean, that's as much information as I have.
Okay, Tim. Thank you.
I've not seen the 2013 version, but I have seen the version Joe is actually talking about.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yeah, it's a great film. I saw it when I was in undergrad. I ran a film club and went in and we watched it without any idea what we were in for. It was an experience. It has stuck with me. That octopus scene is
that's some method acting there.
Tim mentions the hallway fight, which I think the hallway fight is probably one of the most important scenes in film in the 21st century for how action is shot and how things are laid out.
And also, Peter, just a note, I'm glad people are bringing up the hallway scene. Maybe it's a no-brainer. One thing I think it's one of the best fight scenes of all time, not just because of the tracking and choreography, but a lot of people think about the best fight scenes, Peter, and then you continue about how well choreographed they are and people like being really skilled in jumping. No, these are people just fighting each other with no skill, fighting dirty. It's bloody, knives sticking out of the back, people being afraid of each other, and just the visual motion of people reacting to each other when they think they have the upper hand and then they realize they don't. And then the cut to the elevator is just classic dark comedy. But go ahead. Sorry, Peter.
No, yeah, it's just the lack of polish in many ways makes this it's intentional. It is part of the film. It just does things in such a wonderful way, and it has the ending and the sort of conversation about memory and trauma and how you deal with things and the limits of revenge. There's so much there.
There are no winners, Peter. I'll say that much.
It is a great film. It is worth watching. It's a lot, but
it is a lot.
All the best ways.
I'll put that in the warning for people. It's a lot.
Sadly, I have not seen either version. So
okay.
No, that's probably something to definitely take note of. That it is in fact a lot. But no, I really echo a lot of the things that both you and Peter have said. It's a movie that, much like you, Joe, I saw when I was a teenager, and I knew of it because a magazine for film that I was following ran an advertisement for it. I was like, okay, this sounds really cool. I want to go check this out. And It was definitely a lot to process. It's one of those movies I've always meant to come back to, especially since I've seen the whole like I don't want to say interconnected, spiritually connected trilogy that it was.
Mhm.
It's not like there's recurring characters or anything. It's just the theme of revenge and things like that. Same director.
And
But
Justin, I think you're also the only one here who's seen both movies, right? Both versions.
yes.
Nice,
Yeah.
Justin. Okay. nice.
True.
Um,
Wow.
Do you have it? What are your feelings on the comparison since everyone's
I mean,
kind of split
I
on?
feel like
on
it's
it?
not really fair because
Oh, come on now.
hang on. Man, I don't think it's really fair because we have the 2003 one, which is a complete, fully realized version, and we have Spike Lee's version, which is, to put it bluntly, flawed, but is also a studio hack job, and he has made it clear on many occasions that this was not the version of the movie he wanted to put out. So I'm not saying that the Spike Lee version is on par or better or in any capacity. I'm just saying I don't feel comfortable saying that it's inferior simply because it's the byproduct of studio manipulation.
Okay, but all right. I suppose that's an interesting perspective, right? I think that it's just clearly inferior, but that's my only spite about it. But you're right. Yeah, there were issues. I've actually heard different things that Spike Lee didn't care about it. So who knows what happened?
Yeah.
But
But yeah, no, it's a really well constructed movie. I've been meaning to come back to it a while. I think the first 2 minutes is probably one of the like quickest amounts of time that I've watched a movie and just said, I don't care where this goes next.
right.
I it really finds a way to hook you fully, gets you invested in the stakes, and just really grips you throughout the entire runtime. And also to the same end, kind of finds moments for dark humor, dare I say.
Mhm.
But one of the things I've always really admired about Korean filmmaking, especially with thrillers, is they don't shy away from the consequences. Be it when we're through the final action sequence and our main character is exhausted and just swinging wildly, and the remaining enemies are just literally limping their way towards him, to even the full reality of taking in the full brunt of the twist of the film, which I can't reveal in good conscience.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No, wouldn't dare. But
Well, there are multiple twists, and there's a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah. That's another great thing. It's one to go back and watch many times, even with the twists.
Mhm.
But all right, moving on.
And
to
that
number
was the number
4.
5.
yay!
That was the number 5.
That's
So
better.
this is definitely not going to be a short video, but that's okay if people are game. This is great stuff. But starting off with the number 4s is, I think, Dan again. Number 4.
Yeah, I guess if that's the order, I'm going to start all of them. So
Right.
I apparently, I think loaned my number 4 out to my nephew. But I have some placeholders in the series, and that is all of these Toy Story movies. Toy Story 3 we talked about as my number 10, but number 4 for me is the original Toy Story.
Oh.
I think any Toy Story on anybody's list is valid. I mean, 4, I would be shocked if it was the only one on your list or something, but 4 is also fine.
It's pretty good.
But for a long time, 1 and 2 held sort of, dueling places in my heart. Sometimes 2 would be ahead, sometimes 1 would be ahead. And then 3 came out and, kind of blew everything up. But the reason this is higher on my list than 3 is because this is a list of personal favorites. And even though I think 3 is clearly the better made film, 3 doesn't exist without the world that was created in 1. I think 1 was obviously, a game changer for so many reasons. Not the least of which, obviously, it was the first all CGI movie, but I think it really ushered in that era of famous people doing animated voices. I mean, yes, you had Robin Williams doing the genie before that, but I mean, almost everybody in this movie was famous, and not just a voice actor, except for, I guess, Andy himself. But all of the toys and even the mother is voiced by Laurie Metcalf from Roseanne. It's not like she's a voice actress. So this movie changed the game on so many levels, but it still holds up as well. Yes, maybe the graphics are a little more crude today than 3 or 4 would be. But look, I mean, this was on many people's lists. Justin had it. Tim had it. Peter had 3.
Yeah.
And Brittany, you had it as well, or did you have 3?
No, she had 1.
I had it as a tie, and then Joe made me pick, and I chose 1.
I mean, and look, I think Toy Story is one of the franchises that I think you could, say what's your favorite, and there's not a wrong answer really. Even 4 was very, very good, even though it didn't even need to exist, and 3 ended up perfectly. But about 1, there's no negatives here. I mean, every single thing about this works. It's hilarious. It's heartfelt. It's very emotional. The songs are great, and I'm not really a Randy Newman fan, but I think You've Got a Friend in Me is the best thing he's ever produced. I mean, it's so good. But even I Will Go Sailing No More is a great song. And the themes within, for kids and adults, you watch this on 2 completely different levels. I'm older than everybody here, so I saw this when I was already, I think, in college. I think it came out my freshman year. So I didn't grow up with these movies like a couple of you. I watched them in my adulthood, and they still mean so much to me. I mean, it's just a great series. I think we've all kind of talked to death, except for Joe, about the Toy Story franchise. So I do want to hear from Joe, because I just narrowly made your list.
All right. I'm glad you're letting me. And this is in response to the old boy thing. It was throw shade. It was throw the spear back. It's okay. It's valid. No, it's a valid point, and I'm glad you brought it up. So, I want to say this because you're right. I'm gonna do some kind of follow up, because it's just a bunch of movies I just want to randomly talk about in another video. But Toy Story as a whole is great, and I want to echo that. And I'll just go a little bit into it here. We watched it again recently when you did that surprise thing for me. Was the random double. Watched Toy Story in the theater again, and much like another movie that might show up on your list. It's one of those ones that I'm going to say this. When I was going through my list for a lot of reasons, trying to keep it personal or something that just stuck with me, and I couldn't honestly say this clicked as much as some other things, I would say, all right, I'm going to say the excuse and then the real thing that I think you'll really like, Dan. The first thing is this: much like some of our going through early Disney movies, like say a Snow White or a Dumbo or Pinocchio, those are movies that I watched a lot as a kid, but they were also sort of like slightly traumatic and creepy, and they were like, I have these weird, like, they were always kind of weird movies to me as a kid. And the first Toy Story I very vividly remember watching, being excited about going to see it, and it's one that I watched a lot, and I know that I liked on some level, but it maybe had a lot of heaviness and creepy things, which of course I was still gravitated to it because that's just what I do. But I had it was like, how do I really feel about Toy Story? But watching it again, it was like, it really did hit me how good it really is, with everything you said, just about kind of trying to find yourself and the growth, and just so many great themes. So I really think that if somebody was to say, like, if we're doing a different list and I had to try to put my personal feelings aside a little bit, I would say this is just one of the best films of all time. Like that's on, it would be on that list for sure, for different reasons. I can easily say that. It's just beautiful. And also thinking about discussions I've had with people, if we were going to really in some ways do the best representation of the best of humanity or something and send a film out to aliens, I'd send them Toy Story. So that, even though it's not on my list, I'm going to sing it possibly the highest praise. So that's my defense.
And I do appreciate that. You're not wrong about any of that. And it also speaks to all of us, in that sort of vein. I mean, we all had toys growing up, and some of these specific toys. I mean, the world building they did here, and it's in some ways like the Roger Rabbit thing. It's like, here you have Play School toys, Mattel, all the big toy makers lent out their stuff, or at least reasonable facsimiles. And this movie also, I think, ushered in the era of hilarious kids movies. I mean, again, Robin Williams in Aladdin, okay, but he was only in, a handful of scenes. But here you have 10 hilarious different characters, and they're all fully kind of realized in an odd way.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, I think probably all talked about Toy Story long enough, so we don't have to dwell too long.
I would like to say that I think that Toy Story 4 is probably the funniest one in terms of pure comedy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my pick was 3, but 1 is great, and 2, like you said, they're all great. And I don't know that we need to say anything more of this Toy Story.
Yeah, I think we all got it. Is that it? Final comments, anybody?
Yeah.
We got to move time, I guess, for some of them.
I'll just say that I had 3 and 1 on my list, and that this now with That Thing You Do brings Tom Hanks up to 12.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Wow, my 4 and 5 were Tom Hanks. You're right.
Well, that's
Okay.
perfect transition, actually, because that's Tim. Go for it, Tim.
And my number 4 is Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Oh snap!
Tim classic.
Okay.
Classic. So this is the movie. I believe I showed it to Dan, Justin, and Joe first time. I brought it to like a Film Fanatics like guest thing. And it's the movie that made me like Robert Downey Jr. again. Prior to this, he had done like the Fugitive spinoff, U.S. Marshals, and a couple other things.
Don't miss Ally McBeal season 5, Tim.
Yeah, he had his drug issues. Not many people wanted to hitch their wagon to him. And then I feel like this is kind of what got him Iron Man. Like, it's a great script. It is quick. It is funny dialogue. It's sharp dialogue. It is a buddy cop movie. It is a film noir. It is a mystery, and all those things work really well. It also is like this kind of like unreliable narrator type of thing where he's telling the story, but then he kind of forgets stuff. And that's really good. It's a flawed protagonist that you kind of get behind. It made me like Robert Downey Jr. again. I think I like Val Kilmer again because of this as well. He had a little, and then it made me like Michelle Monaghan. This is her breakout thing. After this movie, I kind of watched a bunch of the things that she was in just because it was her. I don't think many of them were as good as this one. Maybe Gone Baby Gone was really good for her. The
Source Code.
Yep.
Source Code good, but not this good. And probably the first season of True Detective she was in as well. But all those things, I think it's great. I've seen this movie so many times, and it is great every single time. Shane Black wrote and directed this. I think it's the first thing that he wrote and directed. Then he goes on to make a really bad MCU movie, but then he follows that up with another kind of buddy cop movie, Nice Guys, which is also great. Not as great as this one, just because I think I've seen this one first and many more times. But Nice Guys is also another good movie by Shane Black.
I will just go really quickly because I have the benefit of knowing. I can't say as much because I remember this is another one watched a long time ago, and I remember that this movie had a lot going on with it. So I remembered liking it. And it's one that this is the list I'm going to have to make from this video is movies I need to rewatch because it's been so long. I'm going to have to watch it again. I do remember the performances being very good. And it's got, of course, the line that sticks out to me, the meme of like the definition of idiot with Val Kilmer. That always makes me laugh. So I think that's a funny scene. But yeah, this one was good from what I remember. And yeah, I'll have to watch it again. Very unique choice.
Yeah, same camp for me. I only saw it the one time that Tim showed it to us. But yeah, I was really impressed with it. And in fact, Tim, dare I say, we watched this before I even saw any of the Lethal Weapon movies.
Oh wow!
Which Shane Black, I believe, directed or did he write them?
He
I guess he
wrote
wrote them. Was it Richard Donner directed?
Yep.
But I oddly enough watched all the Lethal Weapon movie when the show came out, and I was like, oh, I better catch up on Merton Riggs. But yeah, I mean, obviously Shane Black has this knack for writing these sort of buddy cop, playing off each other, quick quick-witted, quick talking characters. And yeah, this was I remember this being very funny. I remember really enjoying the story. I liked the unreliable narrator part. I was already a Downey Jr. fan by the time I saw this because Iron Man had come out, and the season of McBeal. But this was a good choice.
I will say I do like Iron Man 3, which is the Shane Black Iron Man. I know I'm a minority in this particular group.
Okay.
But Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, another secret Christmas movie, much like Batman 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Batman Returns. I saw this under not great circumstances. I had broken up with a guy after dating for a long time, and then I was dating someone on a rebound, and he showed me this movie. So I saw it under not great circumstances, but movie still holds up despite my bad memories of
says a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my experience with it.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Really like the unreliable narrator, and it plays with the sort of idea of screenwriting in some interesting ways, and sort of weaves the magic of movies into the movie, but it does it in a clever and interesting way, in the way that it clearly is written by a writer, but it is Shane Black's best film, I think, both written and, speaking of written and directed. But
I do like the voiceover also plays with something Tim said, sort of the classic film noir, right? Sort of the classic 30s, 40s film noir aesthetic that I really liked. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those movies that I only really found because I was just flipping stations one time when I was in high school, and then came this movie, and it was like, okay, I'm curious to see where this is going. And I definitely don't think I like it as much as you, Tim, but there are things about it that I absolutely adore. I think the narration that is self-aware and also playing against noir type is fantastic. It has probably one of my favorite fourth wall breaks of all time. I think the way it sort of weaves between a few different genres is really clever. And you kind of have Val Kilmer playing against type too, which I really admired. It's just one of those movies that you kind of don't really think about at first, and then you sort of discover, and you're getting a whole different experience out of it.
Yeah. That's a good little discussion about that one. Have to rewatch it, which means we are going to transition to Peter's number 4, which is of course his favorite. I Am Number 4, naturally.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to do my whole list, but I was going to do the number 23 as 23.
Oh yeah. I made that joke a couple times. Yeah.
Being very meta.
But yeah, my number 4 is a movie that perhaps no one else here has seen. So in keeping with my reputation as the snob of the group.
Wow, you're beating some people.
It is 2002, directed by Lucky McKee. It is May, with Angela Bettis. It is my favorite horror movie. I think it is the best horror film I've ever seen.
Damn.
It really captures a sense of, we talked about with Rear Window, that sense of loneliness and isolation, a little more on sort of the disability side of things, has some very memorable imagery, and it is a movie that I recommend. I'm going to avoid spoilers, knowing what's going to happen going into it, reading even a plot description. This is one that, if you can, you should watch. Going blind, just be warned. It is pretty gory, particularly in its later half, and gets pretty intense. But it is hands down my favorite horror film, and one that I've come back to and I think on, and really just sort of surprised me in the summer of 2002.
Wow. Well, I have not seen that one. I was wondering where that was. You thought about it and moved it up because it resonated. Haven't seen much, but since I'm the horror guy, according to some people, I gotta check it
Mob.
out. I'm the mob guy. Yeah,
Mob
yeah,
all
true.
day.
Are there any gangsters in May? Peter, can you spoil that?
No.
Okay, worst movie ever made then.
Yeah, there is a punk.
There's a
But
punk. Okay, that's
Yeah.
that's crime related. Okay, got you. It's
Yeah.
on the it's actual thing. I got you. Cool.
You've seen this, I bet.
I'll tag in because I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I
I'm the
knew it.
only
I
one.
knew it.
I will say that comes with a caveat. I saw it recently.
Okay, because Peter was talking about it, or what was
I know.
the catharsis?
I know Peter has caveat, but I know Peter had mentioned it a few times. I was like, okay, I better watch this at some point. And one boring Saturday afternoon, I was like, okay, we're gonna do this. May is a movie that I 100% wish I did not know anything about before I saw it. That does not mean that my experience was ruined because of what I knew. It's more so that when I was a kid, they would put plot synopses up whenever you like clicked on a movie on the interwebs, and this one spared no expense of telling you where it was going. Didn't exactly explain why it was going in that direction, but they kind of revealed the big thing. I think this is one of the earliest instances I can really think of where sorry, I'm trying to find a way to put this correctly. Where a horror movie really tried to get you to empathize with the antagonistic protagonist. Like there's a lot of reasons to feel sorry for May. And it's kind of a contemporary. Sorry, I'm trying to avoid spoilers, Peter.
no, you're good.
Yeah. It's kind of a contemporary to some classic horror stories without getting into specifics.
Yeah, it does adapt. It has a pretty clear basis, though it goes in some different directions in particularly the sort of the classic Universal era of horror. There are some elements, sort of a mix of the Universal and Hammer era. It has that like Hammer era blood, but also the sense of sympathy and empathy you get with the quote unquote monster at the center of the film. But yeah, it is
Yeah, and I think what works with it as well is there's kind of this nice arc that kind of takes place over the course of the film where at the beginning it's a lot more playful and then near the end it goes very serious. And what I like about that is you kind of have this whole sense of coming full circle through that, which I like quite a bit. It's one of those endings that like days after I was still thinking about.
Can't comment. Never saw. Never heard of this movie. Does not seem like it's my type of horror film.
Not a Dan movie.
To be honest,
Be a Joe movie.
so I don't know that I'll ever watch it. But Godspeed. I'm glad you love it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they might be the only two that have seen it. So
Yeah.
And you're saying May, M-A-E?
M-A-Y.
Why? Okay, like
the
month. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
What'd you say?
I'll put it on my list of movies to check out.
All right. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
We can move along then with stuff we haven't seen. All right. Cool pick though. Got to check it out. I will. Which means we're moving on to Justin, I believe.
All right, this should be another short one. Not because nobody's seen it, but because we've talked about it so much that I don't think we're going to have too much else to say about it.
Okay.
And that would be Ishiro Honda's classic monster film, Gojira. Between Film Fanatics,
That's a shirt.
There Goes Tokyo remix. There's not much left to say about this that I haven't said already. But I love that this is just really emphasizing it's so much more than just an anti-war parable. It's an action film that really focuses on trying to focus on kind of the sense of a disaster in the moment. You're not really getting to spend a whole lot of time with these people, but still finding reasons to be invested. You're kind of looking at it from an almost omniscient perspective of how are the powers that be trying to respond to this? How is the ground level kind of dealing with this? and also the terrifying sense of presence of something that just cannot be controlled, cannot be stopped.
Yep.
And the helplessness that sort of manifests from that. It's a short film, but it makes sure that it's using every bit of its time to sort of tell that story from a multitude of different perspectives. And I think it kind of paved the way for a lot of thrillers to come, sort of creating a common stereotype of, okay, there's not always a lot of character development, but with a story like this, there doesn't have to be. And I think that's something that's really unique about this one in particular, that I think a lot of other disaster movies don't really do. They either focus on too much of the spectacle or too much of the guess who's in the movie, or try and drag it out as long as humanly possible. Armageddon's fatal flaw, unfortunately.
The
that
bottom
was-
50.
Armageddon.
Among many other things.
Had to
Yeah.
get that in there.
But
Well, Justin, I will be brief as well, because yes, you're right. We have talked about Godzilla so much. Check out our podcasts on my channel, of course. I'm happy I'm wearing the shirt. We're going to show it again. Really, my love for Godzilla it knows no bounds, and maybe theoretically Justin loves it more than me. So I don't know, but I will say this too. I think that your summary of why it's such a great film is the perfect summary. I think that you really got it. For me, I obviously have a big love for Godzilla, the franchise as a whole, but that movie I really love, and I also think that it really is one of the best kind of anti-war films of all time. I think it is the first film. It is a masterpiece. So I want to hear more from everybody else. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, it's one that it was not the first Godzilla movie I saw, and I wasn't expecting it to be quite so horror oriented as it was, where it is not. Growing up watching the later Godzilla films, they're sort of more
Totally.
fun, the Son of Godzilla and so on. It was different to see that framed as terrifying in this monstrous, unstoppable force, slow and plotting maybe, but it's still going to destroy the city. I would also add that seems like Raymond Burr has 2 entries in our top 5 now between Window and Godzilla.
You know what? We should make a note.
No. He did not show up in the OG Japanese version.
Yes, Godzilla. We mean the original cut. Not though Raymond Burr is fine for an intro, but it destroys so much of the actual film.
Yeah.
So no, Gojira, Godzilla, actual 54 version. Yes, I think you meant by that, right, Justin?
Wait, what?
That you meant that. No, for clarification, that's the version, right? Okay.
1.5 Raymond Burrs then.
1.5, 0.5 Raymond Burr. Okay.
I don't
Joe,
know that I've seen the non-Raymond Burr version, so I think that's the only version I've seen. First time I saw it, I thought it was really boring.
Damn.
But I've since seen it, and I don't think that anymore. I think I was just not in the right headspace, or I didn't see it at the right time, or something. But yeah, just echoing what everyone else said.
I know Dan loved the Raymond Burr version.
Well, yeah, that's the one I've seen. I haven't seen the one he's talking about, right?
Nope.
I've only seen Raymond Burr. But as Joe knows, my basement is full of random things within my arm's reach. The Godzilla 98
No.
soundtrack.
Oh,
that I could talk about.
Oh, the anti-Godzilla. Wow.
Puff Daddy all the way. But I can't really speak to this. I'm sure it was fine. I'm sure it's a groundbreaker. But yeah, I've only seen the Burr, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So for clarification, Joe,
Yes.
was this on your list?
Correct.
Okay, so Joe and Justin officially have a link in common, a movie in common.
Nice,
Right.
which
So-
makes a lot of sense. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Hey.
I've never seen this movie. I've seen the Broderick version. I've seen the
Oh,
I haven't seen the most recent one. I just saw Godzilla, and then I saw Godzilla King of Monsters. I didn't see Godzilla versus Kong. So I think Godzilla is a fun character, and that's about all I'm going to say.
cool. Well, that's cool. Enough Godzilla love for everybody, and we're gonna go now to Brittany.
Tonal shift.
Big tonal shift. Good.
Big tonal shift. Just like my list was all over the place tonally.
Same.
1987's Spaceballs.
The space.
Okay.
This was one my parents loved, and so I watched it from a very young age. I know this movie literally backwards and forwards. I saw this movie before I saw any of the Star Wars movies, and still thought it was hilarious. It's something my family and I still quote to this day, back and forth. There's so many jokes packed in there that if you don't laugh at something, the next joke is right there for you to pick up. As an adult, I appreciate all the homages to other films, Wizard of Oz, Lawrence of Arabia, and I think it holds up a lot better than some of the other Mel Brooks films, sadly. Something like Men in Tights is great, but it's very dated. I think the humor in this is a lot less dated. The acting is just so funny. It's a big nostalgia factor for me. I watch this probably once or twice a year still as an adult, and I still think it holds up. Like I said, I saw it before I saw any of the Star Wars films. It helped me become a Star Wars fan. I think this movie is so funny. It's right up my alley in terms of humor. It's highbrow, lowbrow, everything in between. I love this movie.
I definitely want to speak to this. I have the same experience as you, Britt.
Mhm.
I saw this about a decade before I saw any of the Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
When I was born, the year the first Star Wars came out, so we didn't have, a bunch of videotapes, like people have now. So my brothers had seen it, I guess, on TV or something, but I never saw Star Wars until the re-releases in 97. But this movie is one of the great comedies of all time. Like you said, the jokes are just so rapid fire. They're so brilliantly layered. I do think I love Young Frankenstein, but I do think this is the best Mel Brooks film. It's one of the first movies I saw with just my brothers and our friends in a movie theater by ourselves. We were 10. Well, I was 10, I should say, when this came out. My younger brother was 8. My older brother was 11 or 12. And we literally almost got kicked out of the theater for laughing too hard.
It's that funny. It really is.
We fell out of our seats at various times. And I think, older patrons thought we were just, being jerks or goofing around or whatever. But we never in our lives saw anything like this. Yeah. It was so funny. And everything just down to the littlest joke, calling the robot character Dot Matrix. I mean, it's such a throwaway joke, but it's so funny, and then just the randomness of some of the lines, and Rick Moranis is a scream. We never saw anything like this. This is top tier comedy for sure.
It's such a great mix of comedy. There are jokes there that you get as an adult that you didn't get as a kid. Right. I think it's a great mix of highbrow, lowbrow, like the canned air, is like right back to back with his head turns on backwards and his butt is facing forward.
And even the puns, there's where he jammed the screen. There's almost every kind of humor you can think of is in this movie.
Definitely.
Slapstick humor. It's everything. It's perfect.
Well, if everybody else wants to go, I could talk about this one last, actually.
Right, I have. Well, yeah, go ahead, Tim.
I'll just echo everything that you guys said. It's great. I think I saw Star Wars prior to this one, but I will relate this one to something that's on me and Joe's list, Galaxy Quest.
Nice.
You don't have to be a fan of Star Trek to get the jokes of Galaxy Quest. You don't have to be a fan of Star Wars to get the jokes of this. I think maybe this one works a little bit better if you have seen Star Wars,
Sure.
But it still works without it. For me, I have a really built-in memory of seeing it. Not the first time, but on rewatch, me and my sister are watching it in Mexico
Oh.
on the bed while we were like kind of packing to go back up, and my mom starts freaking out. And the scene that was on the TV was the scene with the alien dancing across the thing. But she wasn't freaking out about that. There was a scorpion in the closet freaking out about.
Oh,
We were like, Mom,
Wow.
it's look real. You can kind of see the metal thing underneath the thing. She goes, no, there's a scorpion. So I have that great memory because of that every time I see that.
I don't have a lot to add about that. I mean, it's just a great film. But that scene of the dancing alien, the genius of casting John Hurt
again.
in that scene for
Yep.
the oh no,
Right.
not again, you know.
Yep.
There's layers and meta jokes and all kind of, it's just so
Yeah.
much good. But that's the thing that anytime I'm like, the brilliance of paying John Hurt to come back
to do that
to do that.
for a probably 2-minute scene.
Yeah.
Right. Mhm.
But that's the lasting impact of this movie is because we didn't know what that was even from. You know, we were kids,
But
and
it's
yet
so funny.
we still quoted that line all the time. Oh
Yep.
no! I
Not
mean, that was
again.
like so for us as
Yep.
kids. We didn't know what the reference was, other than it was referencing Spaceballs for us.
Baseball. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
No, I think between this, Blazing Saddles, and Young Frankenstein, you could probably get any answer in terms of which is like the quintessential Mel Brooks, and all would be valid responses.
History of the world, even.
History of the world.
Yeah.
But I think what works so well in this case is it's kind of a masterclass in parody films as a whole that the 90s, 2000s really, really missed. Is it's about knowing the material and still being aware of what makes it such an easy target for comedy, rather than just let's shove in a bunch of pop culture references and hope that you get it.
Right.
Well, and there were a lot of parody movies on my list. Brady Bunch movie, I think, is genius.
Mhm.
Naked Gun as well. I'm going to get you started, but all of those things have exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're parodying and why it's funny. It's not just a bunch of mishmash jokes, you know, like Not Another Teen Movie or something that they just had an idea and they went with it.
Yeah.
So I think you're absolutely right on that.
Well, I think everybody kind of had a parody movie in their top 50. Like, I mean, for me, I had Shaun of the Dead. I had Galaxy Quest, which is kind of like poking fun at the genre, but doing it in such a loving way. And that's what
Right.
this does. Like, Peter had Hot Fuzz, which is poking fun at the action genre, not a particular movie, but just the genre in general.
Hot Fuzz was definitely an outlier for me for another one of the three. But I wanted to go last. I don't want this to be a big discussion, but I think it's interesting for a few thoughts because I know I'm very confident based on what everyone said here that I'm the outlier and I love this movie less than everyone else here. And that's not to say that I take away from it. I think that a lot of what everybody said is valid. I think that I have a complicated relationship with it because I think at least at one point in my life, and maybe still now, I'm the biggest Star Wars fan in the Zoom or the room, so to speak.
Mhm.
So I've always had a weird thing for me that I've never really agreed with, that a satire can surpass the actual material. I've never experienced that. It feels like disingenuous in a weird way. And maybe I'm wrong about that. But I loved Star Wars so much. I like lived and breathed it for a long time, right there with Star Trek. And that has changed a bit. But so for me, it's like, I think growing up, I didn't quite get like the fact that it was poking fun of this thing, and some people loved it so much. I think you can love this more than Star Wars. Star Wars is the best thing ever, man. You know, I was that guy for a while. So being exposed to it over time, I think I've grown to appreciate it much more, and I do think it's very smart. And I don't really look at it as a spoof of Star Wars. I kind of see it as almost like looking at merchandising, which is very prophetic,
Yes.
as a commentary on that
Mhm.
aspect of Star Wars,
Yes.
which I
Yeah,
think I
that's
appreciate
awesome.
much more as a movie person and a film buff and knowing a little more about the industry. So I think it's a very good movie, a great movie. But I admit I don't have quite, even though it has a lot of the stuff I like, you know, like a lot of the puns,
Mhm.
that's much more me now than me as a kid. But it doesn't quite gel for me as well as it does some other things, but it is
I-
quite good.
I do want to say that I think now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like the parody of Star Wars is sort of a very, very loose structure, and that it's more parodying sort of the adventure film as a genre, right? You have Lawrence of Arabia, Wizard of Oz, Alien, all of those things in there. And I think the Star Wars aspect is sort of the loose outline, sort of holding it together.
And that's something I didn't
he understands
get.
Sort of the adventure movie deeply, and I think that's what we were all saying, right? You have to sort of understand what you're spoofing.
Absolutely. And so that was kind of my point there. Comb the Desert is still great.
It's so funny. That was one of my favorite lines as a kid.
Dark Helmet, classic.
Comb the Desert. Yep.
Comb the Desert. But yeah, I just thought that was an interesting tidbit. But I guess that does transition into me, which guess what? Big tonal shift again. But this one may be a surprise because I think a lot of people may have not guessed it for me. I've mentioned it sometimes for sure. So you can't say I haven't talked about it, but it's one that maybe theoretically we won't have much to talk about, or maybe we will, because it's one of those movies that maybe is a little cliche, but it's The Shawshank Redemption. What's there really to say? It's a beautiful film. I love the everybody in the film. I feel like is relatable. Make you laugh, make you cry. I think it's Tim Robbins that put him on the map for me. It's like you do that movie, you don't need to do anything else. He never has to do anything else again. Morgan Freeman, I mean, his narration is that's kind of like the Morgan Freeman narration movie, the reflective nature, the passage of time, the idea of being imprisoned. I feel like even though thankfully I can't literally talk about that, I think that we can all identify with feeling like that to some degree. But really the idea of hope, I think, is really interesting, and just the twists and turns of the story. I love the sweeping music, and just really tapping into sort of the basic humanity. I think that it's just a beautiful, beautiful movie. And as much as I am a Stephen King fan for the horror stuff, his film non-horror stuff just tends to be, he's just a great writer in general. It's like I don't even think about it. Like I guess is one of my favorites because he can make one of the best screenplays of all time, and it's just I mean, if anybody wants to add something, I think it's just something that people don't talk about it because it's like one of those movies like, oh yeah, I get it. It's like up there on IMDb, and it's almost like it's just something like, yeah, it resonates with so many people, and it's one that it gets me through every emotion, and I love it.
Well, I mean, I think this may be Brittany and I, this is our experience, maybe the prevailing experience. This is a movie I've seen so many times on TNT or cable. It doesn't really matter where, you can come in at any point and pick up and watch it to the end.
It's one of those, they call that you stop, you're stuck on the couch the rest of the
yeah, no matter what time, and part of it's just the structure of the plot. You can come in at any point in the movie, get what's going on pretty quick, and who's who, and still get great moments, and still build to that climax. This is just a great movie. I can't even call it underappreciated because clearly the IMDb folks love it.
It's like people just know. They just know. Like we all agree.
Yeah. I got nothing to add. I think that was, you guys.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I think there really isn't much to add. It's all so true. I've probably seen this movie the least because I've only seen it twice. But this is the classic. Oscars got it wrong. What a travesty!
Seriously, man. You know why I have an issue with them, Dan? You understand?
I never didn't understand. The Oscars get things wrong a lot. On occasion, they get it right, but the fact of the matter is, Pulp Fiction was on Justin's list, and maybe somebody else's. That was up that year. Forrest Gump. Come on, Shawshank Redemption is a masterpiece. And that's all there really is to say about it. It is one of those movies you can just watch, and it's one of those movies that I feel like, maybe it doesn't get talked about in, conversation because maybe it's not quoted as much as certain others or whatever. But I feel like it's a movie that like pretty much everyone has seen, and I've never heard anyone say anything bad about it.
No, I think maybe one of the reasons why it doesn't get talked about so much is because of oversaturation. Is because, like Peter said, it's on TNT. It's
overplayed.
Yeah,
it's overplayed so much that sometimes it just kind of like people are like, "Oh yeah, I really like Shawshank Redemption," but like it's
Stop
on,
showing it.
Yeah.
like
There are other movies.
there are other movies. I'll just echo it's a great movie. I do want to echo what or elaborate on what Joe said, is that I think Stephen King's short stories
Man,
kind of the best movie adaptations, because
Honestly.
his books are so long that they kind of have to trim them down so much. But
Mhm.
with the this is based off a short story. Another one that's a great one is Stand By Me, which is also another short story.
and Green Mile.
And Green Mile. So like they can kind of like flesh it out and build off of such a great story and such great characters that
Yeah.
it just works a lot better, I think.
Isn't Green Mile a novel?
No, it's a,
No,
it's-
part of a
novel.
collection of short stories, I think.
yeah, it's
Okay.
like 6 short stories sort of stapled
Okay.
together, or some of her shorts, but
Okay.
yeah.
One of those.
Miller.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one of those, I don't think it's really ever been contested how good it is. Even Stephen King himself has more or less said this is one of the best adaptations of my work. He's said on many occasions he prefers this to his short story.
Wow.
I've read the story. I think it's fine. I think the movie's on a whole other level,
Mhm.
but no, I think it's just one of those. Frank Darabont knew his cast. He knew the story he wanted to tell. He found ways to sort of expand on the material without necessarily detracting from what was already there, which I think is something that's sort of, that kind of speaks to adaptations as a whole. Like, you don't have to be married to the source material.
Absolutely.
And I think that's sort of where this shines the most, is we get to see these characters on a deeper level than we would in a 100-page short story.
Mhm.
We really do feel the progression over the years. And this was definitely one that was quoted quite a bit when I was going through high school. So I definitely resonate with this one quite a bit. Green Mile to some extent as well, but
Great movie too. Yeah.
for other reasons.
Haven't watched it as much, but that would probably be up there. For
Well,
me
yeah, I'd
now.
say this is such a good adaptation that you can take a character named Red, who is
Irish. Yeah.
very Irish in the book, and cast out Morgan Freeman, and everyone's like, okay, yeah, his nickname's
Yes.
Red.
And he's like,
Why not?
why call me? Because I'm Irish. That's why they call me Red. That was great.
Doesn't matter.
But before we
don't
move
worry
on,
about
I
it.
do want to say one last quick thing. Just how good it is. The scene with Brooks, when he leaves the prison and he's been so indoctrinated by it that even though he finally has his freedom, that message of, because he gave up hope, it didn't matter. He was done. And that's like the most heartbreaking scene. It's just like that I think's ever. It's so. And then the transition later when Red gets out is like, I don't want to go that way. Just truly powerful filmmaking. But Shawshank Redemption, watch it if you haven't for some reason. Dan, it's your time for 3.
Well, my number 3 will come as a shock to few people. In fact, we all just recently watched this as a group about a month ago. It is the one and only Titanic.
Oh wow.
2 copies.
So I actually have a 3rd copy. Unfortunately, the most classic version is the VHS tapes, and that is at my parents' shore house. I donated a bunch of VHS tapes for their VCR there, but
Got to do the double tape, man. Double
but
tape.
I do have the double DVD, which you
Oh.
do have split. So it's the classic of that. But of course, the Blu-ray is where it's at. You see everything, in full vigor. This is a movie that I have an interesting relationship with, because I think many people that know me now associate this film with me. But I only actually ever saw it the one time in theaters originally in the day. And I actually, I got it. I thought it was good. But that's when people were going to see it 14, 15 times. It wasn't out on home video for a year. It was in the theaters forever. It broke all these records. We all know this. And I was just like, okay, guys, we got it. Like, home Titanic. let's dial it back here. So then I watched it maybe 3 or 4 years later. My parents had the classic double video. And so I was over there one weekend and we watched it. And I was like, okay, like it had died down by then, the fervor. And I was also pissed because I was working at a record store, a music store at the time, and we sold tapes. And we did the midnight premiere for the Titanic release. And it was like, we were showing the Beatles concert or something, in person. So I have a mixed relationship with the beginning of this movie's life, but there's no denying it is a classic. I think James Cameron is, look, say what you will about the man as a person.
He's king of the world, Dan.
But I think he, when he said to the world and everybody thought, what a jerk. I was like, well, yeah, the guy just won 12 Oscars. Like today is his day. Like, let him be the king of the world. And guess what? It's a quote from the movie, everybody. Like, it's okay. So I actually didn't find that part to be that obnoxious, but I know a lot of people did, and it soured their feelings for him. But look, you look at the guy's filmography. He only makes one movie every 8 years.
He's the man. He's good.
And it's because he really, does what he does. He creates cameras. He creates techniques. He did it in T2. He did it with Avatar. Mm-hmm. And for me, the masterpiece, of course, is Titanic. And look, it's a little bit of everything. I think a lot of movies on our lists we're drawn to because they're 5 different things in one. This is obviously a disaster movie, but it's obviously also a romance. There's a lot of drama here. There's a lot of stuff about class culture from the 1910s that still holds up today because we're still going through a lot of that. And it's just a brilliant movie. I can't think of another movie that's over 3 hours long that I never feel the length for. My love for this movie really started with the 3D re-release in, what was that, Tim? 2012, you think?
Yeah, something like that.
2012, 2013. And I saw it 5 times in 4 weeks. And I then watched, and that was just at the theater. And I've seen it 3 times since in the theater. And
how many drinking games, Dan?
We've done at least 3 drinking games for it. I've seen this movie now probably upwards of 15 times, and it never gets old for me. I cry every time. We all know this. I get emotional. I feel what the characters are feeling. I do all the quotes. It's just a great movie that I am happy that people associate this movie with me because I think it's a great movie.
I want to just get my thoughts out quickly because I feel like people are eager to speak. We're all like, we can jump for a moment. But I want to say this, Dan, I do associate this movie with you. And I'm happy this is a pick because as good as it is for a lot of people, I'm glad that it's probably the first movie, maybe other than me, I don't know, that's kind of divisive. I know there are a lot of people that don't like Titanic for a lot of reasons, usually naysayers because they're mad about something.
Well, and I think a lot of those people never actually watched it.
No, it's a lot of that sort of stuff. And that's my point, is that it's because of you, Dan, that you kind of turned me around. I used to be a naysayer. Leo, it's a romance. But watching it again and again, and your love of the movie, I think reverberated onto me a little bit. And I think it's a really great movie and kind of a throwback to old classic Hollywood epics in a way. And James Cameron, I make fun of him sometimes, but hey, the guy knows how to tell a story, knows what people like, and he has his roots in B horror movies, so he has my respect. So I do love James Cameron. He's good. Titanic's a good choice, man.
Well, I think to add on to what Joe's saying, because not even he's telling a story, he's telling dozens of stories. There are stories interwoven throughout here. It's not just Leo and Kate and their doomed romance. There are so many other little stories that you get little snippets of, and some if you know a lot about the Titanic, you'll see things coming. That's Molly Brown, or that's the band. But there's such an attention to detail. The set design is spectacular. It basically built sections of the boat only to sink it.
For me, what really gets me is the production design of the film, especially when we get to the disaster part of the movie, right, where they're like running through the ship, and it's like flooding and just all of that attention to detail. it really pays off in
Mhm.
that section of the movie. I think for me, that's my favorite part of the film is all that production design, beautifulness of everything. Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's classic James Cameron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has always had a sense of detail, save maybe Piranha 2 Desponding, but we won't talk about that. Hey, everybody's allowed one mess up. But
Sure.
but no, I think it's the fact that he just finds he has such a respect for what he's going to be talking about, what he's going to be telling, the story he wants to tell, the stories he wants to tell in those stories, that he wants to make sure that you're taking note of those things. And even multiple viewings later, you're still finding things there or noticing details that make you appreciate the
Yeah.
smaller things so much more. When you're going through the final POV shot and you're realizing the significance of everyone who's there, when you're looking at some of the details and it's just the china and the
Oh
and the
man,
way things are laid out.
Mhm.
costumes, man.
Slept in, Justin.
The sheets had never been slept in. Exactly. It's
This prop's never been
And-
slept in.
mainly quotable.
Well, for me,
Yeah.
But no, I think it's just one of those things that in a way it's kind of the perfect marketing, because you've got a romance film on the surface, you've got a disaster movie in the second half. There's definitely a lot that goes on, and everyone kind of gets something out of it, which I don't really think that there's a lot of movies you can say that about.
no. And before Tim goes, I want to say I unlike some of the movies on my list, like Toy Story, for example, I don't think this is a perfect movie.
Oh sure.
Get angry when she throws the thing in the river or in the ocean at the end.
What
I
about
hate
the
it.
iceberg though, Dan? What about the iceberg?
The iceberg's great.
Okay. What I mean, what about
Good
the
acting.
enough from the iceberg? But what about room on the raft? That like the door thing.
Room on the raft, I'm fine with because his character needed to go tell the story.
Like for the story, but it's also
For the
kind of
story,
silly.
But her throwing the come on. So I hate that part. But maybe it's not a perfect movie like some of the other ones on my
Which
list.
is fine. That's fine.
But that's fine. For me personally, it's the tops, or at least number 3.
I feel like Tim, you want to transition into your thing. I just want to say one
Sure.
thing quick. I'm sorry, Tim, but you're going to transition and go next. I want to say I think as we're going along, maybe like the marks of a great movie, I feel like we've come across a couple, something for everybody, and you can watch it again and find something new. And it is also beautiful as well. Go ahead, Tim.
What year did this come out, Dan?
End of 97 and then well into 98. It was, still tops.
This was when I was in high school, and I don't remember the marketing for this, but I feel like the marketing was a little bit more leaning towards the romance of it.
Oh, yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
For me, I didn't really have a desire to go see this movie. I remember clearly the jokes going into it prior to this, like, oh yeah, the boat sinks at the end, that type of thing. But we went on, I believe, New Year's Day. This is when my family was going New Year's Day to the movies. I grew to hate those people working at the movie theater, but that's what my family did for and I enjoyed this movie. For someone who didn't really want to see this movie because of the romance angle, because that wasn't really something I really wanted in high school. See a movie about romance. I enjoyed this movie. It's because of the set design, the production design, and just the epic tale that they tell. That the romance isn't really the main focal point of the movie. Because like Peter said, they tell different stories along the way. That I don't feel like the romance like bogs things down. So that's why I liked it. I remember watching it many times on cable. I do believe it had the two VCR.
We knew right where to stop it when we watched it.
There's the break tab.
Yeah.
And I always remember whenever we flipped it, whoever did the first time, forgot to rewind the second part, so rewind it. So yeah, we watched times as a family, like at home as well. So it's a good movie.
And I also go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say it speaks to the fact that it was so marketed to teenage girls, young women, about the romance, about Leo's hotness, whatever. And then those
Facts.
people saw the movie and saw so much more than a romance and kept coming back. Like maybe that was a big part of the romance, but they sat through a 3-hour and 20-minute movie that had a lot of other things going on than the romance.
Yeah.
So it speaks to what a great, even though the marketing may be geared it one way, it maybe spoke to them in a different way when they went to see it.
Oh,
As someone who was a teenage girl when this came out, I had a friend who did go see it probably half a dozen times in theaters.
Nice.
She was just absolutely obsessed with this movie. I wasn't as obsessed with the movie, but she had all the posters and so
yeah, people did.
Well, before we give Tim the reins, I just want to have one final comment. Something else I think that's great. Dan admitted it might not be a perfect movie. It has something I think is great for a lot of movies. As awesome as it is, it has elements of theatricality and a little camp when they enjoy their time together, for instance. Like, and I think that can be a
Propeller
good
Man. I mean, that's a little camp.
Propeller, a little. There are some campy elements, and I think that's a good component too for fun. So, Tim, take it away.
Okay. So my number 3 is 1989's Back to the Future.
Oh, snap.
Sadly, I have the Trilly box set, so I don't have the actual the DVD for the second one. So
this is part 2, Tim.
Part 2.
Part 2. Oh.
Okay.
The best.
Back-
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
So
So debate's coming up.
So I like time travel movies. Obviously, that's been a common thread on my list. I like the concept of changing things and fixing things and going back in time. That's why I relate to time travel movies. This one builds off the first one, and we actually get to go into the fun future. They do that very well, and they do it in such a way that they pay homage to the first one as well. I recreate the skateboard scene with the hoverboards, and I feel like for a special effects movie, the special effects still hold up. The only one that doesn't really hold up is the shark from Jaws. That's supposed to look fake.
That's the gag.
That's the gag. They grow on the friendship between Marty and Doc. The chemistry is great from the first one. I like when they have to then go back into the past. They're doing multiple shots from different takes from shots and stuff like that. I think it all works very well. They build the world from the first one and they grow on it. And I saw this in theaters. I was really excited to see it because I didn't see the first one in theaters because I was too young. But we went and saw it, and I was blown away. I couldn't wait for the third one. Third one's not going to be on my list, but I still appreciate.
Well, I know that we've got some interesting things for people to say. I want to say this because it is a weird thing for me for part 2 because all right, I'm going to say this because this is kind of how I feel about it. I think that in some ways, even though it's it is a difficult thing, but it's a great trilogy. I think more people have to say that than me. But Back to the Future 1 is, I think, an extremely well put together film in terms of how balanced it is. But I've always kind of thought that the second part really, like you said, with the multiple shots and the editing and the writing and having to build upon that. And I think it's one of the best sequels ever made. And in some ways, I think it's the best written of the 3 because it's so intricate and it somehow juggles that so well. And I also always like the fact that it has a darker edge. So it's it's a really interesting choice, and I know that one is probably a big conversation point, but other people can take in more than me, so I'll continue. I think it's a good choice.
I love. I mean, as I said, I love the different layers of the time travel and sort of split timelines. I love that even the future sort of seems good, but maybe not. They've outlawed the lawyers, and there's all these little elements. The alternate 1985 is just fantastic. And I like the ways that it builds on what you know about they assume that, okay, you've seen the first one, you're a fan of it. Well, we're going to take that and take it a step further, and then a step further than that, and really just I think really push the formula in time travel in general in a way that not a lot of films had done before this, and really influenced pretty much everything that comes after, in a way even more than the first one, which you could sort of maybe chalk up as, well, it's just nostalgia, it's sort of fun. But this, in terms of science fiction screenwriting, is a whole new ballgame.
I'd agree with that.
I agree with
But
a
disagree.
lot of what you're saying.
Uh-oh.
I love the puzzle box mess that the plot is. It's so intricate, and there are layers, and there are callbacks, and it's meta, and I love all of that. I love the alternate 1984. I love the going back into the 1950s.
But
The thing that takes me out of it
yeah,
every single time, and this makes it not
this should be good.
I don't like it as much,
That's okay.
is the inability to think creatively about what the future would look like, and the incredibly dated 80s aesthetic of what's supposed to be the future. It absolutely takes me out of it every single time. It doesn't look like the future. It looks like the 1980s, and we just have some cool extra technologies, right? It's still got big hair and shoulder pads and all the worst things about the 80s aesthetic. It takes me out of it every time.
I would like to argue that
Oh, here we go.
probably 2015, there was a lot of 80s comeback.
Oh,
No,
So
and I agree, and that's turned out to be very prescient of a prediction, but it takes me out of it every single time.
I knew this won't be a conversation piece. I want some other people to speak, but I will say, it's an interesting point you make, Brittany, about taking out of it. And it's weird too, because some movies I kind of love, and they're timeless to me, even though they're super 80s, like Karate Kid. I don't care that it's 80s. It's great.
But
I
it
know there's
doesn't
this like,
feel as 80s.
well, and it's also interesting you make that point where I love a lot of sci-fi movies where they show the future and it's dated and obvious, like 50s movies. It's just the 50s, but the future. But I love that. So I don't know. I don't know. Dan,
I
Justin.
don't know. I just think
Oh, Dan's
Karate Kid is like normal everyday people wearing like t-shirts and jeans and whatever.
Maybe it was intentional though. I don't know.
Right. And this is like all the worst gaudy aspects of the 80s, but
It's
we're
a very 80s
pretending it's
movie.
2015. Right. I can't. I don't know.
Huh.
It speaks to the importance of costume design and production design in films, I think.
Hey, we're not all going to 100% agree, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about the Back to the Future trilogy, 2 versus 3 is always going to be the debate.
Yeah.
For me, my biggest issue with Back to the Future Part 2 is kind of in the same vein as what you mentioned, Brittany, in regards to the whole future aspect. It starts with, okay, the first one was about the past, the second one's about the future. And it sets up a really interesting promise of, okay, we're going to start exploring the future. And then it kind of gives up on that and says, we're going back to the past again.
Man, I don't even care about this. I have to say, this is just going to show, all right, even in going through our favorite movies, and people can stop me if they disagree, and Dan can hold because I know he's got thoughts.
So many.
And Brittany, you could say this too. I mean, we're talking about Back to the Future. I think we all agree they're like they're all great films, pretty much, right? So it's like we're picking. It's getting savage of like, oh, back to okay. So that's it's interesting. Okay, I didn't expect that to come up, but Dan, I know you got thoughts, man. I know.
I would say that I like 3
point.
better than 2 because
Oh.
I like the campy aspect of it.
Okay.
3 also does a
Is
really
not, is not the future 80s?
It's
Is not the
no, it's
2015
so
campy in
bad.
its own right?
No,
Sorry,
it's
Justin.
so
Go
bad.
ahead.
Go ahead,
No.
Dan. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
No, I did first time. Forgot. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're all good. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not talking over anybody. I apologize.
You know.
No, I like 3 mostly because I think it tries to go a little bit deeper in terms of the time travel, and it honestly does a pretty good job of bringing the whole series full circle.
And well, hey, and honestly, going on with that, I think this is another great debate because I have heard different people say that one of the trilogies is their favorite. My one friend, Troll, who some of you people know the channel, I believe the third one's his favorite. I have heard people say that. So it's like, there are interesting points about all 3 movies.
Yeah, but I think it's like Toy Story, where I wouldn't fault anyone for saying that 3 is their favorite. It's not like
Oh no,
no. It's not. I think they're all up there, and I want Dan to, with his thoughts, to kind of answer this question because something that I always thought about for me, which I know has come up when Tim and everybody else was discussing it many days ago, was kind of this idea of like a sequel having to be dependent on another movie, like almost it can't be the best because it didn't come first, which I don't know if I agree with because I mean, as much as I love Batman Begins and it's my favorite of the Nolans, I would agree that Dark Knight could be the better film because you don't need to see the first one. So I don't think that always rings true. I don't know if Dan, that might speak to your points, but I wanted that to be brought up too because it's come up before.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to that, but are you finished with your thoughts? Okay. So I'm going to try to keep this to Back to the Future 2.
Please
because
do.
there's going to be a lot of future discussion in this video on the original Back to the Future. I've met Tim before, and I know what my so I'm gonna try to keep this specifically to number 2. To answer your question, Joe, I think this does go back to the Toy Story 3 versus Toy Story sort of thing I said earlier. Okay. I think that I don't necessarily agree with because I know Peter thinks this is the most well written or whatever. I think I'll talk about the first one later, but sure. I think the simple fact is number 2 is certainly more dense in its themes and in its script. I mean, it goes all over the place. It goes to the future. It goes to the past. It goes to the alternate present. It goes back to the future, whatever. The whole thing. So yes, it is by far more complicated. However, without the first movie, I'm not sure that this movie makes sense.
No.
And that's the thing. Like with Toy Story 3, I guess it would make sense, but it just would lose all of its impact, really.
Okay.
So in terms of number 2, when we first saw it growing up, we actually didn't like it that much. I've since come around on it very, very, very much. But this was the first movie that for me was a sequel of something that we watched in the theater. We grew up with. I was 8 when the first movie came out. I was 10 or 11 when this one came out. 11, I guess. So yes, other sequels had existed. We liked the Police Academy movies when I was a kid, but we never saw the first one in theaters. The first one was rated R, and I was like 5 when it came out. So we went to the theater to see Back to the Future 3 times. We loved it. And so the 4-year wait for this new movie was like, oh my God, it's going to be Christmas Day when this thing comes out for us. It's amazing. And we went to see it. We were like, as a kid, you don't really understand the layers of this script in Back to the Future 2. I wanted to see more, hokey jokey 50s nostalgia moments or whatever. And it turns out that's not really what they were doing here because of various things. But the fact is, they didn't have a plan for these movies. There was only supposed to be one. The famous bit of the to be continued in the first movie was only added 6 months into the theatrical run once the sequel was greenlit. So they didn't have a whole plan for this. So they had to come up with one. And they had to do it without Crispin Glover, which I think they had a pretty clever workaround for. But I do think this movie is quite brilliant. It's another A plus in the canon.
Oh damn.
I would say the third one's probably an A versus an A plus, maybe.
Yeah.
But again, if somebody's told me the third one was their favorite, I would say, all right, well, sure, why not? They're all great movies. The world building is fun. It's funny, Brittany. I do agree. It's not a problem for me, but I do agree that the 2015 future is the mind of a 1987, 88 person's future. So I can appreciate that. The thing that always annoyed me about the movie is that this 2015 sports almanac that goes back 70 years, including high school sports or whatever they're listening to on the radio that one day, is about as thick as a pamphlet.
Right.
That one, then there's your production design, Brittany.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Somebody should have said, okay, we get it.
Wait.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a joke. Joke, maybe? Maybe it was a joke.
I don't know.
I think we're pushing it there.
It had to be pliable enough to fly out onto the windshield. And
Right, yeah.
But then have them listen to the Super Bowl or World Series or something. You're expected to believe they have high school games in this 20-page booklet of 70 years.
Now we're nitpicking.
That's not a nitpick because it factors.
It's a major plot point. It's a major plot point.
But it's still an A plus for Dan.
But it's still an A.
Future paper. You don't
Future
know.
paper. Yes. There you go.
All right.
That is not the correct answer.
Guys.
I want to clarify something real quick.
Go ahead, Brittany. Go ahead.
1 is my favorite of the trilogy.
Yeah.
Sure.
I prefer 3 over 2. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
What I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't mean to imply that 3 was my favorite. 1 is my favorite, but I prefer 3 over 2.
When I was a kid, we were all about the 1 and the 3, and 2 was sort of, an afterthought. But I've grown to love it. I think it's a great choice. But I think we'll talk further about number 1 later.
We will. And I want to just say real quick, I think as a kid, actually, the third one was my favorite, oddly enough. Wild West or something. But I want to say, I just think it's really cool. I didn't think this would be the debate, but I'm glad there's some, even with the best and our personals, favorites, there could still be interesting contentions. And I know that we're all very versed in this, but this is why I think there's so much passion with the stuff we associate with stuff that always be careful, because I think we all agree on these movies mostly, but if you attack another movie, remember, it means a lot to somebody. So it's like, it could almost be misconstrued as an attack on another person. I think a lot of people sometimes misappropriate that. So I always like us to check ourselves and see why another person likes something. So which is why I'm sure you're okay, Tim, but I want to check. I feel like you're being attacked over here, Tim. Are you okay?
My heart is broken. I no longer think that this should be my number 3. I sit down. No.
What do you feel about these comments, Tim?
I can't wait for whatever Brittany's number 3 is. Tim is immediately going
to destroy. Well, that's a piece of crap.
Yep. Yep.
But Tim, do you have any thoughts on these comments? A slight rebuttal before.
No.
Before we move on, I just got to hear something else.
I think yes, maybe the future could be a little too 80s, but I would say the best futures that still hold up in movies are probably like dystopia futures and apocalyptic futures, kind of like T2 or something like that. Ooh. Like they show like dark grittiness, but they couldn't do that with this one. So I think they did the best they can. It's hard to kind of predict like a happy kind of thing without going like super Jetsons or something like that, something that's more plausible. So they came up with kind of like a bright kind of 80s future with a little bit of cool technology. But I will say the technology that they came up with the hoverboards and the stuff they use and the drying clothes and stuff like that was very kind of creative. That's kind of my only rebuttal, but I do like the main reason I do like this movie is not the future, but kind of like the different, like the alternate 1985, the going back to the past for the second go around. I thought that was just like mind boggling when I saw it. I was like, oh my God, there's 2 Marty, and it looks like it's the same scene. How did they do this? So I thought it was great.
And
Excellent.
it does all hold together, like much like the first one, where everything still makes sense. They made a script that actually kind of made perfect sense of all of that.
They were sweating
Yeah,
over that
Which
one.
is
Like,
impressive.
you can imagine like the meetings though. We can't miss a thing. I feel like those people, their blood pressure was so high the whole time. Like I really
Well, a
do.
lot to live up to. I mean, it was
Um,
one of
but
the movies.
and I think they did.
Most sets too, so they had to make probably all the sets, and like they had to make.
Yeah. Well, and I think it was a good pick, Tim. So get ready, Tim. Hold back because Brittany's choice. You can tear into it if you don't like it. So Brittany, give us
No,
your number 3.
Well, it's Peter's turn
Your
first.
turn
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was so
Yeah,
excited. Okay,
yeah.
Peter, I skipped you. Okay, we gotta wait. I was
Well,
so excited.
yeah, it'll be. I'll
Peter,
split up a little.
will
So
there be-
hopefully a less divisive.
Yeah, less
choice.
divisive. Go ahead.
My number 3 adds another Kate Winslet film to our list. It is 2004's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Oh, snap.
It is a film about breakups and romance and trying to forget bad memories, but maybe remember. It struck a chord with me the first time I saw it. It is one that I've gone back to many times, not just sort of in the throes of romantic breakups, of which I've had a few, but also in those moments in life when you things don't feel so good and you're trying to remember the good times you had after a big fight or after something goes wrong, or even when things are okay. But it really just captures the ideas of memories. It's an incredibly visually creative film. A lot of great striking images, a lot of interesting interplays again with this idea of time and memory, a little more metaphysical than perhaps Back to the Future 2.
Yeah.
Still playing with these different time periods and the whether it's hair color or settings. In just a fantastic Jim Carrey performance at the center. I think he's remains one of our great actors, and I wish that the Academy would realize that at some point. But
Well, I'll chime in. Maybe not quite as divisive as Back to the Future Part 2, but I will say that I'll give you a very different answer for this one, Peter. I confess that I hate this movie, but not because I think it's a bad movie. This movie is one that is very well done. It quite possibly is, it's an excellent film, maybe the one best ever made, I think, philosophically, and just is kind of one of the great like tragic romances, and how it plays with memory and identity and the past is very interesting to me, of course. And I agree. I think it's one of, if not the best, Jim Carrey dramatic performances. I love he's one of the great virtuosos, like you said. And I love his dramatic stuff. But this movie, deals with heartbreak, particularly romances and relationships that don't work out. And I confess that I have, and I think maybe that's what makes it very relatable, is I think we've all had times where we had a bad experience, whether it's a romantic relationship not working out or anything really, and we just wish we could forget it and get rid of those memories. And I think about that all the time, not to get too heavy, but there are many times I'm like, I just want to get rid of all the bad stuff. I hate it. And this movie is painful, and I like never want to watch it, and I kind of hate when people say it's so good because I'm like, man, I just can't deal with it. But it's a very relatable concept, and I think it deals with something very heavy that we all have to deal with. I think it's a beautiful movie, but it's never one that I seek out because I'm like, man, it's one of the toughest watches for me. And I like heavy stuff, but this must really get me where it's hard for me to handle, because I'm like, oh, don't say that's one of your favorites, man. But I get it. I do get it though. It's tough for me.
I'll go because this was on my short list that did my 50, but it was on there. And when I was thinking about it, maybe one of the reasons that I didn't put it on my 50 is that it is a hard watch sometimes.
It is.
I think it all depends on your mindset. So if if things are going good in your life, that like it's not that hard, but if things are going bad in your life, it is a little bit harder of a watch. So the movies I put on my 50, besides 50-50, were not hard watch.
Yeah, most of mine are fun too. Yeah, or good feeling. Yeah.
But I will say that for a movie, it is almost time travel because you are doing it through memories, and it's very creative of how it does it, and just like when he's going through the memories and they're kind of disintegrating around him and falling apart, it is so wonderfully made, and great performances as well.
I can't really comment. This is one of 2 Jim Carrey movies from the 90s on that I've never seen. This and Man on the Moon are the 2 I've not seen.
That's another.
I did have Truman Show on my top 20. I think Jim Carrey is, like Peter said, I mean, I really think he is one of the great actors working today for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, he's great at everything he does. I have no doubt this is a wonderful, wonderful movie. And I think I have shied away from it because of sort of what Joe was talking about.
I'm telling you, man, it's one of the heaviest, man.
Not that I can't do a heavy movie on occasion, but it's never one that I kind of seek out. Like if I were, you know, like now I do the YouTube reviews, so it's like I watch kind of everything that comes out or whatever. Like if we were reviewing it for something, I would watch, but it's never one where I'm like, I know what I should watch. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Dan, I'm gonna say
so that's why I've never watched it.
Even though I don't want to ever watch it, I'd say Dan, go ahead and watch it.
Yeah.
I'd still recommend it, even though I don't want to.
Well, Joe, now I'm gonna have to I guess I have to watch it with you now and review it.
Oh man, all right, I'll do it.
So if you're saying I should watch it, I guess I should watch it.
All right, fine, we'll do it, man. That'll be a
whenever
tough one.
anniversary is coming up, we'll do a big movie for it. But the reason I never watched Man on the Moon is because I hate Andy Kaufman. I didn't think he was funny. But other than that, I love Carrey and his dramatic roles as much as his comedy for sure.
Man, nobody's coming out to talk about this one. Come on, you two.
This is another one that I saw twice, and I saw many years ago. And again, as many people have said, it's not what I seek out. It is heavy. It is beautiful and clever, especially again in terms of things like production design and costuming and all of that. Especially because it deals with it's sort of non-linear. But it's one I don't have very many thoughts on. I haven't seen it in probably 10 years. So.
All right, Justin.
Sadly.
Yeah. My relationship, no pun intended, with this is complicated. I saw it when I was way too young to see it, and I did not like it. And I'm being told, like, take a deep breath, come back to this in like 10, 15 years. I saw it this year for the second time, and the short answer is what an experience.
It doesn't sound like a kid's movie, Justin.
It's not.
It's
0%. 0%.
No. This is I want to say 15 or 16, but
No, not even.
no, it wasn't like 7-year-old Justin was watching it.
Right, that's what I thought when you said that. Okay.
No.
Okay.
But no, it's definitely not an easy watch. I agree, but it also, I think what kind of, I don't want to say saves it for me because that implies that it's bad, but what kind of brings it home for me is the idea that sometimes things are bad, but also sometimes things are necessary. And there's an honesty to that I really appreciate. Mm-hmm. That even though sometimes things are hard, even though sometimes things hurt, they're still worth going through.
Mm-hmm.
And worth remembering having gone through.
Yeah, the memories are valuable. And there is an undercurrent of hope in the ending, even that maybe this time will be different. Maybe probably won't, but maybe they've grown as people despite losing pieces of memories, that there is possibility and things could turn out differently than they did before.
Sure. And I just wanted to also chime in to kind of add a little bit of levity too. I think what Justin said was good, and Peter about how it is a great lesson about how the bad things we go through, the difficult things, the bad memories are still a part of us and help us grow and make us stronger, better people. That idea I think is very important, and it also brings me back to another great movie that will be on nobody's list. But I will say, Captain Kirk in Star Trek V did say,
Mm,
I don't want my pain taken away from me. I need my pain. It's the best scene in that movie.
mhm.
Big Eternal Sunshine. Same, two good qualities.
Yeah.
I had to get Star Trek in there somehow. Got
And
the
on that note,
And I was just gonna say, I think one of the other reasons I've shied away from it is I really like, I don't know, I'm somebody who does enjoy kind of looking back and thinking about past memories, and the concept of the movie just makes me nervous, I guess.
Oh no.
But
Good.
I will say this. No, listen, I will say this. I said, it's never one I would just throw on to watch, whatever. All right, Peter, I'm never going to watch that horror movie that's in your top 5, May.
No,
So
no.
I'll tell you what,
No,
I will. Yes, Joe, I will.
no, Dan,
I won't
here's the
do a
cap.
video
Dan,
about it.
listen,
I'll just
listen to me.
watch
Dan,
What?
hold on. I don't want to talk over, but this is the thing. We're all going to check out each other's stuff. I'll watch that damn movie with you again. I'm a horror guy. You're watching May with me. Another video. Boom.
No, I just said I'm not going to do a video about it. So no, deals off.
You'll be on
I
my
was
channel doing a video about it.
I- told by 2 people to never watch May.
Yeah, Joe, I'll watch May with you if you want. I mean, I'll do
Fine. Okay,
Oh.
Peter. We'll do it.
I'll do a
Man.
rewatch and we can.
You're no fun.
Joe, the person who had it in his top 5 told me not to watch it.
Yeah,
so
no,
I'll
Dan,
go with that.
That movie is
But
probably too much. I mean, I Brittany has never watched it, so I'm like,
Okay,
yeah, it's probably
fine.
too much
Fine.
for
I've been
her.
overruled. Fine.
Peter, I don't even need to make a video about it. My reason for watching it is because it's in your top 5, and it's something that I should watch.
Yeah, and I would say I'm similar to you. I'm very nostalgic about even painful experiences sometimes. So
Yeah, I think we all are.
yeah.
All right.
I will say that the New York Times does say that this is the best work Jim Carrey has ever done, according to the DVD list. So
All right,
New York
there we go.
Times.
I own, so I liked it. I do have a Jim Carrey in mind. I have Dumb and Dumber on my list. So there's 3 Jim Carreys on our list.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, look,
one-
Tim, that quote was written before number 23 came out. So I'll admit,
Oh,
2
well,
number 23 references.
stop. That's enough. No, Justin, before we before we go to you, I just want to say quick to Peter, one thing about the movie I liked watching it again. One thing that doesn't get talked about enough is the plot. That's also kind of a romance about the people trying to get these memories. That part's really good too, and nobody talks
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
I was like, I found that more interesting than the main one this time. I was like,
Oh
wow,
yeah, it's a great meta plot with the love triangle that is
With the
maybe
memory
not a
people.
triangle, but maybe worse.
Isn't that Kirsten Dunst?
That's Kirsten
To
Dunst.
Carol
Love
Kirsten
Square,
Dunst,
yeah.
Yeah, Mark Ruffalo. Is it
Elijah Wood.
Elijah
Yeah.
Wood, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right, but I wanted to say that, Justin, please let's get us past this.
all right. I think
Good
it's
choice,
just
Peter.
a quick one. So I'm just going to dive right into it. Number 3, the timeless classic, The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, it's officially
All right, well, look.
official top
Look.
5 now.
I think
We could save it.
I think we could save it.
Okay,
Justin,
well then, shortest
you're-
discussion
Yeah, I
ever.
get a weird feeling that it's gonna.
that's gonna come back.
You know what?
Just like
Nothing.
the first Back to the
Whatever
Future,
do you
I
need?
could save it. But
Nothing-
Justin, I want to hear from you.
No,
about it.
no, this is.
Right?
I agree.
Okay,
Sure, it's
Justin. Later, when we
I-
if it comes
Yes.
back again, you'll get to talk about it first, Justin.
Perhaps.
So our quickest round yet to save
No, I
time.
want-
Right.
Talk about it now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Let him
Okay.
talk. Let him
Yeah.
talk about his feelings, and then we'll save our opinions.
We'll save our-
All right, I
Okay.
like that better.
Yeah.
Justin, why do you like Wizard of Oz that much? We'll all be quiet.
Yeah, no, it's always been a movie that has been very, very deeply entrenched in my family. I tried to watch it originally when I was 5 years old, and I got too scared. And seven-year-old Justin just got his mind completely blown. And honestly, to this day, the transition with the door going into Technicolor is
Mhm,
one of the most incredible technological achievements in cinema history, in my book.
mhm.
But I mean, it's just a tour de force. The humor is great. The one-liners are amazing. Everyone does a fantastic job. The songs are incredible. The costumes are top notch. I mean, this movie is essentially the full package.
I'm just going to say, well said. Brittany.
Sure. My number 3 is actually one that is ripe for punching. So
Yes.
Number 3 seem to be the divisive ones.
I know.
Yeah.
This is where it gets tricky.
It's one that
Get his
is
fist ready.
it's one that I chose for nostalgic reasons. It is my favorite movie when I was a child. I had t-shirts and all the stuff. And I think it's one that's misunderstood.
Ooh, that's
more often than not, especially today. It's The Little Mermaid, 1985 Little Mermaid.
Oh, come on. That you actually, you know what? I should save my comments. I was
Save
gonna
all the
say that's
comments.
BS. Brittany, I get it though. You're right. It's had its naysayers. You're right. Go ahead, Brittany. Talk about it.
Yes. I deeply identified with the character.
Oh.
As a kid, who was very you may not think of it now, but my parents were always encouraging me to be outside instead of inside in front of the TV. And so I was a very adventurous child. And I always knew that I was going to escape my hometown, something that very few people in my family had ever done. And so I deeply resonated with the character. I think it's very misunderstood. People conveniently forget the timeline of the story. And the standard quip is, she gives up her voice and all of her authority for a man. But they're forgetting the whole cave of hoarder treasures, right? Long before she sets eyes on Prince Eric, right? I don't know. It's something the music is so effing good.
Whoa.
I love the wordplay in like Under the Sea. Is just hilarious. It's deeply touching. You realize at the end that it's kind of the story of the dad in some ways learning to let go of his daughter, right? And let his kid grow up. And it's so funny in a lot of parts, especially after she loses her voice, right? And it's all like slapstick, trying to learn how to communicate. And I love this movie. I think it's one that really, really holds up.
Brittany, I think that that's a great choice, and I know, and you brought up the big debate, and a lot of the Disney movies, especially Disney Renaissance, some of them have their naysayers about that. And you bring up an interesting point, and I want you to kind of go further into it, because I know your list. You are a big feminist, that you like strong women, and a lot of people have said, oh man, Ariel just gives up her voice, falls in love with the handsome guy, and that's it. But somebody brought up an interesting point to me a long time ago, my buddy the anime hero, saying that, and maybe I want to hear your thoughts on this, the idea that almost that love can kind of transcend like a disability, like he found other things about her even though she was essentially mute, which I never thought about. That is true, and you get the sense that he does care about her in Prince Charming way. So, and I just want to say, it's one of those ones that I never gravitated to quite as much as some of the others, because it was about I guess girly stuff. But I still watched it a lot as a kid, and I still think it's one of the best ones ever, because this is the one that put Disney back on the map. And just thinking about it now, you didn't even mention Ursula.
Oh my God.
I was like, and I'll tell you what, in terms of just Ariel and her design and with the red hair.
Hair.
Like from a pure the music and animation alone, I think the story is great too. But honestly, those two things alone, just thinking about animating when Ursula makes herself giant, rising out of the sea, and then Eric steers the ship. I mean,
There's
that's one of the most
broken ship. Yeah.
that's one of the most epic like metal D&D things ever. Like, so Little Mermaid is the shit. I will say it. So
It
no,
was. It suffered a similar problem we talked about Titanic. It was marketed towards the girls, even though it does have some good, really good action scenes in it. There's one early on where the ship Prince Eric is on is sinking, and she rescues him for the first time, and that's really big action. It opens on the nautical, like on a weird nautical song,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't open on The Little Mermaid. I think it does have a crossover appeal, but you have to sort of make the case for it being a crossover appeal for men and women. There are a lot of really interesting modern reads of The Little Mermaid that I had never thought about when I was younger, and I don't think many people thought about until recently. I think the disability aspect is absolutely a fascinating read on it. I've also heard a read on it about trans individuals, right? Not feeling comfortable in your own body.
ooh,
That I think is a very fascinating read on it. My connection to it was that I identified with the independent streak, the adventurous streak of the character. Ursula is one of my favorite villains. She has one of the best villain songs as far as I'm concerned.
he's so nice.
Such a great design. The fact that they designed her based off of a famous drag queen is fascinating. And she has a motivation. She's not the classic, no motivation villain. Yeah, it's beautiful. The animation is beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. I love this movie. I have a deep attachment to this movie.
Brittany, I'm with you.
Yeah,
Is-
Peter,
Go ahead, Pete.
okay. Yeah, I think these are maybe the best songs of the Disney Renaissance. These are there plenty of good songs in all of these movies, but these are the ones. There's such a range of them. Because you go Part of Your World, but you also have Under the Sea. You have Kiss the Girl. You have that song the chef sings about.
Oh man, when he's trying to cook them.
Chopping up the
Yeah.
That's a scary scene.
Yeah.
That was yeah.
But yeah, it's just I think it's a movie that might be a little rough around the edges at times, in part because Disney was still sort of figuring out what the Renaissance was going to look like. But I like that it has a little bit more uncertainty. It feels a little less polished and clean than something like Aladdin or Beauty and the Beast, which I do quite love as well. But this is one that I think bears reconsideration by a lot of people because it was that punching bag for a while, and same with Belle of they're just doing whatever for a man, but there's you really underplaying the character because the song Part of Your World is not gee I want to be with you man, it's I want to
be with humans.
Yeah, I want to dance, I want to sail in the sun, that is what I want to do. It's just that Eric is the shiniest bauble of them all.
Yes.
Tim wants to punch it.
Go for it.
Gonna punch Ariel.
Time to rip it down.
Go for it.
But of course, you have to do a Disney movie, and I love
Nope.
Disney.
Safe choice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Safe choice.
So,
Locked.
I will agree that this is a great Disney movie. It's not my personal favorite of the Renaissance. We already talked about that in my list, which I thought was The Lion King. And the only reason because of that is the animation is just a little bit better. You just kind of have to nitpick between The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Lion King, because they're all four great.
Yes.
I will echo in saying that some of these songs are the better of the songs. Maybe like one of the other movies will have like one great song or two, but this one has probably 4 great songs in it. I would say Barbie World, Under the Sea, Kiss the Girl, and Poor Unfortunate Souls are 4 great songs. And Ursula has a better song than Scar does in Lion. So I'll echo that. But it's a great movie. I do think it's unfortunate that it does get some negative vibes because she's giving up her voice. I saw that as a kid. And I mean, you can look back and as an adult and be like, oh, there's plot holes in it because obviously she can sign her name. Why doesn't she say, hey, I'm not her?
You know.
But all Disney movies, if you look hard enough, probably has a plot hole here and there. But it's a fun family adventure that everybody can love, both boys and girls.
Yes.
On to Dan.
I'm learning a lot about this movie because I famously have never seen it. Tim's wife is floored every time she hears it. New thing. But there are a couple reasons why, and I think Brittany, they will make so much sense when you hear them. There's really, I would say, 3 main reasons. Number one, this came out at about the worst time that it could have. It came out in 1989. I was 12. I was figuring out that I was a big gay kid. And as you said, this was marketed to girls.
Yes.
So I was like, I don't want none of that. I'm a straightie. I love. So I that was a turnoff immediately. I was like, I'm not going to see that. And I had 2 brothers. They didn't want to see it.
Yeah.
So I definitely wasn't going to see it when it first came out because I was really not with that. Number 2, as the first movie of the Disney Renaissance, you're talking a Walt Disney purist over here. I was like, Cinderella me up, Pinocchio's the one. Forget this new crap. This is garbage. Walt would be turning in his grave. So that
I also think Cinderella is a misunderstood movie, but go ahead.
I agree. And Joe and I did that recently on the show. And number 3, thanks to the old Disney vault, I couldn't have seen it even if I wanted to after it left theaters.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't have cable, so we didn't have Disney Channel. You had to selectively go out and rent it, and we were too busy renting Uncle Buck for the 30th time. So it just wasn't going to happen. I didn't even see Beauty and the Beast until about a year after it was in theaters.
Yeah.
Aladdin I did see in theaters, but Lion King, same thing. I saw Lion King like 2 years later. We rented the VHS.
Yeah.
So for those reasons, I never saw it when it first came out. Now, why haven't I seen it now? Because at this point, we're going through all the old Disney movies, so eventually we're going to get to it.
Right.
But I didn't know half of that stuff you guys even said. I found the losing her voice bit. But some of the songs I'm not even aware of. Under the Sea, I know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, other than that, look, I'm a big Disney fan. I'm sure it's great, but those are the reasons I've never seen it, Brittany.
I will also add that as a child, we didn't have very many Disney movies because they were expensive. But I had a friend who had like all of them, and they had that 2 VCR setup so they could record things. So my copy was like a secondhand copy.
Okay. Yeah, no, right on.
That was like re-recorded onto a blank cassette tape.
Oh my God. Yeah, no problem with that.
And Brittany, this movie would probably be in my wife's top 3 as well.
Oh yeah, it's one of her favorites.
It's a good movie. It really is.
Yeah.
All right, Justin.
Yeah, no, this is one that it's not that I didn't want to chime in. It was more everyone else in this room probably has more to say about it than I do. It was one that I famously had not seen until I want to say about 2-3 years ago.
Oh.
I had seen it in like bits and pieces over the course of just growing up. it'd be like on at school at like random points, but I'd have to like leave the room or something. So by the time I got back, like it was right before the credits were about to roll, and just never had an opening to like get around to watching it. So a couple of years ago, a couple of my friends who were total Disners just said, "You need to sit down and watch this," and I got a copy and just said, "This is happening," and here we are. I honestly don't have that much more to contribute. I think it's a really beautifully animated. The songs are fantastic. Poor unfortunate souls. It's late. I apologize.
Okay. We're all there.
Is honestly probably the best villain song in the Disney repertoire. I do love Be Prepared, but you can't top it. And honestly, it's just solid. Like even with the criticisms, even with the plot holes, like it's a really well produced film.
Yeah.
It really brings back some fond memories of running through a lot of those movies as a kid.
All right. Well,
I guess I should watch it before the live one comes out. Maybe I will watch it this year then, I guess. Or next year. Aren't they doing the live version?
Yeah, soon. Next year, maybe.
Yeah.
so.
All right.
I think
I
next
have a Blu-ray copy of it, Dan, that you can borrow if
Oh,
you
I
can
have
hold
a
it
copy.
and stuff.
Don't
Okay.
worry.
that's not the
It's the
problem.
vault, so I didn't know.
You raided the vault.
But I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All
right.
Right.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Brittany. We are more than halfway now. Finishing up with the number threes. Yes, my number three does have gangsters in it. It is one of the best films ever made. Dare say, perhaps a perfect film, if there ever was one. That would be The Godfather.
Yep.
No parts attached to it. Well, I would like to talk about this in a video at some other point. It's one of those ones where I'm like, it's kind of like Shawshank. It seems like everyone hears about it. We all know, we get it. There's no disputing this. It's really just if you like part two better is the only real debate. I think that this movie has once again a real amazing beauty to it, and there are so many great scenes that stand out. And I think there's two things I want to say about it, and then I really want to hear from other people because I think we get it. But I think when I could try to summarize why I think The Godfather is so great, it's because it truly has this timeless feel to it. And I think there was I forget the specific video, but somebody talked about they were modeling some European director about really how to use shadow and filming in a completely new way that most movies before that, I mean, you could tell like they're very bright or they don't play with shadows and have people in darkness as much. It was a very specific style of filming that has a lot to do with lighting, and I want to learn more about it. Just how The Godfather uses lighting alone, in addition to costumes, production design, acting, and everything else. The lighting is just fantastic in it. And there's just a really great look to the quality of the film, even the original grain, just that aspect alone. It just contrasts it with so much that came before as revolutionary. But when I watch The Godfather anytime, I'm like, I never think to myself, oh, this was made in the 70s. This is a 70s movie. I'm always like, wait, this could have been filmed in the 60s maybe, or maybe like early 90s. I can't place it immediately as sticking with, oh, it's a movie that decade. It has like this, it feels like, wow, I feel like I'm really there with these people who aren't characters, they're people. And I feel like I'm in the 40s with these, and it's romanticized and theatrical and big, but still somehow grounded in some basic way that it's almost indescribable. And of course, it's about the mafia and gangsters. And if I have to pick one, it's up there. But that's the one thing I wanted to say about it. I feel like there was actually, man, I went completely with another direction there. But no, that alone is something just really impeccable about The Godfather that I love, is that timelessness. And man, I forgot the thing I was going to say. That was the other thing. So I think that maybe that was enough. But if I remember it, I'll give it to everybody for now. This is a surprise to no one.
I mean, I'd say this was in my short list. This was one of the ones that I thought putting on the list. I think it's a great film, just great performances all around. We talked about production design. We're talking about lighting. We could talk about the score. I mean, we
could talk for days.
So much, yeah.
But I remember now, and I do want other people to say stuff, but that was my long talk about one thing about The Godfather, about why it's brilliant art. My quick summary was a very personal thing. As I'm going through these movies to talk about them, I watched The Godfather again, and it's like what 2.5, 3 hours long. I don't know how long it is. Really long, right? Didn't feel the length at all. And I'll tell you what, everybody knows I'm a big rewatcher. The moment it was over, I'm like, I want to watch that again right now. Like, I no hesitation. So that's the short version.
Mhm.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Floor's open.
Never seen it, can't comment.
I know, Dan. I'm talking about other people here.
I know.
We're
Nobody's
gonna
saying
we're
anything, so
we're
I-
gonna watch that one together, Dan. Okay, we have
Yeah,
to.
that I'll watch with you, sure.
Thank
We
you.
should watch theater.
We should definitely, please.
Yeah.
Dan, I'm in the same boat. It's one of those
What?
movies I famously have not seen.
Lord.
What the heck, Tim?
What?
Tim, I'm usually not one of those guys, but what, man? Ah,
So it's not a movie that my dad really wanted to watch. And like I feel like those are like we weren't a big mafia movie.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
me.
that stuff.
Like-
I loved it.
Like I never really had the desire to watch it because I'm not a big mafia type movie. I've never watched The Sopranos. I know
You don't-
that's a shocker.
You don't
it's
have to
like-
be though.
I know, but it's also a long movie, like you said, and those are things that I kind of shy away from as well.
Gotcha.
One of those things that I know I have to put on my list, but like I've never seen it.
Tim will do it. We'll do the trilogy then.
No, Joe, I mean, no surprise, obviously, but
No.
honestly, it is just an all around great movie. Like, one of the things that really struck out to me is, that stuck out to me, again, it's late, is just how well the setup works.
Mhm.
You kind of get brought into the world, you kind of learn about things as it goes along. It doesn't really ever feel like it needs to take too much time breaking things down for you. It kind of lets you experience those in the moment.
Mhm.
And the one thing that really struck me the first time I watched it is the twists and turns. They come out of nowhere and they hit hard.
Mhm.
Like, there were so many times when I watched it originally, I literally had to rewind it because I just kept thinking, did that just happen? And the surprise works so well. The score is fantastic. That's never been in question. Maybe overused and maybe often parodied, but it's a great score. I could never contest that. I think the only real reason this probably I didn't feel comfortable putting this or two in my top 50, even my top 100, is not so much that they're bad movies. They're not. They're absolutely not.
The truth.
I just felt like I need to watch them more, and I probably need to watch them a little bit more recently since I last saw them. I've only seen them both one time.
Well, it's
So-
also, personal, and we all have our own things, and that's fine too. But before Brittany goes, I'll also say I have come around on part two a lot. Like when I was younger, it was a much more superficial thing. Like, the first one has more violence in it, and it's like, but really, when because I probably watched it too young, but like I did everything. But the second movie is great as well. Like, it's a toss up. Like, if you said it was just as good or better, I wouldn't dispute it, especially with the flashback. Like, the flashbacks alone for young Vito. Honestly, that is my favorite part of the whole thing. Kind of like Two Towers, Lord of the Rings. So, not my favorite overall, but that tidbit. Brittany, go ahead.
I will close out with a single anecdote
Ooh, I like it.
Okay.
Fancy? Cannolis. What? Which one is your
about something that I do somewhat regularly.
favorite? Oh, nice. I like that.
Is whenever I'm having a bad day,
Oh.
and I'm texting Peter, he knows the extent of the bad day based on the number of horse head emojis I sent him.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a clap.
Um,
Clap.
and I use horsehead as a shorthand for something terrible just happened.
That's so good. That's
So I think that speaks
Yeah.
to how iconic this movie is.
and how integrated it is even in your personal life with your,
Even
with your
in
code.
my personal life,
It's in the
as a
language.
girl, yes.
It's in the language.
Yeah, this is a very, I mean, famously from, is it, You've Got Mail that does the whole thing?
It is,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
So the mattresses and the,
Yeah.
but that is
It is
actually,
good.
yeah, it is a dude movie.
It's a
But I
guy
will
movie.
say,
Bro movie.
sort of Joe's point, it's a perfect circle. But the brilliance of part 2 is that it shows that there are concentric circles, and this sort of is this endless
in the family. Yeah.
cycle of violence that Michael was always trapped, and he was always going to end up.
But he had a choice. Or did he? You know what?
Yeah, well,
Okay,
yeah.
anyway.
Every time I watch it, I'm like, maybe this time Michael's going to take the out. Maybe he's going to step back. Maybe.
I love you, Michael, but the tragedy. Oh man.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll have to watch it sometime, Dan. It's time to bring us to the number twos. We're getting there. Number two, Dan. Number two.
It's one we've already discussed some other versions of, but it is Back to the Future. So good. I've got the complete trilogy. I've got the Blu-ray trilogy. Up there somewhere, I have one with the working flux capacitor up there.
Nice.
It lights up. Autographed by one of the writers of the movie. Look, Back to the Future is a perfect film. There are maybe some plot holes that someone could like nitpick, but they've really thought of everything in this movie. I mean, I really, the time travel stuff is so hard to do where there really is no plot holes, and it makes complete sense, and everybody is right where they're supposed to be and doing the things, and like this script for this is just so brilliant. We fought my dad so hard to watch this movie. Like I said, we saw it 3 times in the theater. The first 2 times my dad didn't go because he was like, that's, they're doing comedy out of sci-fi and I can't take that. I like my sci-fi to be Doctor Who and the original Star Trek. No, not that, but what
my kind of people.
Family Ties, come on. It was as if someone said Ronald Reagan, the actor. A joke that my dad wouldn't have gotten at the time. But this has come around to being one of his favorite movies of all time as well. There's not a missed note here. Everything is so great about it, from the production design down to the littlest detail, to the comedy, to the character development. Everybody, even the people that are only in like one scene, Goldie Wilson or Michael J. Fox's brother and sister. I mean, everybody gets some kind of character development here. It is a perfect movie. And again, like Wizard of Oz, on Justin's list at number 3, I think we might hear more about this movie on someone else's list. So I think we can wait until that time to go further.
I agree. Do we all agree that might be true?
I believe that might be true.
Tim, do you think that might be true?
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Well, then we'll hold our comments a bit longer. Tim,
what's your number?
It won't be this go around, but we have
no spoilers.
1988. I have another Christmas movie, and that is Die Hard.
Oh,
yeah.
That's good.
So, it's a great Christmas movie. It's it's probably my favorite Christmas movie. I think what makes it a great movie is it has such a great villain.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Rickman does a great villain. Hans Gruber is amazing. He's so menacing, and he's so like, I feel like I think I read that he was just kind of making things up and like rewriting the script a little bit to make his character have a little bit meat on it. And the thing that probably makes Die Hard my favorite action movie is that it's the everyman hero. It's not the Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not the Sylvester Stallone. It's Bruce Willis, which everybody can relate to. It's not a muscle-bound guy. It's just some guy crawling around in an air vent in a tank top and no shoes. Like it's something that you can relate to, and you can kind of really get into that world. And he's wisecracking. He has funny quips, but it's not like Arnold Schwarzenegger's type one-liners. It's more relatable. And it's the classic wrong place type of scenario.
Tim, I'm just gonna say I'm happy it's there, and really, this isn't me really just trying to shorten things, even though I know we probably need to. I literally can't think of anything else to say about that. I think that you kind of hit on my biggest thing about the movie that I really like, which is the everyman concept. I think that Bruce Willis is just so relatable in that role with his quips and obviously a lot of iconic stuff. And the part with his buddy when he tries to get the cops' attention and he ends up, kind of throwing the body down and they start shooting at him and he says, welcome to the party, pal. That gets me laughing hard every time. But that's a really good choice. I think that is legitimately one of, if not the best action movie ever made. I think it's really, really changed the game. And not a lot of movies try to do that. It's like they kind of try to lean still more towards the really badass kind of fantastical action hero. But I really like that everyman aspect for it. So it's really good stuff with John McClane.
Also, kind of mind-boggling that it's such a great movie in that it makes sense is because they were kind of writing the script as they were going.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling that they somehow made it so concise and well working as an action movie, and so I give it mad props for that.
And Bruce Willis was shooting moonlighting during the day, coming to set, which is part of the whole exhaustion of it. Is he was actually exhausted because he'd been shooting all day, showed up, didn't know what his lines were going to be, and having to read and prepare. But it works to the isolation because he's the entire movie. He's in the vents. He's talking over radio to other characters, but it is.
Makes it more impressive in a way.
I think that does add to the atmosphere.
Much like Michael J. Fox shooting Back to the Future.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Tim, I first saw this movie, as you know, just a few years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago. We did it, I guess, on Film Fanatics, or maybe we just watched it. I don't remember now, but yeah, I mean, it's funny to think now that at the time he was known as a romantic comedy lead in Moonlighting and Blind Date with Kim Basinger, and right, like we think now of him as this big action hero because of this movie. He, I mean, he John Wicked it basically. I mean, this this invented his career.
This is Bruce Willis.
Is he could have been so pigeonholed into these kind of roles, and he did a few of those for a while, but then he came back and did The Sixth Sense and Unbreakable and other things to show his range. But I agree with Joe. I think this is a perfect action movie. I think action movies a lot of times get either dumbed down or they get long in the tooth and they're on the 6th or 7th one. Die Hard's almost there itself. But this really was like a complete game changer, a genre changer. I mean, it's a great pick.
Yeah, I really like the dialogue. I think it's really quippy. I think it holds up. Right. I don't think that a lot of the dialogue is really dated. I think some of the gender politics are maybe not always so great, but as an action movie, I think it's really solid. And my favorite parts are when he's conversing with the cop down below, the guy from Family Matters. Yeah. Those are like my favorite parts because just
the drama.
Not the drama. They have like a good humor together.
Camaraderie.
Right? They're like joking back and forth. And
yeah, it's almost kind of like a little buddy copy, but they together for the most part.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. Absolutely.
Well, and something I think the movie does very well that often gets overlooked is the terrorists have personalities and little quirks, like the guy that eats the candy bar, that they're standing with the gun and looks down and you see him at the candy bar. And Carl and his brother, they have in a time, and even still, Marvel movies in which, Iron Man guns down 30 terrorists that have no personalities.
Henchman number 29.
Yeah, they keep it small, they keep it tight, but these are not faceless goons.
The characters.
They're people that have personalities and looks and sort of interact with each other, and it adds to the film. And in on the rewatchability, when you're rewatching it, you're picking up on these little cues and these weird little moments that a lot of other movies just don't have time for, but Die Hard takes its time.
It surprisingly holds up really well for an 80s action film.
Or just
some of the Schwarzenegger films and things like you were talking about. It's
not
not
for
that.
80s,
It's
for
not
an
that
80s
at all.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
I just think like you can make the argument like Godfather 2, what's your favorite Hitchcock movie? I, for one, have never understood the is Die Hard a Christmas movie debate. What's not Christmas? I don't understand. Like, no one has ever presented me an argument that made sense that it's not a Christmas movie. Of course it is. I don't get that argument at all. Tim, I'm with you.
Because people think Christmas movies are supposed to be like
visually
about Christmas,
not action terrorist movie. Like supposed to be like Santa and
the tree and the
Well, then look. Then it's just one more thing that Die Hard changed the game about. Like, I just, it takes place at Christmas. The whole thing takes place at a Christmas party. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's Christmas music throughout, and the money flying down at the end is,
right.
But it's
shotgun.
Ho,
ho,
All right, Justin, go ahead.
Justin's waiting.
No, I was just trying to make sure I didn't talk over anybody. Love the interplay. Just don't want to interrupt. But no, I mean, it's one of those movies that I'd love to nitpick, but it's the first one specifically is just so well put together. Like, you can see how everything fits in the way that it does. You can understand how we got from A to B to C, and there's a really nice way that they escalate things. So it's not racing off to the next big explosion. There's a good pace. There's moments of taking a breath or establishing something we didn't notice before, or making a scene from a few minutes ago have so much more impact later, which kind of rewards people who are paying attention, but also makes you appreciate the story so much more in terms of little intricacies. But the movie just has a great pace. Bruce Willis is great. The Cop Down Below is fantastic. Alan Rickman, I mean, got way too soon. I mean, he's a fantastic villain. There's nothing more I can add to that. It's just an all around solid movie. And yes, not even up for debate. It is a Christmas movie.
No, really, really great pick, Tim. And that means it's time for Peter.
All right, so my number 2 probably won't come as a surprise to most people, other than maybe that it's at number 2, is 1998, directed by George Miller. It is Babe, Pig in the City.
Okay.
The 1995 Babe, which Joe was surprised was in the outside the top 5. I think that is perhaps the better film.
Okay.
But I think this is a more ambitious film. It is takes the formula it does to do more, pushes the boundaries of the story into much darker space, but in some ways more rewarding. It is a beautiful, wonderful film with a bittersweet undercurrent that still gets me. That ending that sort of is a useful fable on sometimes things don't quite work out the way you want them to, but that's okay. Just amazing production design and visuals. The city being this amalgam of every city, of having Paris and Venice and New York kind of combined, literally and figuratively, creates some just amazing action set pieces in it. It'll make you laugh and it'll make you cry, and it is just amazing what they did with what they could do with that, and it sticks with me.
Wow. No, Peter, that's really great to hear. And no, that was a surprise, because I remember it was a great surprise for me when you brought Babe to film fanatics, and once again, it's a wonderful thing because I remembered thinking as a kid, I watched it very young, and I didn't really appreciate it. I was like, I didn't get Babe. I didn't like it. I thought it was lame. Didn't get it. Watched it again with you guys as an adult, and I was like, wow, this is he said this is like one of the, he thinks this is his favorite movie. I was like, wow. And I really think it was on a whole nother level. It really was. So I'm glad he showed it to me again. And I remember though, I think as a kid, I liked Babe, the second one better. And for some, but the thing is, it's been so long since I watched it. I don't really remember it that well. So I'm gonna have to watch it again. I believe you, but that's the thing. I don't remember it. It's been literally, I haven't watched it in probably like 20 years or something.
Yeah, I'd say as with the first one, it is one that is worth seeing on the big screen just for the production design stuff or the visual, the visuals. This one does difference that has more matte paintings and whatnot.
Well, I love that stuff. And,
yeah,
and I've always heard that also, like you said, that this one is the more ambitious and honestly the darker of the two, which is weird because going back and watch the first movie's pretty dark and heavy.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Definitely
darker
dark.
than the first Babe? Okay. Because all right, so game on, I guess. So I don't remember it very well. I will definitely watch it again though. I remember liking it.
This one is incredibly dark.
Yeah, yeah.
I hadn't seen it for the first time until you showed it to me a couple of years ago. Incredibly dark.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I hadn't seen it as a kid, and I thought it was like, I think way more goofy than it was, and I was just absolutely floored by how dark it is. Production design rivals anything Tim Burton has ever done in terms of like quirkiness. Very good. Yeah. It didn't resonate with me quite as much, but
no.
yeah.
But
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different one. It's a difficult one, and it is, and part of it, and I think maybe where it was Gene Siskel's favorite film of that year, which is the year he died.
Siskel, my buddy
that
Siskel.
Was perhaps sort of where my where I started, that was in that era when I started thinking about what film could be, and I started getting into film, and that and this sort of.
And you're a big animal person.
Yeah, I'm a big animal person.
This is all about like animal rights.
Yeah, there's a lot of animal rights stuff in here, and a lot of
animal cruelty.
Yeah, animal cruelty is a big theme in this, even more than in the first one. But it's a good one, but it is dark.
Justin?
Yeah, this is one that, I mean, I've seen the original. I love it. It's a good movie. I know I didn't get Babe 2 in theaters. I believe we got it in like the early days of Netflix, and I don't remember much about it. I do remember that it was dark, and I was definitely taken aback by that as a kid. It was definitely a different vibe, but I don't remember like thinking it was bad. Just was like unexpected. Like if Back to the Future became a horror movie all of a sudden, it's not that's bad. It's just different. Since you mentioned it a handful of times, I've been meaning to rewatch it. I just haven't gotten around to it. But I'm definitely curious in terms of like what it looks like now in a 2021 lens. How well, how am I going to look at this as a family film in contemporary times versus that particular era?
But yeah, it's rated G, I think, right?
I think this one got PG.
Yeah, maybe a PG, but yeah, it's definitely.
The first one was G, and that was
First
very
one was
dark
G,
as well.
Yeah.
Worst G ever produced about, other than like Hunchback. I mean,
Even Watership Down got PG, Joe.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Part of the problem is that everyone assumed it was going to be another happy-go-lucky kids movie without realizing that the original Babe was pretty dark.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
All the kids
But this is more on the speak a double feature with City of Lost Children or something. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Something a little stranger and more fantastical. But yeah.
I don't believe I have seen this one. I feel like I would remember more if I did. I know when we watched the first Babe for Film Fanatics, Peter didn't even bring it. We invited him along because it was up in the Oscar A to Z.
Yep.
And we knew Peter loved it. So we were like, hey, let's have Peter come on for that episode. Because it was nominated for Best Picture and many other things. And I remember at the time thinking I should watch the second one because I so enjoyed the first one, and I just don't think I ever got around to it. So I can't quite comment on that. I do love the first one. I thought it was much different than I expected. But yeah, I don't think I ever got around to watching Pig in the City.
For me, I probably was in the boat Joe was in prior to him watching it again, because all I did was watch the first Babe when I was a kid. I don't remember being that impressed by it. I feel like Dan, I'm not a big talking animals person. When they're realistic animals, it's a little weird for me. So I thought it was okay. That would do Pig. I remember that. That I don't think I ever really had a desire to watch the second one. I think I might have caught bits and pieces of it, like on HBO. So I don't have any comments. But I thought the first one was okay as a kid. I probably have to go rewatch it apparently, because apparently it's dark and it has a lot lasting impact as an adult.
Yeah, these are both films with a lot of layers and a lot of things that you don't get when you're a kid, and then recognize on the rewatch.
I agree with that. Wow, great choice, Peter. Great choice. A little unexpected, but very you for sure. Which means I believe we move on to Justin.
Yep. This could be a quick one. I'm not sure, but so my number 2 is the Akira Kurosawa film High and Low. So when I was kind of cobbling together this list, I was thinking of a bunch of different things. Akira Kurosawa has always had a big impact on my film viewing habits, but I was trying to think first and foremost, what's the quintessential Kurosawa and what's the quintessential Kurosawa to me? And the answer to the first one's probably Seven Samurai. It's big, it's influential, it hits a lot of his isms, and does a lot of really ambitious things for its time. High and Low is one of the few times I can honestly say West meets East, and it actually worked.
Yeah, that's true.
A really solid detective story with a lot to unpack, and really takes its time in terms of letting you get to know the characters, the general scenario, and watch things escalate into edge of your seat suspense. But what really hits this over the line for me is in screenwriting, we're typically told to look at filmmaking as the first half of the movie and the last half of the movie. There should be two halves, and you should be able to see how the first half influenced the other and vice versa. So, and this just does that perfectly. You can really break this movie in half and understand why they're both two separate stories, but they're both deeply influential upon each other. The second one can't exist without the first. The first can't exist without the second. And they lead to a climax that it just resonates with me for years afterwards. It's probably Kurosawa's most underrated movie, and I absolutely feel like I need to rewatch it more times just to sort of keep finding more things to get from it.
Wow. Noah, I think that's a really interesting choice. I remember you bringing this one to Film Fanatics, and it was surprising because, you know, when you think quintessential Kurosawa, I mean, I still often just think, you know, he's known for his samurai epics, and I think that those are definitely the ones I gravitate to. I put Ron on my list, but I think, you know, there's a lot of great ones. This one, I think, it is a little underrated because it's one I never thought about, and I'm glad you brought it because I was like, I probably would have missed it. Yeah, I never would have probably watched it, and it was a really good thriller, and I I like the slow build of it because it does seem like it goes after all these different set pieces, and you really get the sense that there is a team of people working together. And just there's also some class commentary. I mean, the whole kidnapping ransom thing and how we're going to deal with the situation. But the thing that stands out the most to me from what I remember, once again, it's one that I need to watch again because it's been so long. I don't remember it that well, but I remember the ending was very powerful because it's kind of the main character confronting essentially the villain at the end, and it's kind of looking at the into the darkness, but also seeing, a human at the other side, and it just was very haunting. And I think that there was something really powerful there that definitely stuck with me. But that's a good choice. That it's interesting. I'm gonna have to watch that one again.
You said Peter brought that.
Peter suggested it, and that's how we saw it.
Okay,
Right.
I remember this is one you really liked a lot.
I wanted to hear from Peter then too.
Yeah, I mean, this is, there's Seven Samurai on my list. This is probably in the short list with Kuru and Stray Dog. And Stray Dog is another sort of noir-ish one, a little bit different in tone. But this is just a great film. It's not an easy watch. It's not. There is a sense of despair among all the characters in this, of desperation. It doesn't, as with most Kurosawa, it doesn't really have a nice happy ending. But it's just a great film, as Justin said, in the way that it unfolds sort of from these multiple perspectives, gives you a sense of how this investigation is going and the different people, and this industrialist and his driver and the kidnapper and all these different figures sort of involved in this. It's a very wonderful portrait of post-war Japan, and the way things were.
I gotta be honest, I don't actually remember it that well. Obviously, we're saying that we reviewed it for Film Fanatics. As you guys are talking about the themes and some of the plot points, it is coming back to me a little bit.
A long time ago.
Well, but and viewers have to remember too. I mean, we were getting together at like midnight, 12:30 in the morning.
Oh yeah,
like watch a 3-hour movie 6 years ago. I really don't remember much about it, but I do remember the kidnapping thing. That's kind of like when he first said the title, I was like, I don't even know what that is. But then
it's like the intrigue of should I pay the ransom or not?
I think I liked it.
I think you did.
Yeah, I think I did. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was all positive.
All right, it was positive, I guess. But yeah, I can't really comment because I honestly don't remember it that well.
And I'm gonna guess and say Tim and I have never seen this movie. So.
I know Tim. I'd never take $1 million if Tim came out right now with like some dissertation about it.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite.
All right. Well, that's that then. I'm sure it's a good choice.
It's a cool choice.
On to Brit.
Good job, Brittany.
Sure. My number 2 is I'm going to add another notch in that Tom Hanks column by saying my number 2 is A League of Their Own.
Before you say anything, Brittany, I've been telling Joe we got to watch this movie. I think this coming year is the anniversary. So, Joe, we're going to have to do it.
Brittany, before you continue and tell me how great it is, I'm going to say I have nothing to say because I've never seen it. I know.
So good. It's so good. It's so good.
Okay.
Yes. It has the same sort of weird framing device that Titanic has, where it's like old lady looking back on her younger days. And that adds some length to it that makes it a little bit longer than I think it's like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And it's part of it is because of this weird framing device. I like the framing device, but if you don't like the Titanic framing device, it's the same sort of deal. It feels both very intimate and very close with the women in this baseball team. And then at the end, it just explodes and feels very big. Sorry, losing my voice. We're talking so much. And it just feels very big. It's shot just like any other sports movie about men, which is something I love. It's not, a woman's sports movie. It's shot exactly like you would shoot a men's baseball movie. I don't know, Bull Durham or something, I guess, is the first one coming to mind. The Natural, right? It's just, I played softball when I was a kid, when I was younger. So I was attracted to it when I was younger because of that. You get these weird little behind the scenes moments that are just great. All of the characters feel very fleshed out, and you understand the class differences, for example. It's so good. The World War II parts just really are crushing. At one point, one of the women learns her husband has died overseas. That's just absolutely crushing. It's funny, it's dramatic. It's shot like The Natural or some men's sports movie, but at the same time it has these little insights into like women playing sports, right? There's a joke about the uniforms being kind of skimpy, right? And then you see the practicality of that, right? You see big bruises on their legs and things. It's so good. Like I said, I liked it when I was younger because I played softball myself. Wanted to be a Rockford Peach, right? And great little cameo by John Lovitz at the beginning. Tom Hanks is perfect in this movie. Allusions to real life things. Harvey is supposed to be Wrigley, right? As a history piece, it's fascinating. I'm a history person, and so as an adult, I totally get it on a whole different level. Penny Marshall directed it. That's why it feels so intimate as a woman's film, but also I think she is a masterful director. That's why I think it also feels big, like The Natural or something. And I always come back to The Natural because I see some shots in there that remind me of that movie specifically, which is a baseball movie set in the 20s, something like that.
Yeah, it's the same.
And it's so good, so quotable. Madonna is in it. She plays like a bitch. It's great. Gina Davis is great. Her dynamic with her sister in the movie feels very real, siblingly like. The ending is sort of a debate, I think, still to this day, without giving spoilers away. But yeah, I think I love this movie.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'm glad you mentioned Penny Marshall because that was going to be my first thing.
Yes.
Penny Marshall was, I should say, rest her soul, an incredibly underrated actor. Big is an excellent movie. It did not the cut for me, but I know Justin loves it, and I love it as well. It just didn't make my 50, but this her directing here is so great. And Brittany, I think you'll be happy to know this is, I think, the first sports movie I ever saw. I didn't see Field of Dreams. I didn't see some of those other late 80s baseball. Well, okay, I saw Major League, but we don't count. But I mean, I think this, seeing this movie and seeing how a movie about a sport can be so many other things,
Mhm.
really influenced my decision to go see Jerry Maguire,
Okay.
which it became one of my top 10 favorite movies. That was on my list. Because it, just like that is so much more about, things than football. This is, like you said, so many different things. And of course I was a huge Madonna fan, so I saw anything she did,
Right.
so that didn't hurt. But yeah, this opened the door to a lot of sports movies that I really love.
Yeah.
And I don't like sports. I don't like watching sports, but sports movies, there is something about that magic of, the thrill of the game and whatever, but it's also about all those relationships.
Yep.
And so I think that's a great choice. Gina Davis, great. Lori Petty is the sister, great.
Watch out for the Tay Leone cameo at the end.
Tay Leone, yes, an earlier role. I will admit, I agree that the framing device is divisive. I personally don't mind it, but it does make the movie about 10 minutes longer than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But that's really the only negative I could even say about it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep.
I think the framing device is needed because maybe you didn't need it as much in the beginning, but I think you need the end with the Hall of Fame type of thing to give a little bit significance, to show that this one season they had was so much more.
But you could have only had the ending one and been fine with it.
I know, but I think you need the setup because you're like, who's this old lady?
Yeah.
Who's this old woman that looks like Gina Davis?
Yeah, but right. I haven't seen it in years. But
I like sports movies. I love baseball. I love baseball movies. I have one in my top 50. It's The Sandlot. But I mean, if a baseball movie or a sports movie is on, even if it's halfway through, I usually continue watching. So A League of Their Own, I've seen many times, probably halfway through. For the Love of the Game is another baseball movie that I feel like is kind of similar to this as well, but in a male perspective with Kevin Costner, that I'll be on and I'll watch that as well. Like it's just, they're just something about baseball movies. It's the American pastime. So it's a good way to pass the time by watching a movie about it. And Davis is now on three people's list, I believe.
Right.
So she's up there in the actress category.
Yeah, Beetlejuice for you and me.
Yeah. I think baseball is, for a lot of people, it's a slower, more boring sport to watch. So I think baseball movies are much more exciting because it speeds up a little bit.
Yeah, it gives you the highlights.
Right. All the exciting parts of baseball.
Yeah.
Justin, big fan.
And I mean, that was when we first originally started doing this, League of Their Own was in Dan's top 20, and I knew it was a good movie. I just hadn't gotten around to it because it was never on TV. But as soon as Dan was speaking so fondly of it, I was like, okay, now I need to go watch this. And holy crap, just such good stuff. I mean, performance is fantastic. The period times, the costuming, outstanding. There's so many amazing one-liners.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just one of those movies that you feel like you can put it in so many different categories and it would fit the bill. And I love that because it gives so many more opportunities to sort of talk about things at a deeper level other than just, okay, let's get to the next baseball game. Like a lot of sports movies do, or a lot of competition movies go into. League of Their Own really lets you get to know the characters, even if it's only for a moment or two. And also a lot of the conflict, which is really handled exceptionally well in terms of seeing how people change and grow over the course of the years they're playing together, which I really admired. And it's been a long time since I've seen it since, but it's definitely stuck with me since that viewing.
Well, I have not seen it. Is it understandable that I haven't? Is it a Joe movie that he would have definitely
Yes,
thought of?
I would not have expected you to. Joe.
Okay, so it's like, but that's one people have been like, what? But it sounds like a lot of positive stuff. I
Yeah.
don't usually gravitate to sports movies or baseball, but I love history. I'm sure it's a good movie. I like Gina Davis a lot. Is there crying in baseball? Is that allowed?
No, there's no crime. Yes.
no
No,
crime.
no crying.
crying.
Okay, so there is no
Spoiler
crying.
alert, there is
But,
no
okay.
crying
Yeah.
in baseball.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that there were no tears
And-
shed.
Another spoiler, Joe. Avoid the clap.
For the clap. Well, I will say this: it is interesting. I get why Penny Marshall Monday could be a thing because I was looking at her filmography.
Yeah,
She
Marshall.
didn't do-
Monday, I want to do it.
She didn't do too many movies, but I have seen them all, I think, and I like them all. So I was like,
Yeah.
Renaissance Man. There's the correlation on the list too.
Yeah.
Good old
Yeah.
Ren Man.
Yeah.
Well, good pick, Brittany.
All
I'll
right.
have to watch it, and that means my number two. Maybe no surprise. Dan said he doesn't know what's on my list, but come on. It's something that's mentioned a lot. It's this little movie called The Thing. It's technically a remake of another movie.
Oh yeah, I
There's
know.
this guy, Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
It's we know it's really nothing we have to talk about. There's this X-Files episode that they just kind of riffed on, and it's the same thing, ice. But really, I mean, I will just try to keep this brief as well because I think I made a video on it. You all know me well, but I'd like to hear your echoes of why maybe you like it and why you think I like it. I'll just say this. For me, I think it deals with, it's a great blend of sci-fi horror that it works well as kind of a full movie, the paranoia, and you could argue that deals with the whole our distrust of people in an isolated area. That's kind of more the real villain, but the monster is really alien and unique. Of course, I think the special effects are some of they're really my favorite, some practical effects ever for creature effects, and music's great. Everything about it, I just really love. Honestly, atmospherically, great performances. But I'll say this much: it deals with the whole concept of identity and the hidden monster within, and it's something truly alien that. And I just there's something really disturbing about that creature that resonates on a lot of levels I could talk about, but I'm sure those are the videos. And I'll say this: it's a movie that's kind of it's an annual one for me. I find myself watching it. I try to watch it around Halloween, but I pretty much watch The Thing at least once a year, every year. It is like a staple, and I don't know. It's disturbing, but it's also fun, and it gets me thinking. I love the conversation, the ambiguity, great filmmaking, combining low and high budgets. John Carpenter's great. Really, just really great filmmaking. So I don't think anybody's surprised by this, but I love it.
No.
Tim, did this make your list or was it cut?
No, it was on my number 35. I just looked it up.
All right.
And, and there was also on Brittany's list. So
Thank you,
that's
Brian.
another movie at 3.
Yeah, I'm not a huge horror fan. And thing is, it's a complicated movie for me. I love this movie because it does so well the things that I love in a horror movie, like suspense and the paranoia and those things. Those are the things I really like in a horror movie. Looking around every corner kind of stuff, and like who can you trust? And
Who
the
really
one
was the
thing
fan?
I do not like in a horror movie is body horror.
This is the body horror movie.
But
This is the one.
right, no, but I'm gonna say, but this is, it's not like realistic body horror because it's aliens,
No.
right?
It's not like The Fly or something where he's slowly
Right,
regenerating.
where like
That's
ear
creepy
is
to
like
watch.
falling off, right?
Yeah.
It's
that's true.
not that. It
Not
is like the guy's head is like
Blah.
way up, and like the dog, right?
Mhm.
And I appreciate the weirdness of that. That just is really attractive to me. I love the bizarro-ness of that.
Truly.
But it
otherworldly
also
creature.
does so well the things that I like in a horror movie, which are that suspense and that paranoia, right? First Halloween movie does that really well,
Mhm.
right? So as someone who's not a horror fan, I love this movie because it does the things I like impeccably.
It's a lot.
It's a good slow burn
It
because
is, yes.
it takes a while for you to actually kind of figure out what's going on, because you don't know what's going on for a really long time. Especially for me, it's not like I saw trailers for this movie or that. It was just something that I watched it on like a trip on a bus somewhere. So it was just like, don't put it in. It was like, here you go, kids. Here's the thing.
Oh, boy.
What?
Don't know what you're
That
getting.
was it.
Dog that
That's
got
what
out. Yeah, it was a Boy Scout.
we
trip.
watched Green Inferno on my bus, Tim. Bus this.
My
was
bus.
a-
Hey kids, we're watching The Thing.
A
Get ready.
horror bus.
The
Yeah.
horror bus.
Really?
Yeah.
What a
Oh,
hate
man.
fight, something.
So,
Well, look,
you didn't
as
know what
Joe knows, I watched this last year,
Not really. though.
but I didn't really watch it because we were with a third person who kept talking the whole time, and I couldn't really hear what was happening in the movie at all. So I did see this one other time. About when did the remake come out? Like 2014 or something?
2011, I think.
2011. Okay, so I saw this when the remake came out, so I could do a compare and contrast. And what's funny about this is that I am a fan of the X-Files episode Ice. It was always one of my all-time favorite episodes. And then in 2011, I watched The Thing, and I was like, oh, that's just this. So, look, I get the whole thing. I get why it's so appealing for all of the reasons you guys already said. That's what drew me into that X-Files episode, even though I didn't know that it was a complete homage or blatant ripoff, however you want to look
both.
thing. And so, yeah, great movie. And there you go.
No, this is one that I don't think I hold in the same regard as much as everyone else here, but the one thing I really do admire about this is it truly has some unique heart to it. But I think what strikes me the most as I look back on it, I think I've seen it 2 or 3 times now, is it's kind of in the same vein as Blade Runner in terms of like the theories about what's going on and when on the interwebs is deep and complicated. Like there are so many ideas of like, when did things start going bad, who was infected when, and it really gets you let's try that again. It really gets you thinking and really makes you want to go back and kind of like start formulating your own ideas.
No, you're right. That's another great thing about it, is it really brings up a lot of great discussion and gets people thinking, and that's kind of one of the big legacies of the movie. And the Blade Runner comparison is actually really good because it's kind of a really smart sci-fi horror movie that did not do well, underperformed. A lot of people didn't like it, and then slowly it's like the word of mouth. People saw it, like, I gotta tell people about this movie and show them. So, yeah, I think that's a very good comparison.
What a movie that 30 years after the fact, people are still coming up with different theories for it, and discovering new things in it that have the movie's been around for so long. You'd think it was sort of talked to death, nothing more to say, but there's always something with this one.
I will say, speaking of the Blade Runner connection, these movies came out within a few weeks of each other.
Yeah,
crazy.
Summer of '80.
Yeah, you guys did
82.
Joe and I have a whole video about the summer of '82, which talks about everything that came out in a very short period and changed.
Go watch that video. Yeah. Great year for science fiction.
Yeah, great year.
Yeah.
But all right, that sounds good. That was mine. That was The Thing. So we're finally here, home stretch. The number ones, our favorite movies of all time. Dan, whatever could it be?
Well, the first two, me and Tim's, we've already talked about a little bit. We're going to get into more detail. I've got the collection here of the 5 Oz DVDs I own, but the Mamma Jamma really is the 70th anniversary box set.
That's thick.
With all these collectibles and the book and all of the things. Wizard of Oz is and has always been and will always be my favorite movie of all time. It was my favorite growing up. I watched it. It's the first favorite movie I can remember. This alongside maybe Mary Poppins, which was also on my list. But there is something extraordinarily magical about this movie. Um, Everything about it is amazing. Judy Garland, obviously, the voice. We know now, of course, some of the horrors that she suffered while filming. I prefer not to think about that and to think about the legacy of work that she gave us. But this obviously is the pinnacle. But to echo things that Justin said about the movie, I mean, it's hilarious for one thing, and I don't think people give it credit enough for being a 75 now plus year old movie, 80 actually, yeah, 82-year-old movie that is still hilarious. It's like a Looney Tunes or something, things that have been around for nearly 100 years that still have as much impact with every single generation that came before. I mean, it's brilliant in every way. I read the book, by the way, and boy, does this expand on that whole thing. I know there's multiple books and whatever, but the main book this is based on, it obviously expands upon, but everybody's great in it. I don't know what else is there to say about this movie. I mean, when some of the making of stuff and how they actually created the tornado and how they created X, Y, and Z, and like Justin said, the opening the door to see the color, and just to the last little detail. Everything is so great, and as we've always said, there's always an Oz reference. Every single movie, TV show, song. I mean, it's like it is the most ubiquitous thing, I think, probably in pop culture history, except maybe Mickey Mouse or Superman or something like that. But I mean, everybody loves it, I think. The people that don't are flat out wrong. I mean, that's it. It's a masterpiece. Everybody knows that.
And it syncs up well to Dark Side of the Moon.
It syncs up to Dark Side of the Moon, which you'd think I would have tried that, but I have never actually done it.
I have, and it actually does.
Yeah,
it does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only goes up until a certain point in the movie.
Yeah.
The album's not a long album.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
But yeah, it actually does.
Well, what to add about The Wizard of Oz? I think it's another one of those kind of like with The Godfather or Shawshank. It's like it's almost like a one that we just all kind of know, so it's not really discussed. Except in a weird way, it is, and I really like the Oz reference and everything, Dan, because it's one of those things I do look for it, and I joke like, is this really like it's like legit? It gets a seal of approval. I don't know what the standard is because like it could be anything, but like somebody that worked on this movie appreciated film, and Oz was an inspiration. So it's like it's almost like this pinnacle of filmmaker, like for this universal message of kind of like really liking a sense of home and family, and overcoming your own little adversities. But it's a great adventure and fun fantasy, but it's so accessible, but also so unique and odd. I'll say I remember my one buddy, Troll's younger brother Skylar, recommended this really low budget campy movie that I'm sure no one's seen here called Dark Harvest. It's like a really like $500 movie or something, but they even had an Oz reference. Like, well, this gets some kind of seal. They watched it and this inspiration. So I was like, it's everywhere, and I really liked it. I'll admit that for me, this is another one that like with Toy Story, I think in time I could reevaluate, and I saw it again on the big screen actually for the first time with you, thankfully, and it kind of make me sort of reevaluate it because I watched it a lot as a kid. I saw it a lot, and it's like for me it almost got overplayed. Like I just wanted to get away from it because I watched it so much. That's why I just didn't go back to it. But really, just in terms of the magic of filmmaking, as you said, on so many levels, it's beautiful. There is a lot to talk about with it still. And just it was that scene, just thinking about how it's like you said 75 years ago, and long before CGI or anything, just through camera work and sets and editing and photography tricks, the tornado and making that house spin. It's like, I know that on some level it's fake and you could make arguments about camp and whatever, but it doesn't matter because it's so breathtaking and cool and so impressive for the time that it doesn't matter that you could do it better. I don't care. And that's practical effects right there. And as well as just a great story. And I love all the characters too. I mean, Tin Man, Scarecrow. I I don't know if I have a favorite. I love The Lion. I really do. I love them all. It's
We
it's got a
used
lot.
to-
It's got a lot of heart. You know.
Got a lot of heart.
And the
So Tin Man is your favorite? No.
Talking about
Maybe.
music, that's great too.
Yes.
Music great too. We have to say it all.
Yes. When I was a kid, my cousins and I used to play pretend Wizard of Oz.
Oh.
And I was always the lion because he was always my favorite as a kid
Oh.
for some reason. But yeah, it has an amazing ability to hold up. It's beautiful, like you said. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Actually, Brittany, before Peter or whoever goes, I do know who my favorite character is, Sachi Cellini. Oh, I don't know, but I'll take you back home. Like, actually, the wizard is my favorite because appearances are deceiving. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Franco again, always great.
Yeah. Well, the original.
And
Yes.
Spaceballs does a reference to
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Wizard of Oz. So even
Get
in,
that stamp.
even in Spaceballs.
Yep.
So one thing that stands out, that I think of is I think it was my mom. They only had a black and white TV when this was in rotation. This was the film. So they never realized how the shift.
What's the big deal?
A love movie, even without that. Even without that, but it was such a big deal when they finally did see it in one of the re-releases.
So, I want to see that all black and white cut of Wizard of Oz. That'd be interesting. Okay.
And just that, but it's such a eye-popping moment when she arrives in Munchkin Land, and the Technicolor is beautiful in a way that they don't have anymore.
Color looked so much better with Technicolor. Honestly, back then, like color was such a big deal. Like with that part in particular, and like Adventures of Robin Hood, like it popped back then.
Because they knew that it was rare and expensive, and they had to make it count.
Yeah.
Right. All of the colors in the Wizard of Oz are super bright and super primary colors.
Beautiful.
And are like in your face because they knew it was expensive and had to make it count, right?
Yeah,
The ruby slip.
That's why they're ruby slippers, not silver slippers.
Because it looks better. And it sure does. It absolutely does.
Now, Tim's not really a fan of this one.
No, it's not that I'm not a
Whoa! The truth comes out. Flips table. Computer.
I haven't seen it in forever. Okay. I've probably seen the first half of this so many times because as a kid, when TV, my mom would let me stay up for like about half.
He hates it.
So I've seen all of it. I have all of it, but it's been forever since I've seen it. And it's probably because of the oversaturation of me seeing the first half of it probably like 10 times. Like every year we'd be like, oh, the Wizard of Oz is on. My mom wanted to watch it, but halfway through we'd be like, okay, kids, go to bed. I'm like, okay.
And the first half is the boring half.
Yeah, that's why you likes to before she gets to Oz is when he closes the turns off the TV.
All of them get to
Surrendered probably is the part.
She got swept up in a tornado and died.
Oh, very dark.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tim, that's very sad.
It's a technological wonder. I agree with everything you said. It's a great movie, great references. I just personally need to see it again before I could put it higher on my list if I had it on my list.
Tim, it's okay. A couple years ago, I probably would have been in a similar boat. It's okay.
Yeah, until I showed Joe the movie again.
I was like,
Joe, you were impressed when we watched it.
I was blown away. I was like, wow, it is as good as I remember. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we talked about Oz, which is great. Now it's time for Tim's.
God, Tim, I wish I could crap on your number one.
I know. Big surprise. I have a movie that no one's heard of that you guys probably never seen from 1985. Back to the Future.
Oh, is that related to Back to the Future 2?
The first one that the second one so brilliantly built upon.
Wow, they did the first one second. Whoa.
Mind blown. They went back to the future.
Oh,
It's getting late. Go ahead.
Oh, it is. We're getting
This
there.
is the movie that made me love time travel. That's why I have all these time travel movies in my top 50s because of this movie. It's a fun family adventure that somehow makes time travel possible because it's the one time travel movie that probably that makes the most sense, like Dan said. And it's this weird, unlikely friendship between this 16-year-old kid, Martin,
That's so weird. Shouldn't work.
this doctor that he knows. It makes sense for some. It works because of their chemistry.
Mhm.
You don't know how old the doctor is. It's like
No.
Is it
but
creepy?
somehow it all makes sense. You have this great bully. He's such a great bully.
Yes.
But it also has heart and it has this lesson of like about actually trying to do something and not fearing rejection. The special effects still hold up 35 years later. And then this is another movie that it shouldn't make sense of why it worked out because they filmed 8 weeks with Eric Schultz and then decided that it was going to be, oh, this is not working out. And they replaced them and they had Michael J. Fox pulling double of doing Family Ties, sleeping for 20 minutes on the limo ride over and like doing this. I always knew that they replaced Eric Schultz. I didn't realize that it was 8 weeks of footage that they did. It wasn't until recently where I watched the Netflix, the movies that made us, little documentaries they did. They did Back to the Future just recently. And I watched it. I was blown away with how much they had to reshoot and how much of a timetable they had. And they were just still doing stuff before like the premiere. It's mind-boggling.
I'm just gonna say one thing about Back to the Future. It's a movie that it's kind of one of those movies, and there's some of them that I have to reevaluate because I'm like, it's a movie that I do love, but I often forget how much I love it. If that makes any sense. Like I don't know why. It just there's it's one of those for me. But that I can tell you easily, it's got so many things that just work together so perfectly, and it's so many genres, and it's so fun. It's a great story, but I know that McFly Senior, is still my favorite guy. I love him. He's it's just it gets me every time. He is my favorite. I love his arc alone is my favorite aspect. I really like, and of course, the quintessential pop culture to influence aspiring sci-fi writer. Darth Vader from the planet Vulcan. Like that alone, and using the guitar as like an alien noise because what's electric? It's just it's wonderful, and it's kind of a miracle movie too because like with the filming problems, even the plot with the kind of potentially weird relationship between Doc Brown and Marty and the whole weird potential ancestral thing, it shouldn't work, but it does. It's perfect chemistry. It's brilliant writing. It's such a damn good movie. It's a great pick.
Yeah. And the performances from like Crispin Glover, Leah Thompson of playing young and old and all those things, and was it Thomas F. Wilson who does Biff, like being old Biff and young Biff. Great jobs, like knocked it out of the park.
The mayor too. The young mayor is great, and I like him.
Ray Wilson.
Yeah.
The script is so tight. It's so funny, and it really perfects the callback joke. Because it's time travel.
Yeah.
It's so freaking funny.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many good little minor details that always make me laugh. He comes back and he's wearing a puffer vest and they're all joking, hey, why are you wearing a life jacket? Right? Like it's just the attention to detail in these movies is just incredible. And they make use of those details in the dialogue. It's not just, attention to detail for visual sake. It's they sort of call out the attention to detail.
Well, and just the absurdity of that very first scene where Michael J. Fox or Marty comes into, Doc Brown's garage or whatever, and all the clocks are like 20 minutes fast or something, and he calls on the phone. He's like, "Great, my test worked. All the clocks are 20 minutes off or whatever." And it's like, what kind of scientist is this?
What's the goal here?
Experiment you're doing? You just set all the clocks at the wrong time, and they okay, but like, it's something you never think about. But like, that's such a brilliant way to introduce people to Doc Brown.
Doc Brown.
Yep.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's one of the things that always throws me off is how much time they spend in the present or the future in the beginning of the film, introducing the characters and setting things up and giving us this sort of background on things that they're then going to subvert by changing the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that tracking shot where he comes in, like that tracking shot has so much detail of information that's relevant that you don't even pay attention to until you're rewatching it the fifth time. You're like, wait a second, all this information is here in this tracking shot.
I want to say that just there's something so amazingly lovable just about Doc Brown and Marty, and it's another one of those things where I know Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lee, they're both talented. I've seen them in other things I like, but they both could have just made this movie, those other movies, or just this one, and that would have been enough. It would have been iconic enough. Like, to me, it's not even a typecasting thing, but this is like what they were like meant to play.
And they still embrace it. I mean, all have done many other things, and they still come back to this, and love the fans and everything, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, great.
Well, Justin hasn't talked yet. He's going to talk.
I was trying to.
Okay. Go ahead, Justin. Before I skip.
The thing I always find fascinating about time travel movies is it's not about whether or not it works or it doesn't work. It's about establishing the rules, knowing the rules, and being able to defend the rules on the off chance there are plot holes. So that's where I think Back to the Future shines so well, is it really establishes that, but it never compromises its tone. It's still very funny. It's still full of exciting moments and things like that, but it still makes it clear, here's how time travel works in this franchise, and here's how it's going to work going forward.
Yeah, it does have attention to detail with its rules, and that's something you don't see as much in time travel, Justin. You're right, is that attention to detail with all its rules working together so well. That's why Tim likes that. Yeah. All right. Well, great pick, Tim. I think
another good one.
That one coming, but now it's time for Peter's number one.
All right. So I don't know how big of a surprise this is going to be.
Not at all.
So
it's okay.
This is from 2015.
Oh, wait.
George Miller, once again, Charlize Theron.
Oh, yeah.
It's Mad Max Fury Road. So this is a movie that I had to wait a very long time for. I remember reading about, and I loved The Road Warrior for a very long time, so I remember reading about George Miller's making another Mad Max. Mel Gibson's coming back. Oh, and just the endless delays. I remember, this was 2002, I think, was when they were originally going to go into production with a very different script. And following along with that in the production efforts, and expecting never to see this movie, expecting it's not going to happen. And finally they shoot it. And I'm like, well, it can't be as good as The Road Warrior, which is on my further up the list. But I'm very excited about it. Nobody else is. Everyone else is, this is some whatever. Mad Max has been a dead franchise for 30 years or something at that point. The trailer comes out and people start taking notice, and I'm like, yes, this looks great. This is going to be great. Super jazzed about it. I'm there for it. And finally I see it, and it is better than I could have possibly imagined. It blew away my expectations. It is a perfect film in my mind, but also an incredibly ambitious one. It does has the greatest chase scene in history because it is basically a 2-hour chase scene.
Yep,
Um,
pretty much.
No argument.
yeah, great, great world design, great set design. Costume design is just fantastic. Music is amazing. There are so many great shots. It is just an endlessly memorable movie, and it has sort of a great messaging of you can't run away from your problems sometimes, and there's a limit, and you have to go back, and talking about how fascism works and how these things happen and how people fall under the power of bad actors and the need to sort of save pieces of civilization and to fight for what you want. There's just so much here. It's a movie I saw 3 times in the theater, including in 3D. I've seen it, I don't know, probably half a dozen times since. It is just a great film, and in one that I didn't expect to ever see, and I didn't expect to be as great as it is. And one that just genuinely surprised me and has stuck with me ever since I've seen it. And I think it's probably the newest of our number 1 films on our lists, barring any surprises here.
Wow.
You left out my 2 favorite things about the film. First of all, the cinematography and the coloring.
Yep.
It's just mind-blowingly beautiful.
Yep.
It's just a beautiful film to look at. And the colors are so amazing. And the framing of the shots is amazing. And then the second thing is that it's an incredibly feminist film. I won't go on about that, but it's a very feminist film in very obvious ways, I think. In ways that are hard to ignore. In some ways, Max is the secondary character, which came as a surprise to a lot of people. But yeah.
Wow.
So is this on your list too?
This was on my list. It was much lower on my list.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't know if it was on Joe's list.
Oh, I'm
no,
sorry.
no, and no, that's
Because
fine.
it was your one of the decade when
Yeah, and I was going to kind of lead into that because when I was going over the list and thinking about personal connections and movies that were really close to my heart, this one somehow slipped through the cracks, which is really interesting, which is literally the only reason why it's not on the list, because as I'm listening to every word Peter's saying, it's also because it's late and I'm tired, but but in all seriousness, I'm transfixed by everything he's saying. I'm hypnotized by it because I resonate with that. It's so true. Like, and I'm thinking if it hadn't been that I somehow it didn't come to me, and that's kind of one of my rules in that moment, but it was my number 1 of the decade. And if I think about the list again, oh yeah, this will be on a future top 50 for me, because another reason why it might not have popped out is because I was kind of combing through a lot of stuff from my childhood and youth, things that have stuck with me for a long time. And it is much newer than most of those other movies I mentioned in my list, but it was a big surprise to me, and pretty much for the same reason you and I think a lot of us and a lot of other people will say. But I am sort of weird with Mad Max in the sense that I don't think I have as much love or affinity for the franchise as you do, Peter. I'm sort of weird because I sort of like the more underground, bare bones first movie that is one of the least favorites for people, which I really respect. Revenge thriller again, and then I also like the big epic spectacle. They're like 2 opposites, but for me, as a standalone movie, everything you guys said is true. Just beautiful coloring, like Brittany said, and really, once again, much like Jurassic Park, we've mentioned, and actually, in a weird way, Tron Legacy, I want to throw in for showing how visual effects can be done well with practical and CGI together. This is the example, but all the aspects of story are done well, and really having a simple kind of minimalist story that also does have a lot going on
Yes.
with a little in terms of the script and through visual storytelling, like you said, with the building up of the world and how much you could tell just the set design and the costumes and how much we can infer. It's like it says a lot without really, telling us everything. And it's very powerful. I think it's much like John Wick. I think it's one of the great examples of like, yes, action movies can be art.
Mhm.
And I think that is like the example. It's a great film, and it should have been on my list in retrospect. I'm like, it's a great film. It's honorary. It will be in the future. I love that movie.
The only thing I can really add here is my own personal attachment to the movie, because yeah, I mean, everything you guys said is totally true. But I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I had no relationship with Mad Max at all. The closest I ever got was when I saw Tina Turner live and she Thunderdome with that.
Yeah.
What a concert. But I never saw the movies. And I'm only a lukewarm Mel Gibson fan to begin with. But this was something, it says something about sort of the element, I think, of surprise in a movie. And this is why I don't watch trailers. But I went into this movie because we were going to review it on the show on Film Fanatics, and I had to watch it. I probably never would have seen this movie if I was in that zone of like, I watch everything. This is not a movie that screams Dan. My number one's Wizard of Oz. Romeo and Michelle was in my top 50. I mean, these are the movies. But this is a movie that was an instant A+ for me. It was unlike anything I've ever seen before or am likely to ever see again. That experience I had, and we saw it, I think I saw it with both of you maybe, opening night. It was like the Thursday premiere or whatever.
Yeah.
And okay, cool. I guess if we're going to see Mad Max, I'd rather see it with, people I like. And that way, if I hate it, at least I enjoyed the company. But, there was nothing like that. It was so astounding. I had no idea what I was coming into, really. It just blew me away and gave us yet another career path for Charlize Theron. We now know her as this great action star. Atomic Blonde is one of my favorite action movies of the last few years. The Old Guard. I mean, even the terrible Fast and Furious movie, whatever. But it gave us an entire, fourth thing to worship her for. She's already so adept at drama and comedy and just being a great person and a beautiful person. And now she's this kick-ass heroine. It was an amazing experience and one that I will never have again, probably.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, still trying to find something else to add here. I think it's just a incredible collage of finding ways to say a lot in not a whole lot of time and really making the little details count and finding so much that you can go back and appreciate so much more upon rewatch. It's a chase scene, but so much goes on that tells you little things about the characters and how things are going to build up to other things, that it becomes such an engrossing and evolving experience. Truly like nothing else out there.
It's a great movie. I own it off here. I'm like Dan. Like I probably saw maybe Thunderdome with my dad once on TV. So I don't have a big history with Mad Max. So I didn't really have any expectations going into this one. I might have saw a trailer for it because sometimes I try to avoid trailers, but I'm like, okay, that kind of looks interesting. But it was a fun ride. And we've talked about other movies that give characters a little bit of flesh outness. Like we talked about Die Hard with the villains. I think I mentioned this when I talked about The Thing. You feel like these characters are real without much going on with them, and like all the, I forget what the girls are called, but each one have a weird name, but they all have like their own distinct personalities, and they do it
Yeah.
very well with very little. And even when you meet the older women, they have their own distinct personalities. There's a good character arc from Nicholas Holt there.
Oh yeah.
And it's probably his best acting role, I think.
Ooh,
Up and then
Sorry
just
about it, boy.
with Tom Hardy and Charlize Theron. I mean, they're great. Like you usually don't get Academy Award winning actress to do this type of role. And she did it, and now, like Dan said, she has a whole nother career path.
Yeah, I'm glad people mentioned her because she really is great. She's an awesome actress, and I just want to have one final comment before we move to Peter. Never forget the first time I watched it. I think if there ever was a movie that was just pure adrenaline, that was it. I was like so hyped. I was like, I wasn't exhausted by the movie. I was like, what did I just? I was so hyped up the whole time. So
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
the best energy drink I ever had.
Well, yeah, like we said about The Godfather, this is a movie I watch and I finish, and I'm like, maybe I should start again. Maybe just get right back into it. But yeah, a 70-year-old man hanging out in the desert for 6 months made this movie. So
Badass.
yeah,
Badass.
always follow your dreams, even if it takes 20 years to get there, because George Miller did, and this is what we got. So
George Miller, man, Mad Max and Babe. What that's talent right there.
Yeah, I
And
can
now-
see why he's your favorite director, Peter.
yeah, I get that. That man's got talent.
I've seen very little of his work compared to you, but yeah, I mean it's clear.
And that means it's time for Justin, the number one.
All right, let's talk about it. Back to the 80s.
Oh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that would be Tim. You nearly made me have to chew off my tongue at one point because you called it Stand By Me.
oh,
And by name.
Stand By Me.
good, nice.
No, this is one of those. It's so simple, but it works so well. This is a movie I stumbled upon happenstance when I was a kid, and my dad noticed it in like this great movies for kids book, and it's like, you need to watch this. And I'm like, Dad, it's rated R. He's like, don't worry about it. Wait until you're 12. We're gonna watch this, and like a whole different experience. It really does speak to how effective of a writer Stephen King is. Sorry.
Oh, truth comes out.
Murdered the man.
you heard it
The
here
guy's
first.
close to death like 3 times, but I digress. It's late, buddy.
It's fine.
But no, in terms of creating these kids, giving them this big adventure, but also really not having a big conflict in any capacity, really just focusing on kind of the inner conflict of the kids driving the main story. There's a little bit of an antagonist, but really it doesn't come into play until pretty much the third act. I love the interplay. I think it really does speak to how talented of an actor the late River Phoenix was. I still think we lost him way too soon. Will Wheaton is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I think the general arc of his character is both poignant and heartbreaking at the exact same time. And honestly, I think it just is an all around, like, really well put together film.
Justin, I think that is a fantastic pick, and I actually had to rewatch it like a year or two ago for college. We were going through and just looking at development, and as a coming of age movie, and using that media as a reference. Had to watch a couple movies, and Stand By Me was one of them, and so got to watch it again after you showed it, and it's such a great film that I think encapsulates something about childhood. And even though it is kind of like obviously from Stephen King's experiences of like 50s and 60s, it still feels like something we can all relate to, that sense of very much being a kid and how things are then, but also looking back on it and how it kind of shapes you. Like it's one of those examples of how you have a plot and the movie's about the plot, but it's not really about the plot at all. Like you said, like there's an antagonist, but not really. It's kind of more of a framing thing. Like there's the body, to get them to go on this adventure. Maybe it's just great performances. Proves that you can have great child actors for sure.
Absolutely.
I really liked it, and it's kind of weird. We've turned into sort of singing Stephen King's praises, but in a weird way, he's kind of up there for his I
Yeah.
guess stories, and I think screenplays he's done a few too. So he's got some good stories that you just go beyond horror. But no,
You
that
think
this
he
is
might be going places, Joe?
I think that
You
Stephen King guy.
think unheard of Stephen King
I
might
think
be doing
I think that Stephen King guy, he might have a future not just in cinema, but maybe making like actual books, like novels. He might
Yeah,
might be
what
able to
if,
sell
like,
one or two.
yeah, adapt some of
yeah.
these screenplays
No,
into like novels. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, they should make a book of. They should make like a short story about Stand by Me. Maybe there's something there. But no, seriously, I totally get it. This is a great movie, but I do love the that great character moment where he's pointing the gun at Kiefer Sutherland. He's like, "Yeah, you got to, who you got to shoot with it?" Essentially, and he's like, "Oh, nobody." He's very focused. I'm just gonna shoot you. I'm like, wow, that's he's ready to go there for his friends. So that's powerful stuff and very simple at the same time.
Yeah, I wanted to say my experience with this film is not all that different from Justin's, where I remember seeing distinctly the train scene, the big when they're on the bridge. I was very into trains when I was but a wee lad, and wanted to basically see the rest of my movie. My mom was like, "Yeah, you're probably not ready for it yet," but I definitely saw it pretty young. I mean, she watched it to make sure, it is an R-rated movie, but I think its language is not really any violence or these few menacing situations, but this was one that I saw when I was pretty young, but stuck with me. Great performances all around, and it is, and I do recommend reading the King short story if you can. It adds a little to the ending. It was a little darker, a little more what we might expect out of Stephen King. But yeah, this is just a great film.
Yeah, I think coming of age movies for me tend to, not always, but I would say more often than not, to me feel like they either fall into the like cutesy, overly quirky, or the like pretentious, like look at how well we understand youth category. And this feels remarkably like neither of those. It's so remarkably unpretentious, and just so simple and beautiful, and carried on the weight of these child actors. It's amazing. It's an amazing feat.
Definitely.
All right. Oh, okay.
Movie.
Visuals.
Does Richard Dreyfuss do the old voice?
Yeah.
That's great. And my favorite scene is the story that he tells of Lardass. The way they shoot that it's great. It's a great movie about storytelling. So it's a movie within a movie, and it's great. Other than that, child actors are great. You didn't mention Corey Feldman or Jared, but they also did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Jerry O'Connell.
Yeah. All right. Well, I saw this movie exactly one time, and it was at least 33 years ago. But I actually still remember a lot about it, I think, which speaks to how powerful of a movie it is, and the story is great. I can't really contribute too much because it's been decades since I've seen it, but I think it's a great pick. I mean, I've always known since I met you that it was your favorite, and yeah, I mean, I always thought that was a very solid choice.
Yeah, it's one of those I'm actually surprised we never ran on Film Fanatics. And
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You
Actually,
never
I could have sworn we did.
never watch it knowing I haven't seen it in so long, since the 80s. But we didn't. So there you
No.
go.
Wow, that's weird. I thought we did. Well,
No, I haven't seen it since probably 1988 or something, 87, 88.
wow. Well, hey, no, that's an awesome pick, Justin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which means that it's time for Brittany. She's reaching for
Dan
something.
is not going to be surprised at all by this pick. Peter's not surprised at all by this pick.
Yeah.
It is, you can't see because the thing is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh, yes.
Which I also own. It gets the right balance of humor and drama. John Candy is one of my favorite actors of all time, and he has like insane chemistry with Steve Martin. That ending is just heartbreaking every single time I watch it, and I watch it every year at Thanksgiving. I just, it's just one absurd scenario after another. Like, I don't know what to say about it. It's just so funny. The characters are flawed, and they're allowed to be flawed, which is something I absolutely love about this film. Just not something you always get in films. You know, they both know, hey, I'm not a perfect person. And that's Steve Martin's sort of character arc, is coming to that realization of being okay with not being a perfect person.
Wow.
John Candy is hilarious. I mean, there's not a scene where you're not either belly laughing or totally sad. I mean, it's just it's so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's another R-rated one that maybe
it's R-rated for a single scene in which it has the F word like 20 times.
Yeah,
Which
it's
is
hilarious. But
Wow. What?
But have you never seen this, Joe?
Oh, no, I have. It's just that I
Okay.
didn't know it was R-rated. I think it's a very PG movie.
It
Because
is.
of one scene in which he says the F word a whole bunch.
I was like, there's like nothing. It's all goofy. There's nothing. I was like, wow, R rating. What?
But you get the rental car.
Great MPA again.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had a couple of hues on my list. I had Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller, Home Alone. He wrote.
Yep.
So I've always been a Hughes fan. For some reason, I always went more towards the more kid stories or high school stories, whatever. But Candy and Martin were two of like the comic gods in my house.
Yep.
I know this came out before Uncle Buck, but I didn't see it till after Uncle Buck.
Right.
But you had Uncle Buck, and then all his other stuff with SCTV. My dad was a huge SCTV fan and would tape them. So we used to laugh at Eugene Levy and John Candy and all of that when I was a kid. But Steve Martin, you had Three Amigos, of course.
Yep.
Roxanne, we loved growing up. So this was just like the perfect melding of the two.
Yeah.
But what's funny is until I met you, Britt, I had only seen it maybe 2 or 3 times, and then I've seen it like 5 times since.
yeah.
Well,
We've watched it a couple of Thanksgivings together. And I've since introduced my nephew to it on one of the nights I was babysitting, and he loved it. Yeah, it's everything you said about it. It's so heartfelt. Of all the John Hughes movies, and Breakfast Club certainly has some moments of whatever emotion ringing, but the like you said, that end scene of this is it's a gut punch every time.
Yep.
Without fail.
Yeah. I notoriously do not like the John Hughes teen movies as much as everyone else does. I like Ferris Bueller and I like Pretty in Pink to a varying extent. But I always gravitate towards the Hughes adult movies, Planes, Trains, and then like The Great Outdoors, I think is hilarious. That's another John Candy vehicle. This one just always gets me. There's a couple of things that are a little bit dated now. The credit cards and stuff like that, but otherwise everything else about it just holds up. Is so funny.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic fantastic view of the Midwest and the
Yes.
strange people that live there. But it's there's a logic to it. It's like, yeah, of course
Right.
you're gonna have, yeah, of course, she's small, but
She's small but mighty.
yeah.
Baby came out sideways.
Yeah. Or the trucker that doesn't like people doesn't like
Right.
people riding it. It's like, or the
cab that's all decked out.
yeah. There's a again, that little details that living there, you're like, yeah, okay, I know, yeah.
I know, I get it.
Yeah.
And the detail that he sells shower curtain rings is like so absurd. And it's like,
Yeah, it's a bizarre thing to be a traveling salesman for.
Like they need traveling salesman for that?
Yeah.
But it's so bizarre that it's like believable.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so funny. He's so good in this movie.
And it also does a great job of setting up the jokes from everything.
Yes.
Like you were just leaving the gloves in the office as a setup for stuff later.
For everything. It's another one of those where it's relentless callbacks to everything. Yep.
And who among us has not had a bad experience trying to travel during the holidays?
Yes.
No, I really echo a lot of that. I think that's kind of a beautiful thing about the movie. Like I said, it's so strange and absurd, but it's all believable. Like it all could happen though. It's all within that realm, which is really great about it. And everything you said about the gut punch and the emotional connection of embracing each other's faults. I think that's all there. I kind of feel like Steve Martin and John Candy probably should have done more stuff together because like there's such a great chemistry, both comedic and dramatic. And the weird thing about it is, I feel like probably unlike most people here, I'm not as familiar with John Candy's stuff as I should be. And I know Steve Martin stuff. I'm a big fan. Father of the Bride was on my short list, but I know mostly his older stuff. So like there's classics from both I haven't seen, but Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, I remember, I think when I was meeting people at the theater for the first time, everybody here, it was one of those ones that came up and like, oh, I saw that because it was just randomly on TV. And I was just encapsulated by it. I was like enraptured. It was just so funny, but I was with the characters. And of course, the F-bomb scene is something that I really relate to. A lot of those frustrated Steve Martin characters, I relate to a lot of those moments. So it's funny and relatable, and it's just a great, heartfelt, funny movie.
My favorite part about that scene is that the cashier gets to come up at the end.
That's the perfect cherry, it sticks with the theme. It's like the coda, so to speak.
So I do believe that if John Candy had lived, Steve Martin and him would have done more together because Steve Martin and Martin Short are like best friends.
Yeah.
And he was SCTV with John Candy. So like, I think, I definitely think that chemistry was there. And unfortunately, Candy's another one we lost too soon.
Definitely. No, good, Tim. It's fine.
So this is a movie, like, I've seen it. I just haven't seen it recently. So I gravitated to the other Hughes movies, 16 Candles and Breakfast Club and Ferris Bueller and those type of things. But I will say that everything that you said is accurate. But I believe this takes Hughes up to number 5. I think he would 5. And we could say 2 halves for the Home Alone appearances, I guess.
I mean, he wrote it. It's for sure a Hughes movie in a way.
Yeah. And thanks to Brittany, John Candy's at 6.
Right. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. Justin, love that movie.
Oh man. So funnily enough, my first time ever seeing this movie was actually your favorite, Cut for TV.
Cut for TV. It's just that one scene.
No. Where I was going with that was when I realized that it was rated R, I was like, why? And they're like, that one scene at the beginning, he's dropping like 18 F-bombs. But no, I even Cut for TV, I was like, this is fantastic. It takes a lot for me anymore to get into a road trip comedy just because there are a dime a dozen, but it really is highlighted by, first and foremost, Martin and John Candy are absolutely fantastic together, bar none. And just some amazing set pieces for comedy that really works on the escalation and most importantly payoff.
Yes.
Making the little escalation worth your while, which I very much appreciate, especially with the ending scene in the freeway. But and then you get that gut punch, which we've all talked about, and yeah, it's like, okay, here's why this is considered a dramedy, and it works.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest, it's not the longest scene in the movie, but it's so impactful in such a short amount of time.
It's because they do the work of setting it up,
Yeah.
right? They sprinkle the little hints throughout, and you don't realize it until a rewatch. But he's doing the work of setting that ending up throughout the movie for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that "I like me" monologue is so good.
Yeah.
Yes. Like I said, one of my favorite things about the movie is that the characters are flawed and they're allowed to be flawed, right?
Yeah.
They're allowed to not be perfect, and to realize, hey, it's okay not to be perfect. They're very human, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Dan, did Hughes also do Dutch?
I believe that's another one he wrote but didn't direct. I could be wrong on that.
Because that feels like another Hughes movie of travel shenanigans.
Yeah. You didn't put that one on your list, though.
No, but I mean, I own it, and I've seen that one a lot.
That
Probably
would have
more.
put Embry up to 3, Tim.
I know.
All right, Joe, what's yours?
All right. No, I think I know what it is.
All right. Well, look, I'm actually going to wake you all up this late with this big twist that my number one is actually the TV miniseries Merlin. No, it's not. Dan said I couldn't do that, but that would have been on there. No, I think you all know what it is because it never came up in any of these these discussions. That maybe, well, occasionally, but yes, my number one after some searching is RoboCop. I mean, I mean, to no one's surprise or shock, it's something that does come up a lot. I mean, I did a big video on it. I've talked about it a lot. I think you all know why it's great. People on the channel probably know why it's great, but really, I mean, it's just something that it just comes up a lot in conversations with me. I kind of grew up watching it, like a lot of movies I love, maybe younger than I should have, but I still gravitated to it. And it has a little bit of everything I love about movies specifically, and movies that I like. I mean, we've got, it's science fiction, it's an action movie, but there's kind of body horror elements, and there's also a lot of political commentary and satire, and it's a very 80s movie, but also incredibly not dated in almost every way, which is surprising. It's got great special effects and in-camera effects that I think are still wonderful from a creative standpoint. It's something that was quoted a lot growing up. And one thing I'll say too is a lot of people that I've met that I'm close friends with. It's another one that I watch, like The Thing, but perhaps even more so. It's like, unlike The Thing where it's kind of annual and it's like one thing, I could watch RoboCop anytime and it makes me feel good. And it's a good movie to just bring people together and have fun with. It doesn't matter if it's that situation or if I'm watching it myself to reflect and get into it because I'm absorbed into the world. And I also really like the message of the movie, kind of about sort of one of the many themes, just the core of it is about the person, Murphy. I think Peter Weller does a fantastic job. That's like his role, obviously, and that kind of rediscovery of himself throughout and what it kind of means to be human, playing with memory and identity, and really his partner's great. So many great characters. I mean, you've got the evil corporation, that's a villain, but you've also got Clarence Boddicker is one of the most evil villains ever. It's over the top, but it's also gritty, and it can be serious and heartfelt and dramatic at the same time. And also just people that I've met online. I think of all the people, of all the movies and fandoms that I've been a part of and discussed things with, RoboCop fans are the most passionate. So it's just been really great experience, and it feels very me. I love that movie probably more than any other. So those are my thoughts.
Well, as Michiganders, we are obligated to like that movie.
Yeah,
Detroit,
we got the statue built.
We're in New
The
Detroit.
statue of old Detroit, cancerous crime.
But, yeah,
Yeah.
No, it's great. It's one I hadn't seen until Peter showed it to me several years ago. Again, like you said, it remarkably holds up. I always love a good commentary on consumerism and corporatization. So obviously, I think that aspect is really fascinating. The privatizing of like the police force is fascinating. And like the evil corporation that's like not evil because it's like a technology company for the better good, whatever, right? I love the little details of like the television shows and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Buy that for $1.
I'd buy that. For
I think those are really interesting
makes the world pop.
and
Yeah.
unique, and it really fleshes out the world and tells us a lot about what kind of world we're living in, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, I love a good commentary on consumerism and that kind of stuff. So that aspect really appealed to me.
Yeah, there's so many great little and there's a fragment of a news story in which 2 former presidents were killed today when a
Right.
military laser went on, like
It's just
What?
yeah, there's so
The
many
details
little
are good.
there's so many little touches like that. Special credit to Basil Polidoris for the amazing score.
Beautiful score. Oh yeah.
Especially the main theme with that like
Dun,
banging,
dun, dun.
thumping, yeah, it just builds up. I talked about this a lot in I have it on my list, but it is a far better movie than it had any right to be.
That's something about it that really stands out for me, Peters, because I have always that appreciation for camp and cheesy sci-fi action movies and stuff, but this is like could have been some throwaway cheesy thing that I would have liked for a totally different reason, but somehow this movie is just so much better than it should have been. Easily dismissed. It's called RoboCop. Sounds dumb, but
yeah, it sounds dumb, and it has a reputation as being less so now. People are starting to sort of discover that it's a lot smarter than it looks, but
thanks. Merchandising.
yeah, oh
Yep.
yeah,
Oh,
all
yeah,
the
don't forget about
children's action
I think
figures.
it's what we have to thank for that reputation.
Hard. This is a hard R movie, not
Not
a
a soft R.
no.
An R for language.
Yeah,
This is
although
an R
there's
for-
plenty of language in there too, but
no, it's pretty violent movie, but there's gruesome stuff and over the top stuff. So
right out of the gate
yeah,
too.
oh yeah,
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
No, honestly, there's not much more I can contribute with this one. It's one of those movies that I knew it by reputation. I wasn't originally like super anticipating it, and then I got my hands on a copy just strictly out of convenience, and I had like a free afternoon, and I just watched it at my house, and I was like, this is really good. Like the effects are great. It works as both an action movie and it also works as a social satire. And I'm still waiting on my copy of Nuke. Great game that would be.
Yeah,
Get them before they get you.
I'll say.
It's like Risk, but with nuclear weapons.
Mhm.
But no, I kind of liked that was Paul Verhoeven's style for a very, very long period of time, where he kind of used mock media to sort of give you a sense of here's how I'm telling the story. I'm not necessarily going directly for it. I'm going to like use other things to sort of give you little subtle hints. And it's fascinating how that's kind of been influential to not only movies, but also TV shows like WandaVision. But
What a show.
what a show.
Yeah, good show.
I digress. I apologize. But no, I think this is just a really interesting movie. And I think it's got a lot to unpack. And I think it'd be really hard to say, I mean, rephrase, it would have been more difficult to pull off if it weren't for the charisma of Peter Weller at the forefront.
Oh yeah, he's so important to this movie working. You're right.
Well, I hope you guys aren't tired because I have at least 20 minutes about RoboCop
Well, actually, Dan,
that I wanted to talk about.
before you go in, no, seriously, if before you
No,
go off, Dan, I want to say one of
Yeah.
the things, Dan, was I was so nervous to show this to you because it's such an on you movie, but you could take it from there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I was going to say. I obviously never watched this before I met you, and part of that probably was the title, RoboCop. Like who cares? Pass. You know, this came out when I was a kid. I mean, I was what is it, 85 or something?
87.
87. Okay, so I was 10 when this came out. This was not my kind of movie. It never was my kind of movie. But like a lot of movies from the 80s that I did not watch until I was in my 30s, because we just didn't watch violent movies when I was a kid. Like Die Hard, like The Thing, I guess. Not that that's that violent, but horror. This is one I never probably would have watched in my entire life if I did not meet you. Which is funny because I was nervous to show you Romy and Michelle's high school reunion.
Yeah, it's very funny. There's some surprises, right?
I just thought you were going to make fun of it. This one doesn't like it. You know, people that I show it to maybe don't like it, but yeah, no, this was an easy A+ for me, for all of the reasons that you guys have said. And you know, one thing that's interesting that's come up in several of our number ones that you could say, Mad Max Fury Road, Back to the Future, The Wizard of Oz, practical effects look good for the duration of existence. And that's something that filmmakers today don't quite get because they want to have a $300 million budget. So let's get the most cool effects we can get, and let's have the Pirates of the Caribbean ship go in the whirlpool and whatever. That's fine for 2006. But in 2030, 2050, it's going to look like pure garbage. And these movies that we're talking about don't, because practical effects don't go out of fashion. And RoboCop is yet another example of that.
If you learn anything from this.
Say practical effects in my Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with the burnt out car that they're driving
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
the movie.
Yeah.
That would definitely be like we're driving in a fake thing and it's a green screen thing.
We put it on a green screen, it would look stupid.
Yeah, we didn't get a CGI devil. We actually got John Candy and makeup.
For 2 seconds, they made him up to look like a devil.
But
yes,
well, look,
good. Yes, I digress.
That's absolutely true, and it remains true of this movie as well. And you know, the social commentary and everything. I just always assumed this was a dumb macho movie, and I'm happy to say I was wrong on that.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Me too.
I don't have much to say because I have seen this movie. Been forever since I've seen it. And I don't even remember that much. I think I might remember more from RoboCop 3 than I do from this one.
Oh no.
I know. But the thing that it's something that gets parodied a lot, that I'll say. There's a lot of pop culture references. The one that I always think of is from Community, where they have Kick Puncher. That feels like a very RoboCop thing. So, I mean, the lasting effect of this movie speaks to its greatness.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a pretty fun note to end it on. Well, I can't believe it, everybody. We made it. I think we beat 2 hours. But really, thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been an endurance test, but
This was fun.
Do you want
Yeah,
some more facts and statistics?
Yeah.
you know what? Why not? Actually, yeah, go ahead, Tim. If you were keeping track, please.
Close out.
So, the person who has the most in common with the other people in the top 5 was Dan. He had 6 matches with other people. Then I had Joe had 5 matches with other people. I had 4. Brittany, Peter, and Justin all had 3 in their top 5. Tom Hanks.
Saying matches, you mean things that were in our top 5 that then were on somebody else's list somewhere?
Yeah.
I believe, yes.
All right. Okay.
So
Yeah.
did we figure out of the five? I don't know. I wonder if there would be like if we could figure out like the ultimate top five from everything, if there was a way to cherry pick or something. Top 50.
I guess
mean,
it'd be on the most lists, right?
Yeah, I guess that's the easiest. So what was
Yeah.
the one?
so the one that was on the most list is Toy Story. It was on 4.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Best
Yeah.
movie of all time.
We
Yeah,
saw
there we
it,
go.
guys. Okay.
In a
I'm
way,
okay with
it's can't. I'm okay with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm fine if that's our
Toy
official, unofficial list.
Jurassic
Yeah.
Park thing, Groundhog Day, Clerks is all at 3 still. You have Tom Hanks, I believe, was able to outbeat Samuel L. Jackson. He has 13 appearances on everybody's list, and I think it's from 7 different movies.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, because Brittany had League of Their Own. I had Think That You Do and Toy Story in my top 5.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Brittany also had The Post,
Yep.
Justin Big, and
Yeah, big too.
Saving Private Ryan. So there's a lot of Tom Hanks out there.
Yeah.
Well,
John Candy was at 6, like I said. Burton got another one, so I think he was at 8.
Mhm.
Doesn't beat Spielberg's at 10, but I think in third place would be a tie with Zemeckis and Hughes at 5.
Wow. That's impressive. Well, wait, and Hughes, we're not counting Home Alone, or we are?
We're not, because
Okay.
Dan, I think you had 3, right? You had,
Yeah, I had Ferris, Breakfast Club, and Home Alone.
and I had Breakfast Club, and Brittany had
Sounds strange.
Planes, Trains.
Okay.
Zemeckis, we both had Roger Rabbit and 3 Back to the Futures.
Yeah. Where do we land on Fred McMurray again? Just one. Okay.
He's got one.
But we
One
got,
is enough.
yeah. But
He's in there. He's in there. He
Ravenberg
made it.
has 1.5, so
There we
And
Oh,
Theron was the most popular male that I can think of with 5 appearances. The next ones that I can think of is Gina Davis at 3, and maybe Liv Tyler at 3 as well.
oh, Liv Tyler.
That's
Kate Winslet, I had her on
Kate
my
Winslet
list
popped
twice
up.
because of Heavenly Creatures and
Okay, so
Sunshine. So
well,
and
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
All
tell
right.
you what, Tim. If you want to gather the stats up and find more and get them to me, I can post them on the page and or something official, so we can have our official unofficial list for the Merlin the Mighty Joe Movie Club video series, whatever it is. But no, this has been really fun. It's been like a year and a half finally to get this done. This was honestly a really great conversation, even though it was long and late. Thank you all for doing this. And I guess maybe at some point on Dan's channel, we might be doing top 50 TV. So
yeah, I think we'll do TV on my channel next. That'll be a big project, everybody.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
that'll be fun too. All right, everybody. Thank you very much, and say your quick goodbyes.
Take it easy.
Stay magical.
let's be careful out there.
What a video.